Good evening. It is September 19th, 6 p.m. I'm going to call this regular meeting of the City Council to order. Mikey Friedman, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand and place your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mikey. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrieleño Tongva and Gabrieleño Kizh peoples. Can we please have a roll call, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And can we please have a report of closed session agenda? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I actually have 2 closed sessions to report on this evening. The City Council held a closed session on September 6th at 5:30 p.m. in the City Hall Community Meeting Room. The meeting was held at 5:30 p.m. There were no members of the public to speak on public comment, and the council discussed an annual performance evaluation for the city manager. And took no reportable action. The second closed session took place this evening at 5:30 p.m. There were no members of the public to speak on the closed session agenda. The City Council had conference with labor negotiators under Government Code 54957.6 and took no reportable action. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. We need to have approval of the agenda. Does staff have any changes, please?
Yes, Mayor, staff does have 2 changes to tonight's agenda. Staff is requesting that item 2E, as in Edward, be tabled, given recent code enforcement matters related to political signs at the subject site. A last-minute question was raised as to Councilmember Horvath's ability to participate on this matter. While neither the council member nor her campaign has been involved in the sign that was paid for by an independent expenditure committee, the city believes it is prudent to seek advice from the Fair Political Practices Commission, better known as the FPPC, as to whether she can participate in the second reading of the ordinance adopting the specific plan. The second reading will be continued until the city has received a determination from the FPPC. In addition, staff is requesting that item 6B, as in boy, be tabled. Staff is requesting that it be tabled so that we can include additional information in the staff report as to the LGBTQ+ advisory board's proposed recommendations. And we will bring that item on October 3rd. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes, I'd like to move some items to consent, if my colleagues agree. One is item 4A, which is a block-by-block program update. Okay.
I have a few comments, but I can do it at...
Okay, great. Item 4D, policy regarding use of city WehoTV broadcast resources for election candidate forums.
Again, I have a comment, but it can wait.
Excellent. One more, I'll try this one. Item 6C, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending West Hollywood Municipal Code Section 2.08070B to increase compensation for city council members to consent.
I'm good with that. Okay, so we will be moving, any other items?
I'd like to offer item 6A if we're with staff's proposed changes that we have here before us tonight.
That sounds good to me. Okay, so it looks like we are moving 4A. I'm sorry, what was the other? 6A and 6C. Is that it?
And 4D.
And 4D. I'm sorry, 4D, right. I knew there was a 4 I was missing. Right, okay, got it. Yes,
And I'll just note for the record that 6A is an urgency ordinance that requires fourth-fifth approval by the council, and there was updated language included, posted with the agenda packet earlier today that's posted online.
Great. So we're going to move to consent 4A, 4D as in dog, 6A, 6C, and we're going to table 2E and 6B. And do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Before we have a motion, can I just get a clarification about item 2E? So that is tabled until we get an FPPC ruling, and then it will be rescheduled for an agenda?
Correct. So we'll get the determination letter from the FPPC, and then at that time, the city attorney and I will place it on an agenda and know at that time and include in the record whether Councilmember Horvath can participate in that vote.
Could we table that to a date certain, which would be the first meeting after the election?
Yes, we could.
Yes, you
So the
could.
first meeting in December?
The FPPC says that they take about 30 days to issue opinions. You know, and sometimes it could take a little shorter, a little longer, but that's the time period that they aim for. And so we'll make the request as soon as possible and hear from the FPPC as soon as possible.
But assumedly, once an election is over, their ruling may not have any bearing in any case. I don't know if my colleagues are interested in that. I'm just interested in not talking about this anymore because of how, it's taken up too much of my headspace, and I would like to just table it to a meeting, a date certain.
Understood. Could we revisit it when we hear back from the FPPC and know whether how many can participate in the decision? That might be a fair thing to do for the applicant so they can have some expectation of when this will be heard, depending on which council members will be hearing it.
Okay.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second it. Can we get a roll call on that? Oh, there we go. Agenda, we have an agenda. Okay. Adjournment motions. I was wondering if I could begin by adjourning in memory of Donald Prang, who's the father of Jeffrey Prang, current LA County assessor and former West Hollywood council member and mayor. Donald will be remembered as a wonderful man and one of the best examples of a great father, grandfather, and husband. Our condolences go out to Jeff and his entire family during this difficult time. Any other adjournments?
I have an adjournment.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I have two adjournments for this evening. The first is for County of Los Angeles Fire Department firefighter specialist Ishmael M. Villalta Ayala. Ishmael was born on April 20th, 1984 in San Salvador, El Salvador. Ishmael came to the United States when he was 6 years of age and grew up in the San Fernando Valley with his mother and two sisters. He attended Van Nuys High School where he played football as a linebacker. In 2003, Ishmael joined the United States Marines where he proudly served for 4 years, including one tour in Iraq. After the Marines, he worked as an emergency medical technician for an ambulance company and as a security guard on weekends. Ishmael met his loving wife, Christina, in 2009 while working as a security guard for a nightclub. They married on August 11th, 2018, and Christina recently gave birth to their first child, Ishmael Villalta, on August 13th, 2022. Ishmael pursued his passion for the fire service and was hired by the County of Los Angeles Fire Department in 2010. His first probationary assignment was on Engine 156 in Valencia, followed by Ishmael's second probationary assignment on Engine 58 in the Fairfax area of Los Angeles. Ishmael also worked on Engines 24, 135, and 74, along with Truck 8. In 2019, he was promoted to the rank of firefighter specialist. Ishmael was assigned to Engine 143 in Castiac, and his last assignment was at Engine 7 in West Hollywood. Ishmael enjoyed traveling and was a great cook. He was always looking out for his wife, mom, and sisters, and was well respected by his colleagues and friends. Firefighter Specialist Ishmael M. Villalta Ayala died on August 4th, 2022. He is survived by his wife, Christina, newborn son, Ishmael, mother, Maria Ayala, and two sisters, Elizabeth, Ellie, and Cynthia. Our condolences go out to them all, as well as fellow firefighters where he served. Next is an adjournment for Mahsa Amini. She was a 22-year-old Iranian woman who was killed last week by the Islamic government of Iran's morality police for not wearing a hijab, which is a head covering that women were forced to wear in public after the Iranian Revolution. Within hours of being in custody, Amini fell into a coma and was hospitalized after eyewitnesses said she had been beaten by police in their van. A video also shows them slamming her head into the top of the car as they pushed her in. Many Iranians have flooded the streets of Iran seeking justice, and other women have removed their headscarves in an act of civil disobedience, and in return, the government has responded with tear gas, beatings by security forces, water cannons, as well as the Iranian government's draconian and authoritarian method of blocking people's access to the internet to stop international outrage. All acts of violence and oppression by the Islamic Republic of Iran against its citizens are outrageous and must be stopped.
Thank you. Any other adjournment motions? I believe Chief Smith is here. Would like to say a few words. Thank you, Chief Smith.
Hello, Drew Smith. I'm your Assistant Fire Chief for West Hollywood, and I just wanted to thank you for the acknowledgement of our firefighter specialist Ishmael Ayala. He's a valued member of our organization, and with your leadership, we appreciate all the support you give your West Hollywood firefighters. And I also wanted to thank the residents of West Hollywood for their continued support. And I truly know that they know that your firefighters put their life on the line every day for the good of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Smith. And now we will move on to presentations. The first presentation will be Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. In what has seemingly become a tradition in the city of West Hollywood, and one I was happy to take up, in many ways, looking at September as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, but specifically the great work inspired by the Ovarian Cancer Circle, inspired by Robin Babini. We're very excited to present this proclamation to not only Paulinda today, but the group at large. And so the Ovarian Cancer Circle, inspired by Robin Babini, whereas according to the American Cancer Society, almost 22,000 women in the United States receive a new diagnosis of ovarian cancer every year, and almost 14,000 women die each year from ovarian cancer. And whereas ovarian cancer ranks 5th in cancer deaths among women, accounting for more deaths than any other cancer of female reproductive system, and whereas ovarian cancer symptoms are often very subtle and may be difficult to detect. Symptoms may include bloating, pelvic and abdominal pain, difficulty eating or feeling full quickly, and urinary urgency or frequency. And whereas early detection is critical to saving lives of those affected, as women diagnosed at an early stage before the cancer has spread have a much higher 5-year survival rate than those diagnosed at a later stage. And whereas all women, regardless of socioeconomic status, race, or ethnicity, should be provided with resources possible to protect themselves and their families, and whereas September is National Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, which is an opportunity to raise awareness of this disease, encourage women to get the facts and recognize the signs of the disease and to raise money for additional research. And whereas since it was founded in 2011, the Ovarian Cancer Circle, inspired by Robin Babini, has aimed to expand the ring of networking, education, and support for women of all ages and their family and friends who may be affected by the disease. And whereas the City of West Hollywood has supported the Ovarian Cancer Circle in their efforts to raise awareness and support women throughout events and programming, now therefore let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes September as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, acknowledges the Ovarian Cancer Circle, inspired by Robin Babini's efforts to raise awareness about the disease and funding for more research. Thank you very much, Paulinda. Come on down.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Councilmember John Erickson, and other City Council members. My name is Paulinda Babini, President of the Ovarian Cancer Circle, inspired by Robin Babini. I founded the circle to honor the memory of my daughter Robin, who lost her life to this insidious disease at 20. This is, for the audience, this is Robin. On behalf of the circle and its dedicated team and Vice President Natalie Mignon and myself, I would like to extend my profound gratitude for acknowledging September Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and by lighting City Hall and the lanterns along Santa Monica Boulevard for the third consecutive year, teal, the national color of ovarian cancer. This is truly an honor. The Ovarian Cancer Circle, inspired by Robin Babini's mission, is to save lives by educating the public about ovarian cancer symptoms, as John had mentioned. I have a bookmark that I hand out, the symptoms, and promoting early detection and supporting research to find more effective ways to prevent and treat the number 5th cause of gynecologic death in the U.S. Ovarian cancer needs much more of a public profile. With today's prominent recognition, you have helped us do that. I truly believe if I had known then what I know now, Robin would be here today to tell her story herself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Horvath, you have a presentation?
I do. September, in addition to being Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and thank you for the work that you all do in the circle, we certainly appreciate your leadership. It is also Child Cancer Awareness Month. Cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in more than 16,000 of our country's young people each and every year, while an estimated 400,000 children and adolescents are diagnosed globally with cancer each year. 1 in 5 children in the United States lose their battle with cancer. Many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. Founded nearly 30 years ago, the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection are dedicated to help these children and their families. The American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of vital patient psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, the City of Hope, Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, Mattel Children's Hospital at UCLA, LA County USC Medical Center, Harbor UCLA Medical Center, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. The American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsor toy distributions, educational programs, the KCC Supercar Experience, sailing programs, pet-assisted therapy, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer, where we hereby proclaim the month of September 2022 as Children Cancer Awareness Month in the City of West Hollywood, and recognize the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection for their work on improving the survival rate and providing comfort to young cancer patients and their families. And I believe Dr. Amy Firestein, the Patient Services Director at Kids Cancer Connection, is with us via Zoom. I want to thank her and everyone who works on these issues, which have touched my family personally and also our community. We know that having vital healthcare resources in our community is essential for so many reasons, and this just reminds us how important they all are. Dr. Firestein?
Thank you so much. I would just first like to thank the City of West Hollywood, Mayor Meister, Councilmember Horvath, and the City Council for supporting Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Children with cancer need a lot of support via their families, medically, and from the community. Raising awareness about childhood cancer is a large part of this, and that's what we're doing here today. These children are brave, strong, determined, as are their families and loved ones, and they have to be to face this battle. Through our work at Kids Cancer Connection and American Cancer Fund for Children, and in association with the support of government, we are able to further assist these amazing children and their families. So again, thank you for honoring these children and offering your support in the battle against childhood cancer. We can only hope that one day we will no longer need to issue this type of proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Councilmember D'Amico, you have a presentation.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. This is Bi Visibility Week. The City of West Hollywood has historically been a passionate supporter of the bisexual community and has been on the forefront of LGBTQ plus rights. And annually, on September 16th, the City of West Hollywood joins in the observation of Bi Visibility Week. And this year, the City of West Hollywood and its LGBTQ plus advisory board will be celebrating Bi Visibility Week through September 23rd. So Bi Visibility, you're soaking in it, to provide a week-long celebration of increased visibility to the bisexual community. I know we have today, I'm embarrassed to say, I don't remember, here, Mojen Jenkins, are you here? Yes, come on down. We have her here. She is the LGBTQ plus advisory board co-chair and serves as on the Bi Visibility subcommittee. So Mojen and all of the LGBTQ plus advisory board and all of West Hollywood are celebrating Bi Visibility Week, and we thank you for coming down and joining us for this photo op. And I'm going to, but I want you to also remind people that the Bi Picnic Day is Saturday, September 24th at Plummer Park with DJs and games and ice cream and food and a convergence of Los Angeles County's bisexual community. So why don't we all meet over there and we'll take a photo with you.
Don't want to take up too much time, but I just wanted to thank the city of West Hollywood, and I also would like to thank our city staff liaisons for their support of the LGBTQ plus advisory board in honoring and recognizing and having fun with the bisexual community, which, as we know, there can obviously be more, and we can all do more, but we really want to just express that we're grateful to have this step, and we hope to see everyone, once again, a reminder, on Saturday from 1 to 5 p.m. in Plummer Park for the Bi Picnic Day, fun, food, games, music. Please do come out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I have a presentation for two incredible heroes and Good Samaritans. My neighbor, Brian Kuna, was walking his dog. He literally lives in the mid-city, just up the street from me, and he suffered a heart attack. And Moises Ramirez and his partner, Joshua Sarvinsky, were there, and they rushed to help. What exemplary residents. They absolutely embody what West Hollywood is. Everyone looking out for each other. And one of them even waited for, they called 911, and they waited with Brian's dog to help. So because of that, we wanted to honor you with a certificate of recognition. First, presented on behalf of the West Hollywood City Council to Moises Ramirez Rodriguez in recognition of your life-saving efforts. Your quick response and support helped save a community member during an emergency situation. We appreciate your courage and care, and thank you for your commitment to the well-being of the West Hollywood community. And also for Joshua. Presented on behalf of the West Hollywood City Council to Joshua Levi Sarvinsky in recognition of your life-saving efforts. Your quick response and support helped save a community member during an emergency situation. We appreciate your courage and care, and thank you for your commitment to the well-being of the West Hollywood community. Thank you for being incredible neighbors in the Mid-City District and of West Hollywood.
Well, thank you very much to all the city of West Hollywood, to all the city staff, and to, well, all the people that is here to come in and do this proclamation. This is incredible for us because, well, let me tell you something that is missing one certificate, like for his dog, because his dog always was there before us, was barking like crazy, just trying to help him. So I would like to have like that proclamation for Brian's dog Cooper.
Can you talk into the mic so that we can catch you?
Okay, so, well, I think that almost everything could hear this, and well, So it's like the social responsibility that we have, all of us, each one of us can be vulnerable on these situations. So I think that CPR, it needs to be so installed and since the beginner's education, just to can do this, improve this as much as it can be possible. And well, it saves lives, right? So we have here Brian, thanks God, and well, I don't know if you want to say something.
I just want to thank Councilmember Shine for recognizing these guys. It truly, I still tear up about it. I was just walking my dog at 9 in the morning and I went into cardiac arrest, and these guys started CPR on me, which in these days and age, people walk over each other. They actually did that, and it's amazing. Took my dog back to my house. So I just want to thank the entire City Council, Mayor, Councilmember Shine, and everyone, City of West Hollywood, for this recognition of them. It makes a difference. People see this and they realize that you can save someone's life. And within 2 minutes, if I hadn't gotten oxygen, I would have been brain dead. So I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
And if you want to say something.
And I'll just say quickly, thank you so much again for this recognition. It really means a lot. And I think when we often see a lot of distress on the streets, and we can kind of become numb to this and turn the other cheek, or we're in a hurry, in a rush. I happen to be going to work, and thank God my partner was there to stay with Brian. But if you just see somebody in distress, just make sure that you take the time and really see what's going on, because you have no idea what could be happening. And you could have a situation like this where we were fortunate enough to keep Brian here with us. So thank you so much.
Thank you both.
Thank you, and thanks to Cooper also. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes. We're going to have 90 seconds allotted for each speaker because we have a number of speakers today. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, if the member of the public cannot be present at the time an item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony, which are items 3A and 3B, will only be taken at the time of the hearing. So do we have any on Zoom or phone that we want to start with?
I'll defer to Janet.
And we're going to go with 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have members of the public on Zoom. Our first member to speak is David Nash, followed by Yola Dore. David, you will have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, this is David Nash, West Hollywood resident since 1999. But tonight I'm very pleased to be here to talk to Mayor Meister and the councilman and whoever may be listening, council members, to ballyhoo and boost that next month is Disability Awareness Month. I am on the Disability Advisory Board, very proud to be on it. And this is my favorite time of year for the board because we get to celebrate disability awareness. And special to my heart is we give out 4 awards. We give out an award to a nonprofit organization that's had a great positive impact on people living with disabilities. We give an award out to a for-profit business that has made a positive difference in the quality of life for people with disabilities. We give out an individual award, and we also give out an award to someone who's made an outstanding contribution in the field of media. So I hope you'll all tune in for our special meeting late in October. I know that the chairman is going to be here, Rick Watt, to tell you more about Disability Awareness Month, and I hope you'll be able to participate. Also, we're having a flu and COVID vaccine clinic, so please join in the activities for Disability Advisory Board Disability Awareness Month, and thank so much for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Yola Dore, to be followed by Akhil Gopal. Yola, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 90 seconds.
Hello, this is Yola Dore, and good evening, Mayor, Council, and guests. Tonight, I'd like to speak to you about the best prescription I've ever known, which is opportunity. During Disabilities Awareness Month tonight and beyond, the safety and accessibility for all persons with disabilities is paramount. That means accessibility to walk about our city safely, participate freely without countless blockades from scooters, e-bikes, and other things on our public sidewalks. We've been very challenged this year, Council, and tonight you have an opportunity to show us and make a difference by taking this program out of the queue. I appeal to your better judgment on behalf of persons like me that like to gab about the city and volunteer, shop West Hollywood, and enjoy our quality of life. Hope everyone will join us as we celebrate Disabilities Awareness Month. I wish you a very pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Yola. Our next speaker is Akhil Gopal, to be followed by Ambrose Brooks. Akhil, you'll have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Akhil Gopal, and I am a member of South LAPD's Fine Coalition, and I'm here today in solidarity with Palestinian Youth Movement to urge the City Council to reject Agenda Item 2KK, to remove it out of consent agenda items, and then to reject it. First, let's get this out of the way. Robert Oliver, the commissioner who introduced this resolution, has been lying. This is not a simple definition of anti-Semitism. This is an attack on Palestinians. The full IHRA definition, which the Public Safety Commission themselves linked to in their report, makes it absolutely clear this is about dictating to Palestinians the terms with which they can talk about their own oppression. How dare you? He also tried to give it credibility by talking about how it was adopted by the State Department, conveniently leaving out that it was embraced by Trump's State Department. Maybe you should ask him if he's a Trump supporter. I'd be curious to know. West Hollywood would be following in the footsteps of Trump by adopting this. The whole agenda item itself makes it absolutely clear what this is. Bragging about the City Council's long history of attacking BDS organizing for Palestinian liberation. In other words, actively repressing the Palestinian struggle for freedom. At least you've made it clear where you stand, but in a twisted way, you claim that this is an example of standing with marginalized groups. It's not. It's an example of standing with power, specifically white supremacist, fascist, genocidal, Zionist, imperialist power. We hope that one day that will be the marginal group, and it will be through the struggle of Palestinians and all other oppressed people, including some of your constituents, queer and trans and Black and unhoused community members.
Akhil, thank you. Your time is up.
We have a very big agenda. Please stop. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ambrose Brooks, to be followed by Fatima. Ambrose, you will have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Ambrose Brooks, the coalition coordinator for the Justice LA Coalition, and I am a member of the Jewish community who has been, raised through Jewish day school for my entire life. I urge the West Hollywood City Council to reject the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. The resolution has respect to the needs of the West Hollywood community and will not keep us safe. The IHRA definition criminalizes and stigmatizes Palestinians by casting their freedom struggle as motivated by bigotry rather than a struggle for liberation. It closes off all avenues Palestinians have to criticize or organize against the Israeli occupation by making it anti-Semitic to call Israel racist or to critique the well-documented Israeli human rights violations. The definition also conflates anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Anti-Zionism criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitism. There is nothing anti-Semitic about opposing the devastating effects of the Israeli occupation and Israeli settler colonialism on the lives and livelihoods of the Palestinian people. Many of Israel's foremost critics are Jewish and oppose Israel's actions on the same moral grounds that Palestinians do. Of the 11 examples of anti-Semitism listed under the IHRA definition, 7 are about the criticism of Israel and Zionism. Rather than focusing on attacks against Jewish people and Judaism, the IHRA definition makes criticism of Israel and Zionism the center of its focus. And this is most important to me. Jewish people
Ambrose,
and
thank
the
you. Your
Israeli
time is
state
up.
are not one and
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Fatima, to be followed by Celine. Fatima, please, you'll have 90 seconds. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I also urge the council to remove PKK from the consent calendar and reject the IHRA definition. Many scholars have commented on the IHRA definition, noting that it's unclear and an imprecise definition of anti-Semitism. And additionally, the examples appended to IHRA has been routinely used in attempts to silence and intimidate Palestinians and anti-Zionists from exercising freedom of speech. Israel advocacy groups have routinely lobbied for lawsuits of universities simply for the actions of students in support of justice in Palestine. And they have also lobbied Facebook and social media to silence Palestinians simply exercising their freedom of speech. I also wanted to note that when Robert Oliver proposed this motion, he cited statistics from the ADL, which has historically been known to mark statements such as Zionism is racism as hate crimes. And I think it is chilling that this definition is noted on the motion that it would be used as a recommendation for law enforcement. Please vote no on IHRA. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Our next speaker is Celine, to be followed by Lionel Mars. Celine,
Excuse me.
please press *6 to unmute
Excuse
yourself.
me. If everyone continues to clap in the room, we're not going to get through public comment. So can we save the clap until we're all through everyone's public comment? Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Celine, go ahead. You'll have 90 seconds.
Okay, I'm calling in today about item 2KK as well, urging the West Hollywood City Council not to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. This definition falsely equates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and if this definition is formally adopted, any speech that is critical of Israel or supportive of Palestinian rights can be censored or falsely labeled as anti-Semitic. This IHRA definition of anti-Semitism has already largely been weaponized against students, professors, activists, community organizations, and on-campus activities across the U.S. It's largely been a tool for censorship, not safety, and most of the vocal proponents of this definition openly support its use as a censorship tool. Concerns that the IHRA definition will be used to censor constitutionally protected speech are not abstract or theoretical, they're based on actual experience. There are several examples of how this definition has been used to censor and criminalize, and I'll share only a couple. For example, there was a lawsuit brought forward against the University of Massachusetts for hosting an event about freedom of speech in the battle for Palestinian human rights, and this lawsuit sought to censor this event, and it used the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism as the basis for the lawsuit. Additionally, the Israeli Consul General to the southeastern U.S. met with the University of North Carolina to push them to cancel a course that was being taught by a graduate student who posted tweets that were critical of Israel, again using the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism to falsely accuse him of anti-Semitism and request that the Department of Education investigate the university. So these examples are some of the many reasons that hundreds of academics and students, and including scholars of Jewish history, have expressed their opposition to this definition on the basis
Fatima,
that
thank
it
you.
is an assault on
Your time is up.
freedom.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leonel Mares, to be followed by Stephanie Harker. Leonel, please press *6. You will have 90 seconds.
Good evening, council members. My name is Leonel Mares. I'd like to comment on item 4B. I support the city extending the adoption of micromobility program until June 30th, 2023, because I support people using bicycles or scooters or skateboards to get around in the neighborhood and to rely less on their vehicles to help fight climate change. But I also, I like to encourage the city of West Hollywood to focus more like on bicycles. More like we need more places to secure our bicycles and around West Hollywood to encourage more people to bicycle more and West Hollywood and to encourage people to, I guess, be less dependent on vehicles and more to use more other forms of modes of transportation. So that will conclude my comments for that item. And for my general public comment, I just want to thank West Hollywood for hosting Ciclavia on August 21st. It was a fun ride. I enjoyed bicycling in and around West Hollywood. It's a beautiful small city, and it was great, and I hope to have it again next year. And I just hope people will socialize more often and be more engaging, more pro-social, more friendly.
Thank you, Leonel. Your time is up.
Thank
you so much. Our next speaker is Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Noel Awida. Stephanie, you'll have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Stephanie, you have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
I'm speaking to my second partner in West Hollywood. I'm speaking tonight, urging you to vote for the alternative 2 to end the program. For myriad of reasons, the primary under the key findings, general safety concerns are the largest obstacles to the program and is expressed by users and non-users. They often disrupt the pedestrian right of way and impede Americans with disabilities access. Safety first for all citizens, please. Let's find another alternative to automobiles than a nuisance product. My other topic tonight is I am Stephanie Harker, I'm Stephanie Harker, a longtime union member, a woman, and to say that Lauren Meister voted against working women and unions is ludicrous and a lie. To all campaigns and independent committees, a word to the wise. Negative smear campaigns do not work. And I, as a voter, along with thousands of other voting citizens, find it disgusting and certainly a waste of money and paper to send out flyers with half-truths. If candidates and their supporters cannot run on their own accomplishments and plans for the future, instead of turning to a Donald Trump-style campaigning, then maybe you shouldn't be running for office. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is Noel Awida, to be followed by our final speaker on Zoom, Jamie Francis. Noel, please press *6 and you'll have 90 seconds.
I'm calling urging the West Hollywood City Council to remove item 2KK and reject the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. This definition criminalizes Palestinians through depicting Palestinian freedom struggle as a motivation for bigotry rather than a struggle for liberation. This resolution cuts off Palestinians' constitutional rights in America to criticize and organize against the Israeli occupation and to critique Israel's human rights violations.
The IRA definition of anti-Semitism puts the Palestinian community and their allies in West Hollywood under a far greater risk of harm and sets out to place an entire community under suspicion. Attempts to adopt this definition have also been opposed by a broad group of civil liberties and civil rights organizations, including the ACLU, the National Lawyers Guild, the Center for Constitutional Rights, Jewish Force for Peace, and several more. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and I urge West Hollywood City Council to reject the IRA definition stating such.
Thank you, Noel. Mayor, our last speaker on Zoom is Jamie Francis. Jamie, you will have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, City Council. Good evening. I just wanted to mention a couple of items on the agenda. I am a person living with a non-visible disability for the last 20 years. I'm a non-senior disabled person, and I just advocate for people who are non-senior disabled and people who are living with disabilities. They're not all visible. There are things that are impacting this city and us and our mobility. So I'm against the dockless mobility program. It's wreaked havoc in the city. So to basically say what other previous speakers have spoken about, it is not effective. People abuse it by riding high speeds on the sidewalk. It's obstructing our right of way. And it's unfortunate because people who are in wheelchairs or people who need devices to walk and get around, we're being forced to walk in the street. That's unsafe for people who are pedestrians and people who use mobility devices. So I urge the City Council, please, do not continue a program. People who ride bicycles that can stop manually, that's safer than high rates of speed. Furthermore, this city is becoming very bad with its political agenda and who it supports and political candidates using our vulnerability and using us as gullible guinea pigs, more or less, to try to encourage us to vote certain ways. I do not like how unions are operating and sending mailers. There should be a task force, like I've said previously.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was our last speaker on Zoom.
Thank you. So now we will go to in-person. Rick Watts to be followed by Adam Darvish.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Rick Watts, and on behalf of the West Hollywood Disabilities Advisory Board, thank you for tonight's proclamation marking October as Disabilities Awareness Month. West Hollywood rightly saw the need to recreate the Disabilities Advisory Board as a body to better give voice to the many persons living here with various physical, mobility, sight, hearing, cognitive, mental, emotional, substance-related, and other disabilities, to better hear their concerns and complaints and suggestions as to how West Hollywood might better serve them. For they live not merely with disabilities, but also with many talents and gifts that combine to give different perspectives and insights and contributions to serve all citizens better, more effectively, efficiently, and humanely, better ensuring full access and reasonable accommodation, regardless of disability, to public and private facilities and housing in order to more fully participate in and contribute to the life of our community, country, and world. And we hold up and honor the many contributions of persons with disabilities and associated service organizations to making life better for all of us. The Disabilities Advisory Board and Cedars-Sinai will be holding its annual health screening event at Plummer Park's Great Hall on October 20th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., where Cedars will be offering free flu and COVID vaccines and the new bivalent COVID booster shots reformulated to better protect against the most recent COVID Omicron BA.5 variant. We will also be doing blood pressure screenings and voter registration.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the timer went off. We've reduced time to 90 seconds.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
So much.
Adam Darvish to be followed by Chloe Levian.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and council and staff. I first wanted to recognize our Madam City Clerk for the amazing job that she does, always calm and always so available and approachable 24/7, even when she's out not feeling well. So That's all I got to say. And I wanted to thank council and staff for recognizing or proclaiming October as a Disability Awareness Month. As a healthcare professional and a resident that has been very vocal and involved with safety for all of us, and especially for our residents living with disability and older adults, I really, really appreciate for our city taking this step and proclaiming October to be that month, and to also get feedback from our residents with disability to better accommodate their needs. I know how difficult that is as a previous nursing home administrator that had 90% of our population residents were residents with disability. At young age, I've learned a lot about it and what needs they have, and it's very complex. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Chloe, to be followed by Leora Beckstein.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Levion. My parents escaped the Iranian Revolution. My family left Iran, the place where my great-grandfather was stabbed to death for being Jewish, to give their children a better life and be able to practice their religion freely and safely. It was supposed to be different here in the US, but due to the spread of misinformation and anti-Semitic ideology, we are still facing this threat. Jews in West Hollywood are harassed and attacked because of their identity. I remember vividly in May 2021 as a 20-year-old scrolling through my Instagram and seeing my friends post videos of an altercation at my favorite sushi restaurant in LA, Sushi Fumi. I was terrified when I saw videos of a caravan of men ask people enjoying their sushi who was Jewish and proceed to physically attack my older brother's friend. I will never forget the fear in my mom's voice when she told my siblings and I to take off our Star of David necklaces, stay home, and not go to any Jewish events. I'm one of the proudest Jews that I know, and I took off my Star of David necklace because I was scared to be a Jew in Los Angeles in 2021. Anti-Semitism is real and is rising at an alarming rate. This is why we need a definition. Every minority group should have the right to define what hatred against them is and be the leading voice in the conversation. That is not too much to ask for. The right to define anti-Semitism lies solely with the majority of the Jewish people. I urge the West Hollywood City Council to vote yes and pass the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chloe. Leora Beckstein, to be followed by Josh Melody Pizzato.
Good evening. My name is Leora Bergstein, and I am a Mexican-Argentinian Jew that lives locally here and works with high school students locally. Something that I preach to my students every day is that when we are faced with hatred and bigotry, we are not the only people as Jews in the room who should speak up and call out this hatred. That's why I'm here today to ask you to speak up and vote yes on adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. I am outraged that some groups want to tear down a definition of anti-Semitism written by Jews for Jews that clearly defines the ways that anti-Semitism manifests itself today. Critics of this definition argue that an individual can be criminalized and penalized for criticizing Israel. It does not. The IRA definition does quite literally the opposite and clearly states the appropriate way that you can criticize Israel without crossing the boundary into being an anti-Semite. Last week at the Public Commentary Public Safety Commission meeting, that it focused on delegitimizing Israel, which does cross that boundary. And with a clear definition of IRA, this could have been avoided or at least called out clearly. Therefore, not making me feel that people in my community in West Hollywood believe that I don't have a right to self-determinate in my ancestral homeland and tore it down instead of focusing on the issue at hand, which is anti-Semitism, not Israel. Last night, the Ken Burns documentary, The U.S. and the Holocaust, premiered. Viewers around the country admittedly were shocked to see how the U.S. could have done more to save countless lives during the genocide of the Holocaust. While this might seem insignificant, this definition is so necessary to make sure a horrific event like that never takes place again.
Thank you very much. Josh Melody Pizzato.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm here to speak in support of this council adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism. I am not a member of the Jewish community, but though I have spent my entire professional career working to combat anti-Semitism. In my time working to combat anti-Semitism, I have experienced my Jewish friends and family being told to get back into the gas chamber, that Hitler was right. I have seen them excluded from clubs and organizations simply because they are Jewish. Last year, a man was assaulted just outside of a sushi restaurant because he was Jewish. As someone who is part of the LGBTQ community and has spent a significant portion of my formative years growing up in a religious and sometimes oppressive surrounding, I know what it's like to be told that I don't belong. And it's one of the many reasons I have decided to dedicate my professional life to making sure that my Jewish friends and family feel the same inclusion and safety that I feel when I am in West Hollywood. Just like when combating homophobia and transphobia, it is crucial to define what hatred is against a group so we can best protect against it. And it's one of the many, and it is also just like any form of hate, it is up to the group who is experiencing it, who is being oppressed, that deserve to define what that hate is and is not. No one else. An important statistic to note is that upwards of 90% of the Jewish community support the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. That is their lived experience. I hope that you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Matthew Noriel, to be followed by Farrell Hilal.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Noriel. I'm a nonprofit professional who works for the organization Jimena. I also work in the sphere of LGBTQ+ and Jewish advocacy. I'm a proud resident of the city of West Hollywood. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I choose to live in West Hollywood because of the city's progressive values and because of the safety it affords me as a queer person. However, that safety should not come at the expense of my safety as a Jewish person. It is imperative that West Hollywood ensures that it is a safe space for all its residents, and adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism will extend not only safety to our Jewish residents, but also ensure that it is a welcoming city for us. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism has been created by Jews and is accepted by the overwhelming majority of Jews. It is of the utmost importance to remember that anti-Semitism, just like any other form of bigotry, should be defined by those who experience it. If you oppose Jews defining the hatred which we ourselves experience, you are, in essence, endorsing that very hatred. My family came from Iran. They came to the United States so they could live freely and safely in their Jewish identity. Not passing this resolution would send the signal that families like mine, that after 40 years of rebuilding their lives here, are no longer welcome or safe. I would also like to take a moment to speak on the Islamic Republic sentencing of the queer activists Zara and Elham, who are just two of thousands who have been sentenced to death over the past 43 years. We must denounce these barbaric death sentences as loudly and publicly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Farrell Hilal, to be followed by Sharon Nick.
And please, everyone, out of respect for one another, please adhere to the speaker timer and clap at the end.
My name is Firas Hilal. I used to live in WeHo. I'm here with U.S. Palestinian Community Network and Radius of Arab American Writers. As an indigenous Palestinian person of color living in exile on Gabrielino, Tongva, and Kitchland, this land is stolen and colonized by European colonizers who refuse to return to the land to its rightful owners. I affirm my right of return to my land, Palestine, and affirm Indian collective statement that right of return for Palestinians is land back. I used to live in WeHo and left because it was not a safe space for me as a queer Palestinian Muslim Arab. I was harassed and my safety compromised by my supposed neighbors, by people in this city, and now our collective safety is compromised as Palestinians, as Arabs, as brown and black folk, as Muslims. This measure is wrapped into anti-Palestinian, Orientalist, Islamophobic hatred and rhetoric, basically against anyone who is other, who is not white. This measure, which incorrectly conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, the latter, which we reject in our movement, is dangerous and attempts to criminalize our expression of our struggle against settler colonialism, against racism, against apartheid. It weaponizes Jewish trauma and memory against Palestinian articulation of our struggle for self-determination and freedom. This measure is dangerous because it sets a precedent for other locales, other cities, other neighborhoods, and other states in the country to adopt similar racist measures. I strongly oppose this measure and find it goes against everything that the city claims to stand for. Thank you.
Thank you, Farrell. Sharon Nick, to be followed by Ibrahim Younes.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Just so you know, all Jews are not white. All Jews are not white. My name is Sharon Nick. I am a resident of Los Angeles, and I serve as the Chair of Public Affairs Committee at the Iranian American Jewish Federation, located here in West Hollywood. As you know, the Persian Jewish community is growing in West Hollywood, and we have serious concerns about growing anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish sentiment across the state, but especially here in our home in West Hollywood. As many have already mentioned, last year, members of the Persian Jewish community were viciously attacked outside of a West Hollywood sushi fumi. A caravan of protesters driving around looking for people to attack, asking who was Jewish, and this ultimately led to the attack of innocent young Persian Jewish men who were out just having dinner. At this moment in history, that nearly 80 years after events of World War II, the Jews still need to use extra caution when in public. It's unacceptable. And this threat not only undermines the safety and security of the Jewish community, but all vulnerable minority communities. The Jewish people are a many-faceted community, and we face many different types of discrimination. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is a valuable tool in educating and fostering understanding of those many forms of discrimination, whether it be religious bias, ethnic, racial, anti-immigrant bias, or national origin-based discrimination. On behalf of the Iranian American Jewish Federation, we express our thanks and gratitude. Thank you. We're not all white.
Okay, Ibrahim, followed by Peter Spire.
Thank you to the council members for being here tonight and hearing us out. I stand before you tonight to urge you to oppose the motion for the IHRA's definition. If adopted, it would leave myself and my fellow Palestinian and Arab youth in this city with no legally protected way to continue our organizing and advocating for our people's freedom. The definition makes any criticism or singling out of Israel tantamount to racism and bigotry against all Jewish people. But many leaders in our movement are Jewish. Some are here with us tonight, others submitted general public comment to you and emailed you to make their stance clear. Not only does this resolution prevent Palestinians and Arabs from advocating for ourselves, it prevents groups like Jewish Voice for Peace and International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network from being able to do so as well. Why would a resolution on anti-Semitism have as part of its focus the silencing of a substantial number of the Jewish population itself? Plainly and simply because this resolution is not about anti-Semitism. It is about preventing community organizing and advocacy around Palestine from occurring in West Hollywood and eventually from occurring anywhere in Los Angeles. Finally, and most importantly, I urge you to reject the resolution for the simple reason that freedom of speech and freedom of assembly are constitutionally protected, and it is a dangerous, slippery slope to ratify legislation denying these rights based on a definition of anti-Semitism not reflected in any dictionary in the English language that has been any single major dictionary in the English language. Opposition to a foreign government and its actions through speech, assembly, and boycott are all protected under the First Amendment. They are a classic example of the freedoms we hold dear that allow us as a people
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Peter Spire, to be followed by Kevin Burton.
Good evening. Hey, it was great seeing you guys, John and, Mayor at the Cyclovia. You guys enjoyed yourselves? Yeah, you had a good time, right? Yeah, we did too. I'm a proud member of the WehoTV, West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. I've been an e-bike rider now for a couple of years. I've reduced my car usage to 2 days a week, and I hope everybody in this room will consider biking. More bikes, less pollution, less traffic could be a big help to our world. I want to say that we are in support of the charging stations to support bikes. You have them for cars, but we need them for bikes as well, and hopefully, we make that happen. And just so, one statistic to know that there are going to be 300 million e-bikes in the world by 2023. So let's bike. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Kevin Burton, to be followed by Sarit Dahan Cohn.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood. Nice to see everybody again. I would like to speak on item 2H, Climate Action Plan Dashboard, in support, because it's very important that this mechanism be active for keeping staff internally, for you all at the days, for the community as a whole, informed on progress in implementing the city's recently passed Climate Action Plan. And nowhere is it more evident, the effects of climate change, than in the recent heat wave that we all had to endure, a record heat wave. And in the city of West Hollywood, the residents who suffer most during these heat waves are renters, because they don't have control, in many cases, of cooling for their units. Many of the older buildings don't have air conditioning. Many landlords do not permit renters to install window units. Many of the older buildings have no attic insulation. So that's why most people who go to the cooling center at Plummer Park are renters. So it's very important that the city make rapid progress on implementing this plan and institute city ordinances to improve matters for renters. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Sarit Dahan Kohn, to be followed by Almog Aviram.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Sarit, and I'm a resident of Beverly Hills. I wanted to thank you for adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism tonight. I am a mother with a family, including young children. Although I'm a resident of Beverly Hills, crime and hate do not respect borders or city limits. In 2020, the city of Beverly Hills adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and today we learned that the city of Los Angeles is ready to do the same. Given the recent rise in anti-Semitic attacks against the Jewish community, defining anti-Semitism is a valuable tool to protect Jewish people and all minorities. It helps to educate our law enforcement about the threat that our community faces, and it helps to inform city staff and leaders about the unique challenges that our community faces, so that we may work together to build a stronger, safer, and more prosperous community. The attack against our community is not theoretical, it is real. We see it in bullets that hit our synagogues. We see it in the flyers that we find on our doorsteps, and we see it when violent extremists attack our people for simply being Jewish while eating dinner on La Cienega Boulevard. Thank you again for adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and helping to make West Hollywood and all surrounding cities safe.
Thank you. Almog, followed by Shelhi Gal.
And if everyone can speak into the mic so that we pick you up on the broadcast, that would be great. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Almog, and I'm a resident of Los Angeles, but I am a proud Israeli American. And tonight, I want to thank you for adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Tonight, I want to share with you what it was like for me to be an Israeli student on campus. Last week, on September 15th, the country started celebrating Latin and Hispanic Heritage Month. Now, I want you to imagine a scenario of a Latin American student on campus. They are participating in a cultural event with music and food. Either way, they are celebrating their heritage. Now, imagine if a group of students surrounded this student and screamed, "Build the wall." No one should accept this kind of treatment on campus. Now, as an Israeli student, often while trying to live life as a student, just trying to focus on our studies, and maybe once in a while enjoying Israeli music or food, we are harassed with chants like "Free Palestine," and more often than not, our events are shut down due to threats to our safety. In America, it should be safe for someone like me to be an Israeli and a student at the same time. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism help to create this kind of America that will be safe for me, my family, and my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby, to be followed by Benjamin Kirsten.
Good evening, Mayor.
Please
Mayor
lower the
Pro
mic.
Tem, and
Excuse me,
City
can
Council.
you lower the mic so we can hear you?
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Shelly Gall, and I'm a resident of Los Angeles, but I often work in the city of West Hollywood. Tonight, I'm here to support your decision to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. As you may hear from my accent, English is not my first language. I'm a proud immigrant from Israel, and I have lived here in the US for 31 years. As an Israeli, I should have the right to connect with my culture and celebrate my heritage free from bias and bigotry. And yet, as an Israeli immigrant in this country, I face anti-Semitism in its many forms. Of course, there is a more common form of anti-Semitism that attacks the religious aspect of the Jewish people. And then there are attacks against ethnic, racial, and cultural aspects of the Jewish people. But less understood are the attacks against people like me. As an Israeli living here in America, I want to say thank you for what you're doing here tonight. Your adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism will send a message to the rest of the country that West Hollywood is not only a place that tolerates differences, but actually celebrates diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Benjamin Kirsten, to be followed by Rachel Packer.
Hello, my name is Benjamin. I'm a Jewish resident of the city of West Hollywood and a graduate student in art history and Jewish studies at UCLA. I encourage you to reject the resolution to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. From one of the definition's original drafters to the editorial boards of media outlets to scholars to civil liberties groups, many have cautioned against the implementation of this definition of anti-Semitism for legislative or policy purposes. In addition to being incredibly vague, and I wanted to read the language, but there's no time, and it's massively unclear to me how someone could read it and think it's fit for policy. The definition does nothing to address the root causes of anti-Semitism, to help us understand and prevent, for example, how the linked forces of white supremacy and anti-Semitism motivated the murder of 11 worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, something I fear far more than someone critiquing Israel on the basis of its ethno-nationalist exclusivity. As a student of Jewish history, I hope we can bring nuance to our understanding of anti-Semitism, and there are in fact more nuanced definitions out there, like the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, if imperfect. As a Jewish resident of West Hollywood, I want to see anti-Semitism taken seriously and combated effectively so that Jewish people can live in safety. But I also believe that everybody should be able to live their lives in safety, and that includes Palestinians who face human rights abuses and violations of international law every single moment. Thank you.
Rachel. Thank you. Rachel, to be followed by Steve Martin.
My name is Rachel Packer, and I'm a Jewish resident urging you all to reject the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. As a Jew whose grandparents were concentration camp survivors, and as a Jew who cares deeply about both Palestinian freedom and the safety and well-being of my people, I've followed with concern how around the world the controversial IHRA definition has done nothing to counter the rise in anti-Semitism and everything to undermine the ability of Palestinians and their allies to talk about the oppression and violence they face and organize to end it. The IHRA definition misleads Jews and our allies about who is targeting us and why and how we can stop them. While the overwhelming majority of anti-Semitic violence comes from the right wing, many members of which are actually staunch Zionists who unequivocally support Israel, 7 of the 11 examples cited by the IHRA definition are about criticism of Israel and Zionism. This derails the fight against actual anti-Semitism, making it more difficult for Jews to keep ourselves safe. We don't need a definition of anti-Semitism to know when someone is attacking a Jew for being Jewish, and no definition, especially one as vague and misleading and inappropriately named as the IHRA, will help us actually prevent attacks and dismantle the underlying causes of prejudice and violence against Jews. Our concerns about the abuse of the definition to censor Palestinians and suppress their activism
are shared by the actual authors of the definition, who created it as a very flawed tool for data collection and have since denounced it, particularly when adopted as policy. If you actually want to dismantle anti-Semitism and not just suppress Palestinian organizing, the city should reject the vague and misguided IHRA definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Steve Martin, to be followed by Melanie Ellman.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. A few years ago, the city of West Hollywood wanted to air a movie by a female Palestinian director, the Nakba, that was about the Palestinian viewpoint on the founding of Israel. And a couple of council members and a number of people in the public tried to stop the city from airing that picture here. And I was one of the people that came out and spoke in support of showing that movie. And Lauren Meister was one of the council members who voted in favor of showing that movie because we believe in standing up for what is right. There is an upsurge in anti-Semitism. We see it every day. I still see these visions from Charlottesville of these Proud Boys saying, the Jews will not replace us. And it's really painful to see what's going on here. But this resolution does not stop people from being able to advocate for Palestinian rights. And I think we need to make sure that we're taking the middle road, which I believe we are. We need to stand up for our Jewish community, and that's what we're doing tonight. So thank you, and I hope you will support this.
Melanie Ellman, to be followed by Jeff Palkovich.
Hello, City Council members. I think you all recognize me as I've lived in West Hollywood for 10 years and I'm an active member of this community. I want to thank you for supporting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism isn't always anti-Semitism, but it often is, in a few examples, recently in college campuses. For example, a sexual assault survivor who went on Birthright was told that they are not welcome in their local college sexual assault survivors organization. A TA tweeted out that they were going to give a lower grade to Zionists. That is anti-Semitism. Becoming a member of your college's Hillel, attending their Shabbat, you were equated with a white supremacist. That is anti-Semitism. I want to make it clear that you can speak out against Israel. You could say, I do not agree with the settlements. I do not agree with how the Palestinians are treated in East Jerusalem. That is anti-Zionism, but that is not anti-Semitism. The IHRA definition seeks to make it clear what is anti-Semitism and what is anti-Zionism, because as I've said, you are not necessarily an anti-Semite if you are an anti-Zionist. However, more often than not, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. Jeff Palkovich, to be followed by Mohammed Al-Muzan.
Hello, council members. I'm Jeff Palkovich. I've been a resident of West Hollywood since a week before Barack Obama was elected president, so a pretty long time. And I would like to correct a record. Someone said that this was a Trumpian ploy earlier in the night, and unless Trump was president in 2010 when Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, started this process, I don't know how Donald Trump pulled it off. And this was ratified on May 26, 2016. Again, Donald Trump didn't become president until January 20th, 2017. So saying Robert Oliver, any other people pushing this are Trumpian, it's not. This came from proud Democrats. And I'd like to go on and say, I'm a West Hollywood resident. I support the West Hollywood, the Safety Commission first brought this to our attention along with Councilmember Erickson and Councilmember Horvath, and I believe someone else. If I'm leaving them out, I'm sorry. So I would just like our West Hollywood voices to be heard. And then I'd just like to read off some of the countries that support this. We have Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Netherlands, North Macedonia, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Oh, I got a bunch more to get through. Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, United Kingdom, USA. And let's be on the side of those countries. Those are a lot of good people. Let's support them. Thank you.
Mohammed, to be followed by Kareem Abdel Wadoud.
Good evening. All hatred needs a definition for its negation, but in the same way that we can justly criticize Islamic governments without being Islamophobic, we must be able to criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic. The desire of the pro-Palestinian community is not to demonize the Jewish community religiously or ethnically, nor the tragic horrors that they have faced. But our objections to the state of Israel are not religious or ethnic, but humanitarian, in the face of what has been undeniable abuses of Palestinian human rights in the decades since this crisis began. It is an objection to the 28 violations of the UN Security Council and the 250 plus illegal settlements which have displaced hundreds of thousands. An objection to what the World Organization Against Torture reported in 2005 as a tragic pattern of violence, intimidation, and sexual assault of Palestinian women. We do not demonize the Jewish faith or its people, but we reject what the UN Children's Fund has found to be 320,000 refugee Palestinian children, 3,000 killed by targeted Israeli airstrikes, and the thousands that are terrorized, detained, and tortured without the due process that we hold all democracies to. Our issue is not with a person's worship, but with the 5.7 million displaced Palestinians and the 3,500 massacred 40 years ago in Sabra and Shatila. I urge you to vote against the IRA definition and stand with the ability and the freedom to criticize human rights abuses and stand for human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Kareem. To be followed by M. Albuto.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Cool.
Thank you.
I'd like to reiterate what my fellow community members have stated with regards to the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. And I urge the Council to reject this item and to have it removed from the consent calendar. As one colleague has stated, the nature of this item is dubious at best and pernicious at worst. It is not a matter of, quote, simple definitions. Establishing a precedent of this nature signals to members of marginalized and oppressed communities that the very words that they use to call out and defend themselves against their oppressor will be weaponized and used to criminalize their actions in defense of their agency and their self-determination. This quote definition, which is an extremely generous term to use for it, isn't even accurate or logical. It conflates the criticism of the state of Israel with attacks on members of the global Jewish community on the basis of their faith. This is unequivocally not the same thing, and it is undoubtable that the Israeli state does not represent the politics and perspectives of every member of the global Jewish community, more than half of which live outside of Israel, in any comprehensive or meaningful way. Many Jewish people join people of all faiths in criticizing the brutal apartheid policies of the Israeli government. These criticisms are rooted firmly in opposition to settler colonialism and ethno-nationalism on moralistic, humanitarian, and material grounds, and certainly not as an expression of hatred towards Jewish people. This so-called definition deprives us of our very right to speak and call out our oppressor, and it cannot be allowed to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. M. Albuto, to be followed by Dylan Kupsch.
Excuse me, before you start, Mayor, we usually have a 20-minute public comment period. I'm wondering if we could
We can't because it's consent items.
finish these quicker.
We
Thank you,
Well, we
Mayor.
did cut it down to 90 seconds, so.
I'm Marguerite Alberts. I don't think that was correct, but I have awful spelling, so forgive me on my writing. So, not awful spelling.
And if you could put the mic by your
Yes,
mask.
is this better?
Thank you. Better.
Okay. I'm going to be very quick because I know everybody's time matters, but I am a resident of WeHo. I'm a Jewish resident of WeHo, and thank you for having me this evening. I had a lot to say, but let me get to the point. As many of my colleagues have already said, hate crimes have grown nationwide at record levels against Jews. This is all over the world, and I'm afraid. I've been afraid for years. I've been involved in the Jewish community for years. So let me skip down to this. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism was created by Jewish leaders and experts and has been widely adopted by Jewish organizations worldwide. Moreover, it's endorsed by over 30 governments around the world, as that gentleman has already listed, so thank you for that. Including members of the EU, the UK government, Muslim majority nations like Bahrain and Morocco, which I don't think he mentioned, and dozens of municipalities and state governments around the US. And it represents the voices and lived experiences of the Jewish community as represented by its support of over 90% of Jews. So we are saying collectively that this definition will best support our fight against anti-Semitism and our work towards educating people about our community and what we're facing. So in short, I hope you will support our fight against hatred and intolerance, and I ask that you please vote yes to adopting IHRA. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan to be followed by Faral Lawab.
Hello, I am a resident of Los Angeles, and I wanted to speak tonight to ask the city to reject the definition of IHRA, or the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and remove item 2KK from the consent agenda. As a graduate student who works in academia, this definition is vague and misleading. It cascades Palestinian struggle for justice and liberation as anti-Semitic. Let me repeat what has been said tonight: anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. This definition has been rightfully rejected by many in academia, including many Israeli Jewish history scholars, Israeli Nobel laureates, scholars specializing in anti-Semitism, and some of the even writers of this definition. This definition wrongly targets Palestinian liberation activists in their fight against Israeli apartheid and settler colonialism. I ask the council why. Has this definition been almost always used against Palestinian anti-Zionist activists instead of the white nationalists who are a real threat to everyone's community? Adopting this IHRA definition will send the wrong message to Palestinian members of our community and cascade them from participating in a lot of the functions that are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Faral to be followed by Rami Kabalawi.
Hello, I am a queer Palestinian West Hollywood resident, and I'm also a college student, and I protest item 2KK and demand that the City Council also reject the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism because it conflates with anti-Zionism, and the criticism of a state and even deeming it illegitimate in no way equates to discrimination against an ethnicity. So yes, that's what I want to say, and thank you.
Thank you. Rami to be followed by Mohammed Abdel Haq.
Hello, my name is Rami. I'm a Palestinian resident of West Hollywood, and I'm saddened to be here in a position where advocating for my rights and freedoms is being framed as pro-bigotry or against combating anti-Semitism. What I want to emphasize is that this here is the practical outcome of the IHRA definition. If it's codified, it will position Palestinian freedom of speech as explicitly anti-Jewish and create a situation of divisiveness that is fueled not about ending bigotry, but classifying our right to speak out as a form of it. A definition that's so sweeping and so Israel-focused in its approach to anti-Semitism will not keep us safe in our streets here, and it will not challenge the white nationalism that fuels threats faced by Jewish Angelenos and Palestinian ones. I urge City Council to look at the facts. Even those who drafted the definition have written that it was not intended for use as an all-purpose hate speech code to be adopted for governance purposes. Progressive or even pro-Israel Jewish groups have joined countless organizations in raising concerns about its definitions, its goals, and its use. There are ways to ensure that Jews in West Hollywood feel safe, secure, and at home in our city without causing me and other progressive Palestinians, Arabs, and allies to feel the opposite. In fact, there are more concrete ways to do that than adopting a definition, no matter its language. So I call on the council to do better and be more proactive about combating anti-Semitism in a way that does not amount to political restrictions on pro-Palestinian freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. To be followed by Joey Juarez.
Hello, my name is Muhammad Abdul Haq, and I am a Palestinian first. I am a sociology professor at Cal State Fullerton and at Fullerton College. I am the vice president of my district's Southwest Asian North African Faculty and Staff Association, and I am the advisor for the Students for Justice in Palestine chapter at CSUF. I am here today to speak regarding Agenda Item 2KK on the adoption of the IRA resolution, which equates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. As an educator, the most obvious concern here is the weaponization of this false equivalency to silence Palestinians and those that dare expose the daily violence against indigenous Palestinian population. Just earlier this evening, the person that was sitting in front of me, Sharon Nick from the Iranian Jewish American Association, stated not all Zionists are white. She also told my Palestinian friend, that happens to be sitting right behind her as well, to go back to where he came from. So yes, while Zionism is a racist, colonial, white ideology, it can also be upheld by non-white people too. And you don't have to be white clearly to be racist and a colonist as well. They responded, my friend responded, that they would love to go back to Palestine, but that they can't. They can't because Zionism is a colonial ideology that serves as the framework for the occupation of Palestine. The Zionist entity is a settler colony that created millions of refugees, all while supported by other settler colonies such as the United States and Canada. I urge you to reject the IRA definition of anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Mohammed. Joey, to be followed by Faraz Hilal. Quiet, please.
Hello, my name is Joey, and I am here in solidarity with Palestinian liberation movements and here and around the world. By adopting the IHAR definition for anti-Semitism, the West Hollywood City Council would be participating in making Palestinians, Arabs in general, and Muslims pay for the crimes of the Holocaust and the actions of the Goyim's Defense League today. As it is, the West Hollywood city government is already participating in making Palestinians, Arabs in general, and Muslims pay for the crimes of the Holocaust and the anti-Semitic actions of the Goyim Defense League, along with anti-Semitic hate crimes of other bad actors by advancing the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I should repeat that again. By advancing the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, that would be placing responsibility for anti-Semitic hate crimes where they don't belong, and Palestinian liberation movements have not and are not taking part in anti-Semitic hate crimes. Thus, adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism would place responsibility for anti-Semitic hate crimes where it doesn't belong, and would expand the oppression of marginalized groups. It would expand surveillance, and it would expand international and homeland repression. Please reject the IHR definition of anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Faraz. To be followed by Mary Abraham. Faraz? No? Mary Abraham?
Hello. Hi. We need a definition of anti-Semitism, but we need a good one. The IHRA is a bad one. It is not clear, on top of its problematic issues, and it's against free speech. I'm quoting the IHRA. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Really? This is not even a definition of anti-Semitism. The supposed 90% of Jews who are with it, they exclude major scholars, Jewish and Israeli, those who have dedicated their lives to research anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, who find the IHRA problematic. If we want a real definition, I suggest you reread the IHRA and compare it with the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, which states that anti-Semitism is discrimination, prejudice, hostility, or violence against Jews as Jews. That is a good definition. The IHRA is a bad definition. Who are we to discuss the distinguished Professor Omer Bartov, an Israeli Holocaust scholar, David Feldman, director of the Institute for the Study of Anti-Semitism in the University of London, or Nahum Karlinsky, a professor of Israel and Zionism studies at the Ben Gurion University in Israel? That is a definition. IHRA is not a definition. It is hate speech. It is, oh, anyway, thank you. Please reject it.
Thank you. Noga, why? Is there someone, Noga, why?
Thank you so much. I am here also to reject item 2KK. I come to you as a Jewish person. All 4 of my grandparents are Holocaust survivors, as well as I grew up in the apartheid state of Israel, so fresh from there. If the pro-Israeli Jews that spoke earlier actually were concerned for the safety of Jews, they would dedicate their time to fight white supremacy, not Palestinians in Los Angeles. I have experienced more violence by Israelis for expressing any kind of critique for Zionism than honestly what I fear. I fear this new definition. Truly, I fear it. I fear for my safety with this new definition. Because you need to ask yourself, as you vote for this, who this is for. Because adopting this definition will not only harm Palestinians, but Jews as well. This definition makes me scared. Judaism is a religion and for some a cultural identity. However, Zionism is a settler colonial political movement. Whether you agree with Zionism or not, either way, the fact that it is a movement, you can't dispute that. Conflating the two actually puts Jews at risk. As a Jew, I want to feel safe to express my critique of my own country, the country I am from, without being considered, a self-hating Jew, am I going to be an anti-Semite if I critique Israel? So by conflating the two, you are opening up Jews who have nothing to do with Israel's violations of human rights to be targeted by saying that Zionism and Judaism is one and the same. Israel has very intentionally conflated the two.
Okay. Melissa, do we have people on Zoom again for 2KK?
Mayor, we have no additional speakers for consent calendar items in council chambers. We have, excuse me, we're only taking comment on consent calendar items.
I get 2 minutes too.
Sir?
Mark Cox, I filled out a form when it came.
Right, and so you'll move to the second public comment period, which is correct. We have a second public comment period. This is for consent calendar items. We've exceeded the 20 minutes. It's okay. No problem. Happy to explain.
Okay, do we have any more for the consent calendar?
We have 2 additional speakers in Zoom, 1 now, who wish to speak on consent items.
Okay, and we can't take any more people, I don't think. I think we're
closed.
Yes. Okay.
We have 1 speaker in Zoom, Rachel Burnett. You will have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi. Hi, can everyone hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Rachel Burnett, and I'm a third-year undergraduate student at UCLA and the current president of UCLA's J Street U chapter. I'm calling upon the council members today to vote no on the IHRA resolution. As a great-granddaughter of pogrom survivors, I commend the council and past speakers for their concern about anti-Semitism. When I was 9 years old, another Jewish student and I found a swastika under his desk. The teacher did nothing. Had there been a clear definition of anti-Semitism, I might have been protected. However, the IHRA definition only seeks to muddy the water between anti-Semitism and Palestinian activism. This definition of anti-Semitism is wrong, it is dangerous, and I ask of you not to sign on to this. Instead, I encourage you to sign a resolution against anti-Semitism that protects Jews, that instead meets the definition of the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, a definition endorsed by Jewish leaders and scholars from all different backgrounds. There's absolutely no evidence that 90% of Jews support IHRA. I'm happy to send the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism to any and all interested parties. In conclusion, please do not endorse IHRA and stand with free speech with Jews who need protection against anti-Semitism and against people who want to stop Palestinians from simply advocating to be treated as human beings and against the occupation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more speakers on consent?
So I have one additional person who wishes to speak on item 2N. Jordan, have a seat. It's Mikey Friedman, please. And then Jordan David wishes to speak on item 2KK, correct?
Thank you. And then after that, we'll read position slips, and then we will move on to the next item. And anyone who has not had a chance to speak, they can speak either if they're here for another item, they can speak at the time of that item, or they can speak at public comment towards the end of the meeting. Go ahead, Mikey.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I've been waiting because I came here to talk about Disabilities Awareness Month. The key word is awareness. Living as able-bodied people, you may or may not be aware of what disabled people go through. You probably aren't, and only when it's brought to your attention. You've already read, I hope, what I wrote and what is important to me about scooters and about smoking. But what I'd like to have you do is become aware, and I'd like everybody here to become aware just for a half an hour. Take your dominant arm, put it behind your back, and try to do all your chores and errands with your non-dominant arm for only a half an hour, and you'll get a little tiny, tiny glimpse into what my world is like. We want you to really be aware when you vote of what disabled people have to go through every single day of their lives. So please, when you vote, don't do anything to risk our safety or endanger us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jordan David. Jordan David.
Hi, this is Jordan David. I live on occupied land of the Tongva people, and I vote in West Hollywood elections. This is Phil, the Maltese. He spends hours every day waiting by the door for his mommy to come home, but she never arrives. You see, Phil's mom was a journalist named Shireen Abu Akleh, who reported on the front lines of the brutal occupation of Palestine. Colonized people everywhere knew her as the voice of the people, and the settler entity that calls itself Israel killed her for it. Hundreds joined in her funeral procession, and the so-called Israel military then attacked her funeral. This resolution says that calling for justice for Shireen and her family would be anti-Semitic. Don't be ridiculous. You will never silence the call for freedom, no matter how many resolutions you pass or journalists that you murder. Switch sides today and stand with the people. Please vote against this resolution.
Thank you, Jordan. Melissa? All right, thank you. Can you please read the position slips, and then we'll move on to council member comments.
Yeah, I have one citizen position slip from Wes Siegmiller in opposition to item 2KK.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we are going to move on to council member comments. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Erickson?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it really quick. In terms of, I don't think Mikey Friedman's still here, but the smoking cessation programs, if you could get an update to us on what the city's doing, because that ordinance goes into effect fairly soon. And then the in-road lighting throughout the city, if we could get an update. I was told it's done, but the one by employees only, I still don't see. And I almost saw someone get hit by a car yesterday. And then additionally, if someone from staff could explain the water at the Melrose Triangle project. I know we got a few comments from, I think, members of West Hollywood West about that, but just for the public's edification about what they're doing there, so that way they're aware. And then potentially, you wrote me a couple of meetings ago about when the dog park area at Plummer Park that the mayor and I worked on and the council adopted was going to be occurring, but I can't remember when that is, so maybe if the public could be aware of when hopefully the Plummer Park, dog park, moving forward, what that looks like. People have been asking. In terms of meetings I have attended, I apologize, there are a lot. I attended the August Contract Cities Board meeting, Ciclavia events. I agree with Peter, what a great time, if Peter is still here. Our study on nighttime safety, the Norma Triangle neighborhood meeting hosted by Wendy Goldman, the ICANN and Colamy Anti-Semitism Summit, thank you to those organizers. The 2022 SoCal Edison Clean Energy Summit, the weekly COVID-19 and monkeypox briefing, the Next Gen event, the SCAG Energy Committee and Regional Council meeting, the September Contract Cities E-Board meeting, the League of California Cities Conference in Long Beach, where I want to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem Shinem being sworn in as Vice President of the LGBTQ caucus, where I had the extreme privilege of swearing her as well as her fellow officers in. The one-year anniversary of the Connie Norman Transgender Empowerment Center, the West Hollywood Housing Corporation 35th Anniversary Gala with Mayor Meister and Councilmember Horvath, the Contract Cities Ledge Committee meeting, my Saturday in the Park event this past Saturday, and in terms of items on consent, I want to thank Councilmember Horvath for her CPC item regarding crisis pregnancy centers. That's a very important item given what's going on. My colleagues' support for Prop 1, item 2GG, 2HH, the WeHo Comedy Hour, 2EE, the e-bike charging station. I did ride my bike here today, so there's that, and it's probably already out of battery. And in regards to item 2KK, I am a very proud co-author of this item. I stand with this item, and as you can see, all of you were able to express your opinions tonight without fear of retribution, and that's all I have to say on that.
That's it? Okay. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. First, on item 2K, I wanted to note my abstention on recommendation 2. On item 2N, I wanted to ask David if you can, in your comments, address in recommendations 2 and 3, will we still have funds available, despite recommendations 2 and 3, will we still have funds available for those who request rental assistance? I know that the recommendations are suggesting that we reduce the amount of rental funds available, and so I want to make sure we will have rental funds available for those who come forward. With regard, also items 2GG and 2II reflect our position as a pro-choice city, and I'm glad that we will both have an educational forum on Proposition 1, and that tonight's agenda has us all in the City Council and the city on record in support of Proposition 1. Also, making sure that we are taking note about misleading crisis pregnancy centers, so-called, should they come to our community as we see people seeking services in states outside of their own. Many more will be coming to West Hollywood, and some of these crisis pregnancy centers are mobile, and so I thought it was important that we be on record about making sure people are able to receive accurate information about the health care they wish to receive in our city. I'm glad to see the progress that we are making on Metro with a number of items on our agenda tonight, and we have an update on our Metro, Crenshaw North Metro rail extension. We have good momentum, and recently, as we mentioned last time, the West Side City Council of Governments and public support expressed public support for our preferred route, but it's important that we keep the pressure on Metro to continue to move the project forward efficiently until the route is finalized and the project is shovel ready. January. And so over the next 6 to 9 months, I'm sure we will continue to work together, develop community outreach from staff, and enter the second phase of our funding study to further refine how the city can help fund this project. And the community will continue to come together on that. I wanted to speak about some of the concerns that I've heard in the community regarding Edison's work on Melrose. We've all seen it. We've all experienced it. It is frustrating. We are moving as quickly as possible, but I do know that Edison has been slow to respond, and there have been some delays with regard to Edison completing the utility connection work. So I've reached out to our local representative today and have requested a meeting that we re-emphasize for them the importance of moving this project along, the impact it has had on our residents and our businesses, and making sure that we move this project as quickly as possible. While it will be wonderful once it's completed, just like our park has been, we don't want it to be drug out as long as our park has been. And so it's important that we keep that moving forward, and I thank our staff who are keeping their eyes on that. With regard to, there's actually a new Pride mural in the city of Los Angeles that features a couple of our West Hollywood community members, including Karina Samala, who's on our tab, and Rabbi Denise Egger. We are very excited about this Pride mural in Hollywood, recognizing, in addition to both of them, many other LGBTQ plus leaders. And I'm very glad to see that there is art depicting our community beyond our borders, and making sure that there's representation in our community and beyond. With regard, we received some comments and concerns with regard to the effectiveness of the digital license plate permitting program. I know that there were questions about whether that's actually been working, and so I would like staff to come back to us with a report on what our experience has been using this program, whether people are able to successfully use the permitting, and the number of citations that have been issued with regard to this error that people have been trying to apply online, and then they're still getting parking tickets, which is the exact opposite of what we want to have happen with this program. So if we can get a report back either tonight or in the future on at our next meeting perhaps on the effectiveness of this program, I think that's very important. With regard to meetings that I attended, I represented the city at the Contract Cities Executive Board meeting, the SCAG Transportation Committee meeting, the Clean Power Alliance Board meeting, and the Cal Cities General Assembly meeting. A few events I also attended since the last City Council meeting are the Combating Anti-Semitism event hosted at Congregation Kol Ami, and thank you to the organizers who made that event possible. I also participated in the flag ceremony honoring Ishmael Ayala, who we spoke of earlier this evening, and I want to thank our fire department for making that ceremony possible. And in the future, I know that that hopefully this isn't something that we ever have to experience again, but God forbid we should. I think it would be helpful if the city accommodated a street closure to ensure the safety of all who participate in that ceremony for a temporary period of time. It was there were many people who gathered, understandably so, and making sure that people are able to safely participate would be great. I don't think we need to codify that, but just so we know in the future that they, based on the experience of this year, that would be necessary. I also joined in the celebration, I guess you could say, of the Connie Norman Center's 1-year anniversary, and I want to thank everybody who's helped to make that a true community center. While it's just outside of our boundaries and of the city, it's certainly a part of our community, and I'm glad to see that it's becoming an increasing safe space for members of the transgender community from the broader region. With regard to item 6C, which was moved to consent, I want to abstain from that item as well. And what item 4D was moved? That was that was with regard to the campaign, airing the campaign candidate forums. That was the word I was looking for, the candidate forums. With regard to item 2KK, I'm glad that so many people have engaged in discussion here tonight, and I think that this is a conversation that has been ongoing in our community, and very importantly so. The rise of anti-Semitism is disturbing, and we need to make sure that we are framing a conversation that we can have safely in our community. This does not replace the Constitution. This does not replace the laws that are already on the books. This helps simply for us to have a guided conversation when we're talking about this issue in the community. And I hope that we will continue to have informed conversations about what anti-Semitism has looked like in our community, so we are able to root it out. And I'm grateful that people are taking this issue seriously and helping to highlight how we as a community can be better partners and allies in this conversation, because Jewish people, Israeli Americans, should not be having this conversation on their own. This is not intended to silence. This is intended to create safe space, and that is the intention behind my resolution tonight. And I believe that's the intention of the council should we move to pass it. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you, Mayor. I want to first address the abuse of power yet again by Sheriff Alex Villanueva. He has a history of abusing his power by going after people who have questioned his leadership, and this type of behavior has no place in our democracy. Most recently, he ordered the raids of the homes of LA County Supervisor Sheila Kuehl, as well as that of Civilian Oversight Commissioner Patty Giggins. This is not leadership, it is authoritarianism and complete cowardice. The sooner we have a new sheriff in office, the better for our democracy, as well as our hardworking deputies who work for the LA County Sheriff's Department. Secondly, I want to state that I stand in full support with the people of Armenia and the Armenian American community in LA and West Hollywood, and condemn Azerbaijan's unprovoked and unjustified attacks. Azerbaijan must be held accountable, and I call upon federal leaders and Congress to immediately end all military aid to them. For my colleagues, thank you for supporting item 2JJ, a resolution denouncing the recent sentencing of Zahra Sadeghi Hamadani and Elham Chobdar by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Again, the oppressive government of Iran continues its draconian human rights violations, and in this instance, it is two LGBTQ activists and queer women who have been arrested and sentenced to death. And thank you to Nuriel who spoke about this. With regard to the appointments this evening, I'm not ready to make any of them, as I am still setting up interviews with applicants, so I just want to let you know. Thank you to my colleagues, Councilmember Horvath and Erickson, for bringing forward this important item 2KK, the resolution to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. I want to thank everyone who spoke this evening on this item. I am an Iranian Muslim woman. I was born in Iran, and a lesbian in the community. And my life experience really helps me to see and really feel the fear on both sides of this issue. The fear that I feel and the anger tonight from those who are here with the Palestinian community and in support of the Palestinian community, and the very real fear of our Jewish community members. I've taken a long time to look at this definition, and I have given a lot of thought to this item. The fact is, hate crimes have been on the rise, ever more so for our Jewish community members. That is a fact. Even before Trump got into office, the highest amount of hate crimes in LA County were against Jewish people in LA County. We've heard a lot tonight on all sides about what this may or may not be. I have read this, I have read all of the examples, and in this circumstance, there's so much complexity that is involved in what is happening in Israel and here, that there does need to be a definition like this, and I support this definition. It is not a suppression of views against Zionism, and is not a suppression of valid criticism of Israel. I criticize, as an Iranian woman, the Islamic government all the time, and I will continue to do so when they are wrong. And I encourage and continue to encourage all those who want to criticize Israel for many, many valid, atrocious violations against the Palestinian people, but when they are valid. I want to invite members of the Palestinian community tonight to contact me and work with our staff to, I'd like to see how we can get together to bring the community together. And if you have a proposition of a resolution you would like for us to pass in support of you, then please come to us. Tonight we heard Jewish folks saying that they rightly have a right to come up with a definition of anti-Semitism, and that is correct. And you have a right to follow the proper channels, and I invite you to reach out and have conversations. We really need to have conversations, because tonight what I witnessed is both sides just making each other wrong. And that will never bring about any kind of peace. But this definition provides safety to Jewish community members, and they deserve that. And that's okay. It's okay to disagree. Please, this is not a time for back and forth. Thank you. Thank you again for your comments. And again, my door is open. Should you? Okay. Going on to my attendance and meetings. Since our last council meeting on August 15th, I participated in our Pride Subcommittee, attended and spoke at Ciclavia, participated in our special study session regarding nightlife safety, the ICANN and Congregation Kol Ami Town Hall on Anti-Semitism, the Connie Norman Transgender Empowerment Center anniversary, participated in our drink spiking test strip distribution event. I'm looking forward to the next one, and any resident or business that wants test strips can reach out to City Hall to request and pick them up. I participated in our City Council Subcommittee on Homelessness. I attended the Diversity Day and Sports celebration and presented the teams with a proclamation from the city. I want to wish my colleague, Councilmember Erickson, a belated happy birthday earlier this month. I attended the annual League of Cities conference in Long Beach and was grateful to be elected as Vice President of the LGBTQ caucus. I also attended the West Hollywood Soccer Club annual awards ceremony and presented them and their women's team with a proclamation from the City Council. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot to say. I'm sorry. I'm just going to apologize at the beginning. I'll start with the easier things. Item 2K, I also do not support recommendation for item number 2. If there is a third vote to not support that gambling item, perhaps we could simply change it to no position. Otherwise, currently there are 2 votes to not support recommendation 2. Item 2KK, the thing that I find most compelling about voting for this is a definition by Jews, about Jews, and our city, it does a lot of things, but what it mostly does is support people inventing their worlds. And just as I would support a definition by trans people about trans people, and would and have supported definitions of what it means to be a gay man by gay men, or what it means to have AIDS, like the Denver articles from 1983. These kinds of definitions by people about themselves are critical to how we understand our city. Item 6A, we moved that to the consent calendar, but Mayor, I think actually I would like to move that off of the consent calendar, and here's the reason why. The Melrose Triangle project, which we as a body met and discussed their timeline and the need for them to start building the project, we are automatically giving them an 18-month extension from May of 2023, which we all agreed was the final last time we would give them an extension if they needed to build that project, and now we're doing that. And I just wanted to be sure that as a body, we knew that we were once again giving them another 18 months, which means another 2 years from December before they would have to start construction. And it's my memory that this body has a particularly different point of view about that. So I'd like to remove that from the consent calendar and have a discussion about it. The block by block item, which is 4A, which we also moved to consent, I wanted to make a comment, which is that this item is increasing the presence of block by block. It is not reducing the police. It is not reducing the number of police officers. But I wanted to be sure, David, that we brought an item to this body before that happened. I know we had said in June that after 6 months we would reduce the police by 2, but I think just to be super clear, I would ask that we bring that back and make sure that it's time and that it's the right number, and I guess that would happen in December.
So that in June you all approved that we come back within 60 days. I'm sorry, 90 days with the reduction of 2 officers. So that would be October 1st, which is before the next council meeting.
So that will be coming back, and that's not part of this item?
I think the council would need to provide some direction for that to come back. So you may want to take that off of consent as well and provide that direction if that's what the council wants to do.
Then I would like to have that discussion because I didn't see it in the item, but I appreciate the clarification. I would just say what my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, said about our current sheriff. Man, oh man, what a knucklehead. I just am so disappointed that that with all that's happening in our contemporary community life, that we have a less and less reliable sheriff leading our more and more reliable sheriff's department. So I'm just very disappointed that policing at the very top has turned into magic tricks and stunts, and policing on the street has become actual and full of real results. And to that, I say thank you to our captain. The number of crimes in our city has dropped precipitously over the summer, as we discussed in early June, though there are former council member, two-time losing council members who seem to be promoting the unsafeness of West Hollywood. I would say directly to John Heilman, you've turned yourself into an anemic version of Steve Martin. Crime has gone down. Crime is on the wane. And your sort of need to scare our seniors, our non-English speaking residents with your lies about the crime in our city is pitiful. It's the John Heilman I always knew, and I would ask you to please stop pretending that crime is going up, and please do your work as a community member like the rest of us to make people feel safe. I would also say that there was a boneheaded mural put at the corner of Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevard. That is the most blatant, impossible to understand move that I have seen in my many years of being involved with this city. It violated our election rules. They laughed off the requirement that they do something about it until it became a hubris moment in which the tidal wave that they were laughing at crashed around them, and suddenly we're left with today's decision to not move forward with a critical part of the city's development future. I really hope that someone over there loses their job, because this kind of boneheadedness is what we've come to expect from that developer, and I think it's time for them to be the big boys we always thought they might be and do the hard work of showing up and doing the construction and doing the development this city wants, and not play with us and our time. On a lighter note, the online parking permits, I too got caught in the web of how difficult it is, so I encourage us, as Kobe said, to put in place by no later than December a way for us to get parking permits issued one at a time on the internet without the kinds of complications that currently exist in the city, in the system. Two last things. Our 8899 Beverly project, for those of you who have been watching, that's some of the most expensive property in the city, condos above the $25 million mark. And what's truly remarkable is that for whatever sets of reasons, the affordable housing in that building did not move forward, and our city put in place a process for making that happen. And I wanted to thank publicly Jonathan Holub and our city attorney, because $25 million condos, they make great headlines in the LA Times, but 13 affordable units change lives for people forever. And I'm much more interested in the lives that are changed than the ink that is spilled about $25 million condos. And finally, our city has been an advocate against human trafficking and an advocate for people who are human trafficked. And I know it's probably not necessarily even helpful or useful, but I do think that our city needs to send a letter to the Department of Justice regarding the human trafficking being done by Governor DeSantis. Taking asylum seekers and using them as pawns in a game of chess they never actually wanted to play is a truly disheartening move by an elected official of that stature. And so, without objection, Mayor, I would ask that you would send a letter on behalf of our city regarding human trafficking, and that this city does not support that. Thank you very, very much, Mayor.
Thank you, and absolutely. Without objection from rest of council. So this is what it looks like. We have put 4A back onto unfinished business, and we have put 6A back onto legislative. And it looks like we're going to move we're going to table 4E appointments. I know that Mayor Pro Tem is not ready on those appointments, and to be honest, I'm not either. So I prefer also that we go ahead and continue that for the next meeting or the meeting after that. I do want to clarify. We'll be talking about 4A, so I don't need to clarify. Since our last meeting, I attended the Laurel House Subcommittee meeting, the new Neighborhood Watch group just south of Sunset, north of Norma Triangle, nighttime safety study session, Women's Equality Day pop-up event, the Next Gen event, the flag ceremony for the fallen firefighter specialist Ishmael Velata Ayala, also conducted several Meet the Mayor events, attended and represented the city at the County Sanitation District meeting, and the ICANN Colami Anti-Semitism Summit, as well as the West Hollywood Community Housing Corp annual gala. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting 2FF, which is the WeHo Gives Back campaign to support West Hollywood homeless initiative. This is something that I brought forward a couple of years ago, and we've sort of made it a tradition to do this during the holidays. Last year, we raised over $89,000, which, considering that some people were still in lockdown and not going out, I think that was pretty decent. That money went towards hygiene products, blankets, socks, and other items that we gave to our outreach people to bring with them out on the streets. I'm just trying to see, let's see, the ones that were pulled, 4D and 6C are still on consent, and I just wanted to see if I had any comments on those. I do have a question actually on the on 4D, on the policy regarding the use of city WehoTV broadcast resources for election candidate forums. There is some text that says affiliation with the candidates, and I just wanted to know how that was going to be defined, because we are all residents running for council, and so there is going to be obvious relationships, especially if you're a longtime resident. And I do want to also say that I was very disappointed that the candidates forum that was held and moderated by Robert Kovacic and run by the Women's League, that it wasn't televised. It was a shame because it was a very informative forum. On item, let's see, on items, I'm glad that we are talking about 6A because I had some questions, and 6C, thank you. Thank you, we appreciate that. Excuse me? Okay. No. Sorry. I'm just trying, because we moved so many things, I'm just trying to look at my notes. As far as announcements goes, this weekend on September 24th, there will be a household hazardous waste and electronic waste recycling event. The event will take place in Beverly Hills on West 3rd Street and Foothill Road. The event is being organized by Los Angeles County Public Works and Sanitation Districts of LA County in cooperation with the cities of West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Culver City, and Los Angeles. And for more information, you can contact somebody by phone 800-238-0173 or email info@lacsd.org. September is National Preparedness Month. The City of West Hollywood encourages community members to act by creating an emergency preparedness plan with family and neighbors, and don't forget to include family pets in your plan. An emergency preparedness plan can help everyone to stay safe and effectively communicate during and after potential disasters or emergencies. The city invites community members to attend a free emergency preparedness seminar on Saturday, September 24th at 3 p.m. at the City of West Hollywood City Council Chambers Public Meeting Room. The seminar will be led by Eric Franco, who is a Department of Homeland Security instructor, California Police Officer Standards and Training instructor, and an emergency medical search and rescue technician. Please RSVP to safety@weho.org to attend this seminar, or you can learn more about community safety tips on the city's public safety website, which is www.weho.org/public safety. October is Disabilities Awareness Month, as we heard, an opportunity to increase awareness of disability issues and people living with disabilities. The city will host an outdoor flu and COVID vaccination clinic on Thursday, October 20th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And the 24th Annual Disability Service Awards will take place at the special televised Disabilities Advisory Board meeting on Wednesday, October 26th at 6 p.m. We encourage the entire community to attend, to recognize people and businesses in our community who have made a positive impact. Then also we have the rent increase freeze and cap feedback outreach meetings. The City of West Hollywood is conducting meetings to survey people in September and early October. Consistent with the City Council's direction, the survey and outreach meetings seek to gauge the impacts of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic, ending the rent increase freeze, and the proposed rent increase cap on tenants who reside in rent-stabilized properties located within the City of West Hollywood and on landlords who own rent-stabilized properties located in the city. The meetings will take place both virtually and in person for tenants and landlords. You can check the city's calendar on that, www.weho.org/calendar for more information on dates and times on that. I also want to thank everyone who came to speak this evening, particularly around item 2KK. I must have read that definition at least 10 times, and nowhere did I see anything about Zion or Israel or Palestine. Somebody mentioned that Beverly Hills, the city of Beverly Hills, passed this resolution a year ago or 2 years ago, and we haven't seen any abuses in the city of Beverly Hills since it was passed. So I do think that I understand the being cautious, but I think that it's been proven that it has not created a problem for that city, and I don't think it will create one for our city. On that note, I will hand it over to Councilmember Erickson, who forgot something.
Thank you. Only because they are in the audience and I saw them, but I do want to congratulate longtime community activist members, Maria Taylor, on her Unity Award that she received from the UCLA school this past weekend. And as well as Bambi Salcedo, who's there. I think I see you, Bambi. But congratulations on being appointed to the statewide commission on hate. I know you will do great work for our communities up there, and that was started right here in the city through our work that we've been doing, and I believe through an organization, ICANN, that is back there that helped sponsor that bill. Do us proud, Bambi.
Okay, I think we are ready for the city manager's report.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. So I am going to give a few general announcements, and then I will have Lauren Langer answer the question regarding the candidate forms, and then I'll answer some of your questions, and then we'll have Steve Campbell answer on Zoom regarding the water at Melrose Triangle. So as you all may recall, in the spring, the City Council directed that all commissions and boards begin to meet in person, with the exception of the Senior Advisory Board and the Disability Advisory Board. The COVID-19 numbers began to spike after that, and so we delayed implementing that. As the numbers have gone back down, starting in October, we will go to in-person meetings for all commissions and advisory boards, again, except the Senior Advisory Board and the Disabilities Advisory Board. Some of the subcommittees may continue to meet on Zoom, but all regular meetings would be in person. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health monkeypox vaccine clinic is now operating from Great Hall, Long Hall, and Plummer Park. The clinic is open Monday to Thursday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and Fridays from 1 to 7 p.m. To schedule a vaccination, go to myterm.ca.gov. On August 29th, the city held a well-attended Neighborhood Watch and Resident Association group meeting to receive input regarding National Night Out and to begin the discussions concerning reimagining the Neighborhood Watch program. That the city received constructive feedback and will continue to meet regularly with those groups. And then the city is also working with the Los Angeles County Fire Department and West Hollywood Sheriff's Station to provide community emergency response team program. That's a CERT program. CERT trains participants to protect themselves, their families, their neighbors, and their neighborhood during an emergency. And I actually took it like several years ago, many years ago, and actually we learned CPR in that training as well. So as you may have heard 2.5 hours ago with the person, with Brian being saved, that's something that you couldn't learn to do in the CERT program. And so the CERT program training will begin in October, and so we'll be sending out more information on that. And then the city recognized National Hispanic Heritage Month by posting its first in a series of curated digital artworks recognizing multicultural holidays. And to see those, you can visit at WehoCity on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Those are the updates, so I will turn it over to Lauren to respond.
Sure. The question to me was about item 4D and what the phrase "no affiliation with any candidates" means. That phrase is not actually in the written policy, it's just in the staff report, and it's a restatement of some language from the August 15th staff report saying that people formulating and reviewing the questions and the moderator should be impartial and have no affiliation with the candidates. But that was for the conversation back on August 15th, and I believe the language in the policy that's being approved tonight does not include such a term, and it has very specific criteria for which types of organizations and the city clerk's role in setting those forums moving forward.
I did miss one announcement. There will be a Larrabee and Cynthia community meeting on Thursday, September 29th at 6 p.m. to discuss the results of the traffic studies conducted on Larrabee and discuss the next steps.
David, can you go over the list of multicultural holidays that we will be celebrating? If you can just go over the ones tonight instead of directing people so it's for the public's.
Okay, yes, I will maybe have the city clerks pull it up. So you want to go through the list tonight?
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll pull it up while we're going through here. And okay, so to your questions regarding the end-road lights, they have all been installed and are operating. There has been some issues with some, so staff will go out and verify that they're all working. But other than some minor issues, they all have been installed. The Plummer Dog Park, the conceptual plans have been completed and staff is reviewing the procurement process. The timeline is it will be implemented by the end of the year or the start of next year, but there will be an item for the off-leash dog play area on the October 17th council meeting. Let's see, we have a long list. With respect to the smoke cessation program, a mailer and email will be sent again to all property owners regarding the smoking ordinance in multifamily dwelling units at the end of this month. The smoking cessation resources will be included in the messaging and has been available online and on the city's website since the adoption of the ordinance. And then we also have current resources available from some of our social services agencies, and you can find those on the city's website, and you can type in substance in the search, and you can find them there. And then the Melrose Triangle. With respect to 2N, so that is just the reallocation of existing emergency funds for rental assistance. So it's moving funds that they're unable to use from one organization to another and adding additional funds from funds that were previously approved. So yes, we do have the funding from existing emergency funds for those. And if we get to the point where we need additional funding, we will come back and request that. And with respect to the online permit parking, we will come back and provide a report on that because we do know there are some issues there.
Did you say that when noticing was going out to landlords to put up in their buildings about the smoking?
The end of this month.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I may have come. No. Yeah, I think that's it. So I'm going to turn it over to Steve Campbell, who's on the Zoom, to respond regarding the water at the Melrose Triangle.
Hi, good evening, members of the City Council. I'm getting some feedback, sorry. Yeah, I believe the question was related to the dewatering of the groundwater at the Melrose Triangle. And just to reiterate, the city doesn't have direct jurisdiction over that water. That's closely regulated by state agencies. We do ensure that all permits and a plan is in place by the developer to dispose of that water in a fashion that's approved by the state, though.
Steve, is there anything precluding us from directing them to any developer to put, if it's going through filtration, because it has to before it goes into the storm drain, is there any reason that we can't be redirecting that water as gray water, water to go for landscaping, or water to go into a tank to be used for construction mitigation purposes? Because we had an item in 2015 to use non-potable water for construction mitigation, particularly because we were in the drought, and now we're back in serious drought mode. I think that we need to be looking at that, and if we have to, talk to the state about it.
Yeah, whatever we would do, we'd have to be closely working with the water board to determine that and find out what is possible, what isn't possible. Of course, a lot of that is, related to the actual development of the site and building plans, et cetera, to be able to reuse it on site. So it's kind of a multi-level process, I think, to get there, but I think it's certainly something that we should and can continue to examine and incorporate as we move forward.
Yeah, that is something I'd like to pursue, because I pass there every day on my walk and I see gallons and gallons of water going into the storm drain. Thank you. Any other comments from staff?
So we're going to go through
yes.
the list of multicultural holidays.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. So it is a very long list, so I will name the top ones in the scroll. So aside from Hispanic Heritage Month, we also celebrate Rosh Hashanah, National Coming Out Day, the Diwali Festival of Lights, Lunar New Year, Black History Month, Nowruz, or Nowruz, depending on how you pronounce it, Juneteenth, and that is our list for the remainder of the year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like we moved 4A and 6A back to where they were, and in terms of fiscal impact on the consent calendar, we're looking at adding to consent 4D and 6C, and we have tabled 2E, as well as 6B and 4E. And I did want to mention, Councilmember D'Amico asked about item 2K. I believe that Councilmember Horvath, you also had an objection to supporting recommendation 2 on 2K. Is that correct?
I abstained from that, yes.
You abstained. So if we made that a no position on that second, on recommendation 2 of item 2K, can we do that? Item, that is the
gambling
Yes.
item.
The gambling item.
The gambling, right. And so do we have at least 3 people to change
I'm
that?
fine with no position.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to change recommendation 2 to no position on 2K. Okay, thank you.
Then I'm prepared to support it, and I withdraw my abstention.
Okay, very good. All righty, so we are looking at our consent, what is the fiscal impact of our consent calendar with the addition of 4D and 6C and tabling of 2E.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the removal of the item you mentioned, item 2E, and the addition of items 4D as in David and 6C as in cat, is $5,650,761 in expenditures, $953,369 in revenue, and $24,076 in waived fees. Additionally, before we approve tonight's consent calendar, because item 6C, which is an ordinance, is being introduced on first reading, I'm going to read that title into the record. An ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending West Hollywood Municipal Code Section 2.08.070B as in boy to increase compensation for city council members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a motion to adopt. Councilmember Erickson, a second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor? Yay. Okay. Very good. We have an approved consent calendar. It's 8:42. Would we like to take an 8-minute break before we start our public hearings? And that will give staff time to come on up. Thank you. Okay, we're back.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay, everyone, if you can please take your seats. Thank you. We are now going to hear public hearing item 3A, a proposed amendment to Title 19 zoning ordinance of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to update the language of section 19.72.050 to allow hours of business for non-conforming uses other than vehicle repair to operate under extended business hours through extended hours business license approval. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, how is this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
That's always your answer. Okay. Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, members of the City Council, and members of the public. My name is Paige Portwood, Long Range Planning Associate Planner. Joining me this evening is John Kehoe, Planning Services Director, and Francisco Contreras, Long Range Planning Manager. The item before you tonight is a proposed zone text amendment to allow non-conforming uses other than vehicle repair to operate extended business hours through an extended hours business license rather than a minor conditional use permit. In 2017, the City Council adopted ordinance number 171014 to permit extended business hours for all businesses through a business license approved by the Business License Commission. At that time of the adoption, staff unintentionally omitted this section of Title 19 from the ordinance. Staff returns to City Council this evening to modify and update this section for consistency and clarity. Staff presented this item to Planning Commission in August 2022, in which the Commission passed resolution number PC 22-1479 to continue this item to City Council. That concludes our presentation. We are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. So my only question is, so this is just for consistency purposes, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any public speakers? Melissa?
Mayor, DJ Moore is here this evening on behalf of the applicant, I believe.
There's an applicant?
There's an applicant.
I'm sorry. This was a different item?
Yes, that's probably 4A.
No, it's
Okay.
6A.
Or 6A. Okay, so we have no public speakers. Do any of the members of council have any discussion or comments? Okay.
I had one question. Are religious institutions considered businesses under this change?
Good evening. So this change would not impact how we're handling religious institutions currently. So there's no change to how we handle that with this amendment.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. I will now close the public hearing. And Councilmember Councilmember Erickson has moved. And there's a second. And okay, item passes 5-0. We're on to public hearing 3B, a proposed zone text amendment to Title 19 zoning code of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to prohibit new fossil fuel service station uses and the expansion of additional fossil fuel pumps at existing legal non-conforming service stations in West Hollywood. And the public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, how is this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Well, thank you very much. Will the staff representatives please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, City Council. It is me, Paige Portwood, Associate Planner, making the presentation. Joining me is John Kehoe and Francisco Contreras as well. This item is a proposed zone text amendment to prohibit new service station uses and additional fossil fuel pumps at existing service stations in West Hollywood. This zone text amendment was a City Council directive initiated in April 2021. The directive included 2 items to evaluate the feasibility to prohibit this type of land use and to draft a zone text amendment for a local ban if determined feasible. Staff drafted the following recommendations for the proposed zone text amendment. The first is to prohibit new fossil fuel service station uses. The second is to prohibit additional fossil fuel pumps at existing service stations, and a slight update to the standards for the modification or alterations of existing service stations. For added clarity, existing service stations in existence prior to the ordinance adoption date would still be permitted to dispense fossil fuels through existing pumps and would be determined as a legal non-conforming use. Staff has identified 6 in the city. To summarize the amendments that would be made to Title 19, staff made the following changes. The permit requirements or standards for existing service stations could be modified with the approval of the planning director if the modifications include improving environmental conditions of the site. Also, EV or electric vehicle charging stations or alternative fuels for zero emission vehicles are allowed, as well as other allowable commercial uses per the zoning district that are not fossil fuel related sales. Additionally, an existing service station use was added to the non-conforming use section of Title 19 and states accessory structures related to dispensing fossil fuels would not be allowed to be added, enlarged, extended, reconstructed, or moved to another portion of the lot. We also propose amending the definition of service station island to include EV charging equipment and alternative fuel dispensers. Staff presented this item at 3 public meetings prior to this hearing. Staff presented to the Chamber of Commerce in June and at the LRP subcommittee in July. One important note from the discussion at the LRP or Long Range Planning Subcommittee was that staff found that there have been no applications for new service stations since cityhood. So this proposed zone text amendment is primarily maintaining the status quo of the number of service stations that exist in the city. In August, at a duly noticed public hearing, the Planning Commission reviewed and discussed this zone text amendment, which they passed Resolution PC 1480 to continue to the City Council. I also wanted to mention that staff mailed a letter to all existing service stations in the city to let them know of this public hearing item, and the letter included the proposed amendments, specifically the language and the changes that would be made, and staff contact information. That concludes our presentation. We will be available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Any questions?
I have a quick question. Paige, do we know if the existing service stations have replaced their underground storage tanks, which I believe the deadline is 2025?
We do not know that information.
Okay. And I know you said no new stations, there have been no requests for stations since cityhood, but stations have closed since cityhood.
I am not sure about that either.
So there probably have been some closed gas stations. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but there haven't been any new applications for service stations, and I think there might have been at least one closed.
Right. So I guess I support this item, and I'm just sort of putting in the back of our collective minds, my colleagues who will be here in the future, and the planning department, that underground storage tanks that hold fuel need to be replaced by 2025. And so that's not limited only to gas stations. Anywhere that has an underground storage tank, for example, probably the lot has 1 or 2. There's probably 1 or 2 at Cedar Sinai. There's probably several others. So I'm just bringing that up because I think there will be some planning and considerations around that, even though it's not regulated by the city.
We do have, it looks like we have one public speaker. And if there's anybody else who wishes to speak, please fill out your speaker slip and give it to the city clerk. We have Mike Hegland. Mike, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Mike Heglin. I work for a G&M Oil Company. We operate a gas station at 7960 Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood. We recently applied for permits to convert our station to E85 to sell cleaner fuel, to get rid of our diesel fuel. We hope to work with the city of WeHo in the near future on that. E85 is better for the environment than diesel. It lowers its carbon footprint, has less emissions, it costs less than diesel. It cools engines better than gasoline. It's made in the United States. Its product is primarily corn. It's made from primarily corn, but not the corn that you eat, so we're not wasting food. It's a corn byproduct. And we would welcome the city of WeHo to work with us on converting that. We would not violate, from what we've read, the proposed ordinance. This is not an expansion. We would use the existing pumps, the existing underground storage tank, the existing dispensers. We would not be adding anything. It would just be taking the dirty, as we call it, the dirty fuel out, putting in much cleaner fuel, and then just running them through the dispensers. So I was just coming here to just make a comment on that, and we hope to work with you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. If there are no other comments, any additional council member questions? If not, then I'll close the public hearing. And if someone wants to make a motion, Councilmember D'Amico, seconded by Councilmember Erickson, and we have a vote. And the item passes. Come on, 5-0. Just happened. It doesn't want to go.
It's being wonky. So I will note for the record that Mayor Meister indicated a yes vote.
Yes, I'm saying yes. And it's 5-0. Thank you. Okay. And now we will move on to item 4A. So, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will start. We have Danny Rivas, our Community Safety Director here, along with Bill Mulder, our Sheriff's Captain for the West Hollywood Station, and David Aguilera with Block by Block. We will not provide a staff report unless you all want one. I know this item was put on consent and then removed. Just as a reminder, as part of the budget discussion in June, the City Council made a motion and approved adding one sheriff's deputy for the entertainment policing team on July 1st. Directed staff to work with the sheriff's captain to remove 2 deputies within 90 days, which would be October 1st, and then to work with the sheriff's station to come back in 9 months and provide information on blocks by blocks performance and crime data, and before the council made the decision to reduce the number of deputies by another 3 deputies. So that was what was approved at that time. This item was an update from block by block, as well as the crime statistics, but also to provide, confirm any information regarding community safety staffing levels. And so if the council desires to do something different than what was decided in June, now would be the appropriate time to do that.
Okay, and we do have a public speaker. Did you want to say a few words before we hear from the public? No, we do have a public speaker, Annie Jump Vicente, or Vicente? Vicente. All right.
Hi, my name is Annie Jump Vicente, a recent renter in the city of WeHo. I would like to formally express my concern with the bloated budget that goes into policing for security for security of the streets. WeHo constantly contracts out policing services to the sheriff's department and to its own private security ambassadors. I have not seen any of these characters assist unhoused folks on the street, but rather only harass vulnerable people. Just the other day, a security ambassador was outside my window telling an unhoused black woman that she is not allowed on private property. As I looked out the window, the woman was clearly on the public right of way. Though the woman clearly acknowledged the security detail, the man persisted. He became relentless in confrontation, so much so I had to intervene. I informed the ambassador that the woman is in the public right of way and acknowledged what he had said. Then I asked him why he felt he needed to continue speaking on the matter when it was already resolved. It was very clear that the duties of the security ambassadors is to harass unhoused constituents off the streets and create a hostile place to be in public. Please stop funding groups like this and militias such as the Sheriff's Department. The effort to assist our unhoused neighbors should go far beyond the need to feel like protection is needed against them. As someone who worked in shelters and had been very recently homeless myself, now a formal resident of WeHo, would like to see the madness of police and security harassment come to an end. Please take funding away from the policing and put it into greater use, such as rent reduction, community housing, and medical and mental health services. All of this will benefit the unhoused population and the more privileged constituents, like the amount of billionaires that are in this city. Tax them out of existence.
Thanks, Annie. Mark Cox. Mark?
This is the microphone right here. This is.
Pull that one down.
Having a light security force is not a bad thing, but block by block operates also on a separate level in Westwood. And I was choked by a man who works at block by block on a managerial level. His name tag was RYON. And I was choked with one hand while he put on a black hand, then choked me with it, and squeezed this breast right here with the other hand. Okay? He did that because I was using my voice to exercise free speech, to tell the public that Jimi Hendrix is the biological father of Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson. They are two stolen babies, and their mother is Jeanette Jacobs. They're not sibling to the Jackson family. Janet's name comes from a cover-up of her mother's name, Jeanette. Jackson is a cover-up of her mother's name, Jacobs. Children hear their mother's name in the womb, okay? And that man is a visual match to a kid I knew in Redlands High School, though he is RYON as a block by block, bloke by bloke ambassador in Westwood Village. He was Claude Upshaw in Redlands, California, and I graduated Redlands High School in 1982. He played football, and I played football. He was younger than me. And he's also a visual match for a man who said he was Andrew Morris in England, who was a bodyguard of Amy Winehouse, who was found not breathing. Okay? So you really need to think about having this be a city program, not a contracted entity.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. If we have no more public comments, I have a couple of questions. Danny, so will the block by block the added personnel all be up and running in the next, 15 days that we were looking at?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Okay.
October 1st.
Great. And then I just wanted to make a comment. It's not super important, but the report says that there's been a decrease of calls for service, but really when you talk about just 7, or I think it was just like 9 or 7 out of 1776 to 1769, that's not significant. That's not statistically significant. That's like a 0.3% decrease. So it's just a little misleading to say there's a decrease when it's really statistically the same. So anyway, any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. Have you all hired or almost done hiring for the block by block team that is doing the commercial corridor in the entertainment nightlife Rainbow District? Has that been done? I remember the last time, I think you said you were at like 5, not the 10. I don't remember
Right.
what number that was.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Erickson. So yeah, in the staff report, we did mention in there, but to answer your question, yeah, the 6 full-time equivalent positions have already been hired. That will include, providing the capacity to operate the 4 additional kiosks and also provide the additional commercial corridor foot patrols that you and the rest of the council approved in June of this year. So that is also going to be implemented on October 1st.
We got an email earlier today from someone at Santa Monica and Fountain that was experiencing issues outside that area. I live over in that area more, so I'm generally at that Ralph's or in that area. Have we or could we look at expanding into that area? Because I do know it's kind of left unsaid. It's once you go north of the street, you're in LA at that gas station, and you're in south of Fountain, you're kind of in West Hollywood, but maybe we could look at potentially adding that after all these things are kind of done. I know you have a lot on your plate right now, but I do think that area is a problem, and there is a big big mixed-use apartment complex there, and I believe Colamy is right there, and if that one cannabis shop ever opens up again, is there as well. So it will see proactively, hopefully, a growth. So maybe you could add that to your list. On page 7, just to follow up on something that the mayor said, crime is down, right, Captain Mulder?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Could you say that one more time for me?
Do you want me to say yes, it is again?
No, you could just say crime is down.
Yeah, it is. So, this year we had...
But I didn't hear you. What was that?
I said this year we actually had, in terms of Part 1 crimes, we had record highs, which you don't want to have those records. So February was the first with 250. May was the second record with 280. And then June had 355 Part 1 crimes. However, because of the real hard work of our deputy sheriffs and restoring a member to our EPT team that was cut before, and we did a little change around with our foot beats to have them all over the city at different times, different days. And again, I can't express loud enough the hard work of our deputy sheriffs that work here day in and day out on behalf of our community to keep people safe. Then we saw July with a reduced crime of Part 1 crimes to 242. And then this past August, we had 163. And to put that in perspective, before the pandemic, our range of Part 1 crimes monthly was between 180 to 220. So they've been working very hard to ensure the safety of our community and fulfilling a lot of the concerns we had, like the pickpocketing has certainly dropped dramatically. But it's a work in progress, something we continue to work on, and certainly we would advocate to keep our numbers the same as they are so we can keep this good work going to keep our community safe.
Thank you. I'm so glad you said crime is down in the city of West Hollywood. I'm going to say it for 5 times because it's something that I think needs to be expressed. Additionally, in regards to your foot patrols on Santa Monica Boulevard, I did see them on Friday night. I think that was Friday. The days blur together these days, I feel. But they were out there, and I know the block by block teams were talking with people, and they actually did respond to someone, and it was helpful to see them be reassured. In regards to pickpocketing, I know that's been something that's gotten significant attention, and it is down quite a lot. Are you crediting that directly to the entertainment and the sting operations you were talking about several months ago?
So yes, indeed, again, the work of all the station deputies, patrol, our special teams, and our foot beats, certainly I think help to reduce those. We did, our entertainment policing team deputies did have a significant arrest at the beginning of July, arrested 2 people, one who had been, I think, arrested prior for pickpocketing, and they had 17 stolen cell phones in their possession. So I think that helped. And again, all the work of our deputies from patrol to special teams, the foot beats, our partners at Block by Block, and all the different public safety elements we have, I think are really important to keep our community safe and address some of these problems like the pickpocketing. And we did have an undercover operation as well, which those will continue targeting this particular crime and others in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the recent report of the decrease in crime. You had noted that at the beginning of the year we had higher statistics, but I would also say then as the pandemic happened, we also had record low crimes before that, correct? So when we have shutdowns, that certainly made a difference in terms of how we're calculating percentages. And I think you said that you were looking at perhaps calculating percentages differently than comparing a singular month of one year to the previous month, the month in the previous year. Is that right? Or are you going to continue with that methodology?
Yeah, we will continue with that methodology, but it's always kind of put in context with, again, prior to pandemic, our Part 1 crime numbers averaged 180 to 220, as I mentioned before. So when we're going to compare, those monthly crime statistics to the previous years, certainly it throws it off because that was pandemic time. So what I we really try to look at is the number of Part 1 crimes per month. And as I expressed earlier, this year we had some record highs in Part 1 crimes. Regardless of pandemic, regardless of anything, we've had really high Part 1 crime numbers. However, the deputies and their hard work have really pushed down those numbers. And here we are in the last couple months seeing much better numbers. And last month was actually below the low end of the average for Part 1 crimes, monthly Part 1 crimes over kind of the history that we've been looking at them. So that's all good news.
And currently there's, after the budget vote that happened in June, there's one more deputy, or are there fewer deputies on the streets right now? Council voted to restore one entertainment policing team deputy.
Okay. That was because we had, in the pandemic year 2020, we had the sergeant from our entertainment policing team cut, a deputy from our entertainment policing team cut, and then a deputy that did the photo enforcement work, which that program went away and that deputy was not kind of put somewhere else. That deputy was cut. So we had 3 cuts then, and then we had 1 restored to the entertainment policing team June 27th of this year.
Right, okay. And so for David, we didn't cut our contract with the sheriff's department, is that right? The contract still exists?
Correct.
And the contract, did the amount that we authorized this year, did it increase or decrease this year?
So it technically increased with the addition of the deputy. However, we didn't allocate more money at that time when the budget was approved and adopted. So we're continuing to monitor the overall contract, and we'll come back at mid-year to see if we need to make adjustments at that time. But currently, based on the number of deputies that we have, it would technically be higher than it was last year.
Great. Okay, I think that covers my questions. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, then Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you. As I said earlier, Bill, thank you, because clearly, the work happening on the ground is having an actual effect, and a little closer to the stars. Maybe there's other things going on, but I do want to sort of go back to this talking point about Part 1 crimes, which Part 1 crimes are, they're a federally regulated definition of crime, but it's also the case that pickpocketing in 1930, when Part 1 crimes, when that was added to Part 1 crimes, was a fairly new phenomenon of large American cities, Chicago, New York, that had Boston, that had transportation hubs, and suddenly people were in each other's pockets taking their things. Lo and behold, it's 90 years later, and we have 5 blocks of busy LGBT nightlife with lots of drinking and having a good time. And I guess my question is, if we were to remove the pickpocketing from the Part 1 crimes number, and it's kind of a leading question because I sort of did this myself, but really, overall, crime has been trending pretty much where it was before the pandemic if you remove pickpocketing. And there was a, pardon the obvious parallel, a pandemic of pickpocketing or an epidemic of pickpocketing that the hard work, as you mentioned several times, of our deputies finished, or at least slowed to a trickle back to where it was 2 or 3 a month. So I want to say that perhaps the narrative of crime got out of hand from the city's point of view and the sheriff's department reporting. I mean, that famous lies go around the world before truth gets its boots on, right? So the truth of the matter is that there was an upsurge of pickpocketing in 5 blocks of our city, but pretty much the rest of our city has trended kind of in the same way for months and months, similar to the way it was before the pandemic. And I think it's important to point out that our sheriff's department continues to do an amazing job. You continue to, when our license plate readers say there's a stolen vehicle in the city, you go catch them. And clearly you find, it's not a mom trying to get her kid to soccer. It's somebody with, guns and drugs and whatever else they happen to have in their vehicle that they stole, that they're moving quickly through our city. And I can't thank you enough. I read those reports and I'm always, I'm always super grateful that our sheriff's department exists in that way. You do that hard work. And, that crimes do get solved and that, minus the pickpocketing, it's been pretty much the same. But I think there's also an idea about security. Crime is one thing and safety is another. And there has been, I think, a very bold move on behalf of this council to provide security and to continue providing safety. And so I support this move to keep the block by block ambassadors moving ahead at the rate that we're doing it. But I also think it's worth giving ourselves 90 more days with block by block in place from October 1st till maybe the first meeting in January or the last meeting in December to sort of record how crime is trending, how safety is trending, and how security is trending. So in some way, my colleagues, that was a long-winded version of saying that I think we should leave the number of sheriffs that we have in place at the budget level that we have. As I said to you in June when we met, I think we should be doing this in December. I don't think we should be doing it in October. We needed time to sort of see where this goes. So that's what I'm proposing this item reflect. I'm not sure how to do that exactly. David Wilson will have to give some guidance, but and that's only, of course, if my colleagues are interested in that. But I think it's important to continue to move forward with our security ambassadors and also acknowledge that we have had, and now that we have this pickpocketing epidemic we've inoculated ourselves against that. I think we can continue to see what kind of services our sheriff's department is providing.
David?
I think just making a motion to continue at the current service level for the sheriff's department through the end of the calendar year, it sounds like, would be sufficient. We may want to wait until the first meeting in January, just because the second meeting in December is around the holidays, and you never know what's going to happen with that meeting. But I think that would be the motion.
Sure, I'll make that motion that we continue the level of service we voted for in June through the end of the calendar year.
And I'd second that emotion. I'd second that motion. So go ahead and make that motion.
Yeah, and I think it's more the existing service level. Because in June you voted to reduce it by 2 in October. So I would just continue the existing service level through the end of the calendar year.
Okay. Any comments from council members?
Because because you're
Yes?
essentially stating nothing has changed. We've added more block by block, but essentially your argument, and I hear it and I'm putting it in my head as I say this out loud, is that one of my colleagues, I think it was Councilmember Horvath, said, we haven't lost a deputy, we've actually gained a deputy. Right. We're at that same service level plus the 30 block by block ambassadors.
And I think we need to see what 90 days of that looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
mean, at the meeting back in June, when we discussed the budget, there was going to be 2 deputies taken away at this point. So now what the motion on the floor is to keep the status as is, status quo, until January. My yay is not to speak. I'm sorry?
Allowed to speak, or are you voting for
Oh,
us?
go ahead and speak. See your name.
Well, we can't select it. I think that I want to reiterate some things that were said here tonight, because I think there has been confusion that has led to real frustration in the community, and frustration that facts and data provide cold comfort for. I think we can address the reality that crime may be down statistically, but people still have concerns about what's going on in the community. And I think those concerns, in large part, have been fueled by a disinformation campaign, including by our mayor, who decided to say that our city defunded the police, that it was in a campaign email that went out the very next day after our city's budget meeting. And that came back in a lot of ways in terms of frustration in this community, because people didn't really know what happened. And so I'm glad that we clarified tonight what did happen. We reauthorized a contract with the Sheriff's Department. That contract was not decreased. In fact, it was increased. That contract was not replaced. The funding did not go to social services, which is also a request of the defund movement. We did fund and increased funding for our social services, and I know we're going to talk about that tonight, maybe increasing it even more. But we did increase our social services, but it wasn't at the cost of any funding that we spent specifically on safety services. We expanded security ambassadors in our community, and we continue to expand that service. And there have been questions about that service, and I think we need to continue to ask those questions and make this space a place where people can raise those issues to make sure that the service that we expected is what we're getting. But I want to be really clear in this space that we're having this conversation, in hopes that it goes out to the community at large what we did and didn't do. Because what we aren't doing is gambling with people's safety. What we are doing is investing in what keeps people safe. And that's why we increased our social services contracts. It's why we increased our security ambassadors. And I want to be very clear that I think everyone on this dais is committed to increasing the safety in our community. But I'm personally frustrated, and I know many people in the community are frustrated by the conversation that's happened since our last vote. And I think here tonight, what we are saying is we are continuing the trajectory that we started on as a result of that vote in June. And if that is the case, then I will of course support that, because that's why I voted the way that I did in June. But I hope that we continue to have an honest conversation about what we're doing. Thanks.
Councilmember Horvath, you can spin this any way you want, but the vote in June was you proposed to cut 5 sheriffs, to add back the 1 EPT, and to cut 5 sheriffs over the next 9 months. The email that I sent out talked about cutting sheriffs, deputies, not about defunding, because I do read my staff reports and I know what the budget was. So I would appreciate if you would tell the truth. Mayor Pro Tem? Excuse me.
'Cause 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 'cause
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. I'm happy to hear that you have made more arrests that we were calling for. I really appreciate that. And I'm happy that Councilmember D'Amico, you have very eloquently reframed the reality of what's happened, which is that the motion that the three of us backed in June was to add an entertainment nightlife deputy, which has resulted in one arrest or 2 arrests and 17 cell phones being confiscated, and that as the summer has come to an end, as Lieutenant Mulder let you know, that crime would drop. Crime, aside from cell phone thefts, have been at pre-pandemic levels, all of the other categories. We made a decision in June, and it was a bold decision, and I stand by that decision. And our decision was to fully fund the supplemental funding, give the sheriffs what they asked for, which was a 1% increase, add the nightlife deputy, add 30 block-by-block ambassadors. Now we're at level 20. They will be up and running by October 1st at, we're Danny confirming again, which was a level 30. And we made a decision to reduce the service levels by 2 deputies. I still stand by that decision. That was a bold move. I actually think that what we need to do is stand by that decision, because we will, for the next few months, then monitor crime. Waiting until December to make that decision actually doesn't do what we all agreed to do. And the supplemental funding of the $900,000, if the 2 deputies creates an issue, then during those 3 months, my understanding is that Lieutenant Mulder and the city manager can use that funding needed to create safety. So I stand by our original decision, and I think it's really important to stand by the bold move we made that night. And as far as the rest of the 3 deputies, that is something that won't even happen until there is a second vote by the new council, which would be 9 months from June, so sometime in March. And I think that's when we look at crime and we really give this bold new framework some time to, and enough months to look at, see if this program is really successful.
Is that okay, Mayor? Sorry, I didn't hear. Could you help me, David, understand a few things? I just want to reiterate what Mayor Pro Tem Shine just said. I believe the money that was supplementally given to the Sheriff's Department, $900,000 or something like that, the sheriffs could at any point say, you know what, we want some more deputies, we're going to get some more deputies, and we're going to use that money for more deputies.
So we use that money. That's not new money. That's money that's been in the budget that we use for supplemental patrols as needed. So we typically spend that money down every year. I don't want to make it seem like that's a slush fund and they can just decide to add more deputies at some point or not.
But it's unallocated.
But it is unallocated. So if they chose to add more deputies over the next several months, we could draw down.
And that's within full discretion of the captain.
The captain working with me and with Danny, with the community services, community safety director.
Okay, thank you. I was unclear about that point, and I just wanted to discuss it. So I just want to reiterate the motion on the table. It is to maintain current service levels, and that includes how many deputies are we talking now? 60?
Now we're at 61 with the one
61
added.
with the one.
That was
plus,
added in July.
Plus the additional 900,000. That's probably not the right number. I'm sure it's like a different number. The 30 block by block security ambassadors plus the kiosks. Mm-hmm. And then the money, I'm just going off of the former motion from before, the $1 million extra to social services. That was a part of that original budget dollar.
Yes, yes.
Great. So, okay, thank you.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, you're absolutely right. I mean, you're just absolutely right. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. But then I just said but. Ifs, ands, or buts. I think my interest is in setting this up for success. And so I know David, our city manager, said, no, not what you voted in June, what you're doing now. And I think actually, I think we should maintain what we decided in June, but we should make that decision, have that happen after giving block by block and our new reframed crime statistics and our electioneering a chance to all settle. And I know government moves slowly, and in my mind, after nearly 12 years, it seems, 90 days to do something that we would hope would be a permanent collective sigh and a collective good isn't exactly right and acceptable thing to do. I'm not in any way suggesting that that we should abandon our interest in reducing the number of sheriffs over time as crime continues to go down, but I do think that it's worth just slowing down this walk towards that by 90 days and giving our block by block ambassadors a chance to find their feet and be in the game here in the city. That was my intent. So I understand if that's too. If that's not right for some, it might not be right for the mayor anymore. It might not be right for you anymore, and then we can just abandon it all and go back to what we decided in June and leave that on the books. But as a somebody who's been here a while, I just know that taking our time and getting it right is always better than just pushing something to try and make sure it happens. So that's my motion, and John, I think that's really the thing we need to be clear about. My motion is that taking the bold step to reduce the number of deputies is not off the table. It's just the discussion and decision about it is moved forward in time.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I would can add that the calls for service are basically the same. So until we know how those calls of service fall out between block by block and the sheriffs, right now those are all sheriffs' calls for service. We don't know really how many of those can actually be handled by unarmed security ambassadors. So, I mean, with that being the same, I understand that maybe crime is down, but the calls for service are the same. And that means that we need to have people who can respond to them. So I will keep my second. And if there's no further, you have a comment, Councilmember Erickson? Or can we vote?
I'm going to explain that I do plan on supporting this motion, and the reason why is I stated before, but ultimately, I do think that while I think the system is working for what was done, I think we're seeing it be done, but ultimately, moving in the appropriate way, nothing is changing. No one's losing deputies, one was gained, which is what it is, and even at this time, we're still in the hiring process, which was an issue that I brought up before, but we are adding more block by block ambassadors, and I think we are seeing something work here that is proactively in the way. So I do plan on supporting this motion, and I want to be very clear that it does not mean that I don't support what was being discussed here. It doesn't mean that I don't support what we are trying to prevail against with a negative rhetoric that is out there. But ultimately, this council, all 5 of us, and I want to state that plainly, do care about public safety. That includes all of us up here. And any negative rhetoric or, sadly, politicking is false. And I want to just make that very clear on why I stand in that way. If you've already printed your yard signs and it says restore public safety, you might want to consider getting new yard signs, because public safety doesn't need to be restored because it was never taken away in this way in the first place. So I just want to state that we are all up here dedicated to it. So before we move forward, I think it's just really important that we all make sure that we all at least know. I'm repeating myself, but it is really important that I want to state that, because this issue is driving a wedge in many ways, but it is driven by minority voices, in my opinion, in some ways, that are trying to use it for politics versus for the actual policies that I think this council is trying to address. And I want to state that plainly.
Thank you. Can we vote, please? You want to? Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we can move on now to item 4B, dockless. Thank you very much for being here. Dockless micromobility. And if staff will provide an update.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Kobe Wagman, Parking Operations Supervisor, and I'm joined by Paige Portwood from Long Range Planning in representation of the city's dockless micromobility pilot program. Next page, please. Our recommendation on the dockless micromobility pilot program is to extend the pilot through June 30th, 2023 in order to prepare for a permanent dockless on-demand micromobility program. Also, staff recommends the allocation of $125,000 from unallocated reserves, specifically Measure R funds, for consultant and related programming costs. The consultant will assist staff with developing a robust program with more refined policies, as well as best practices from around the country. Furthermore, the funds will help continue to grow the network of parking stations and fund the software required to manage the various digital information packets being sent from each operator and implement digital policies and rules, such as parking enforcement and other terms required should staff be directed to extend the pilot. Next page. We did not get to this point overnight. The journey to this update began back in 2016 when the city started WehoPedals, a city-sponsored bike share program. Due to the heaviness of the bikes and the lack of an electric assist motor, the program never fully caught on. Furthermore, the program was very costly compared to the rides it was providing. In 2018, staff was directed to end the WehoPedals bike share and explore alternatives with a focus on electric pedal assist bikes in the private sector. This led to staff issuing several calls for applications. The first CFA garnered little interest due to some of the language written into the permit requirements. With council's permission, the CFA was modified and 4 companies were accepted into the interview process. One of these companies dropped out in early 2020, shortly after the pandemic crippled the supply chains and the pilot was postponed. Staff was eventually able to launch the pilot in July 2021 with a caveat of it not having e-bikes at the onset. The pilot would be 18 months. 3 companies were part of the inaugural rollout: Bird, Lime, and Wheels. Bird and Lime provided the traditional electric scooters, and Wheels offered the hybrid devices, which is a mix between a bicycle and a scooter. Each company is allowed up to 100 devices to be in service in the city at any given time. In early 2022, sidewalk detection technology began to be tested in West Hollywood, and electric pedal assist bicycles were deployed in July. Next slide. The pilot's goals were built on the previous bike share's mission of getting drivers out of their vehicles, reducing traffic, offering alternatives to driving a vehicle, sustainability, and connectivity between the local community and greater region. The program does not run itself, nor is the program, next slide page. The program does not run itself, nor is the program entirely administered by the companies. Aside from Paige and I, the city has an important cast of supporting characters such as ABM, the Sheriff, Block by Block, and Populace. Each of these partners provides an instrumental element to the program. ABM offers day-to-day field operational support, customer service, and is often the primary contact with the community. The Sheriff and Block by Block offer enforcement support and assist ABM in correcting wayward devices. Third, Populace provides the data management and digital policy administration of the program. Next slide. The program has a host of updates, with the most noteworthy being the recent rollout of e-bikes. Lime was the first operator to get e-bikes on the ground in July, with Bird delivering their e-bike shortly after in September. There have also been a number of outreach events. Next slide. Currently, there are 34 physical parking stations throughout the city. Recently, staff are testing out virtual parking stations with the help of Populace. These will help bridge the gaps in the physical network as vetted locations. Sidewalk detection technology is likely the most important update for this report. Right now, 2 of the 3 operators, Lime and Bird, currently have deployed devices with this technology. Wheels, the third, plans to roll out the technology later this year. Next slide. There have been over 250,000 rides to date. It is reported that 80% of one company's users have addresses residing within West Hollywood. This correlates with staff analysis of roughly 85% of rides beginning, ending, or starting and ending within the city's limits. I'll now turn it over to Paige Portwood.
As Kobe mentioned, the program has shown above average usage among the community. At the end of August, there were over 290,000 trips, with rides averaging around 1.5 miles for 14 minutes. Based on travel route pattern, staff suspected many of the riders were local, which one of our operators, Bird, confirmed by finding that among their users, about 80% of West Hollywood trips were linked to an account with a WeHo zip code. Staff also found that the number of miles, over 400,000, traveled by micromobility devices during the pilot was equivalent to removing approximately 37 passenger vehicles from the road in 1 year. Populace tracks where scooter trips end and begin. In WeHo, about 84% of trips are local trips that either begin, end, or both within city limits. This aligns with Bird's finding that a majority of riders are residents. We find the busiest time for ridership is 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., which are also peak commuter hours. And the major corridors for micromobility users are Santa Monica Boulevard, Sunset Avenue, Fountain Avenue, and La Brea. Additionally, the program has demonstrated some benefits for the community who do not own a car, who use the devices to commute around the city affordably, and who are renters. With some of the benefits of the program also has yielded some weaknesses. Complaints regarding park devices that are blocking the sidewalk is one of the largest concerns, making up about 76% of all reported complaints. ABM and Block by Block, as Kobe mentioned, assists with this. They relocate and rebalance scooters. ABM is our hired contractor since July 2021 and has relocated over 4,600 devices. That's approximately 331 per month. ABM moves devices out of the right-of-way and also relocates devices to other areas of the city if there is clutter, while Block by Block assists ABM and staff with moving scooters out of the walkway and picking up fallen scooters. Unfortunately, the program has also seen a number of accidents reported through LASD, the Sheriff's Department, who reported 13 accidents in the last 14 months, and Cedar Sinai staff reported approximately 250 injuries. We, in the last 4 months, have conducted extensive outreach to hear the perspectives of riders and non-riders alike. Staff found benefits such as the program provides more options for people to get around and is a great substitute for driving a short trip. The community also voiced the disadvantages of the program, which were that the devices can be a danger to pedestrians, especially individuals living with disabilities and senior adults. Also, that infrastructure to ride on the street, such as bike lanes or to park on sidewalks, is lacking due to narrow widths. All in all, 58%, however, of survey participants did think the program should continue, with 14% of those who have never ridden a scooter. Here are some more statistics that we wanted to share regarding change of behavior and mode of transportation. With driving and ride-hailing, survey participants use less or significantly less. Also, a majority of participants reported they had never been in an accident, but 12% did report being in a near accident. We compiled all these findings, and we came up with 4 major themes from our survey results and the feedback. The first, improved community access to alternate modes of transportation and provides a substitute to driving or ride-hailing. This finding is based on the feedback, the survey, and the statistics. It is key because it encompasses all of the goals that the program initially set out to achieve in 2020-2021. The following 3 are improvements to the program which staff believes can be mitigated through a robust pilot extension and certainly through regulations that will be set forth in a permanent program. This is why staff has recommended to extend the pilot program to prepare for a permanent program to begin in the 2023-2024 fiscal year. More details on the staff recommendation can be found here on the screen. It includes updating the pilot requirements, such as all deployed devices must have safety technology like sidewalk detection and virtual parking station capabilities. We would extend and expand Populus's contract to implement more robust policies. This includes fines, fees, which currently we don't subscribe to that package. And it would authorize permit fees for the final quarter to be used for the operations. And then we would return to City Council in the spring with our findings for a permanent program for further direction. We also wanted to share this information about how to reach staff and specifically ABM if the community has any concerns with scooter devices parked in the right-of-way or any violations of the regulations currently set forth in the city. They can email parkingconcerns@weho.org. We also have a phone number, 213-247-7720. And you can also submit your service request through the West Hollywood app or online through our website. This concludes our presentation. Staff is on the line to answer any questions, and we do have a few of our operators who are available for any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much.
We have public speakers too, just to let you know.
Do you want to take those first?
No, you can ask a question. I just didn't want it to get into a deliberation.
Oh, no worries. Paige, are you the one that's going to take our questions? Is that Paige?
Yes, Kobe and I will be answering the question.
Thank you. I was a little confused by the accident statistics. Do we know for a fact that any of those accident statistics, albeit not one, because I understand the mayor's sister might have be included in one of those. But regarding cars actually hitting scooters and then having those individuals on the scooters have to go to Cedars or anything like that, do we know the breakdown?
No, we do not. Unfortunately, it's at a very high level, and the sheriff's reports are pretty general, and then the Cedars-Sinai would require a pretty in-depth analysis. We can go back and ask them for a further breakdown, but it would probably take some time.
Yeah, so the reason why I ask is because of the 250 related injuries to electric scooters. Wouldn't that be a misnomer then, because we're essentially blaming the electric scooters for the injuries, -1, but ultimately we don't know if those injuries are actually resulting from scooters or from cars hitting scooters or something else happening where they fell. I do understand the statistic about people with helmets, so we need to kind of clarify the record here, don't we?
Correct. That's a very good point. And another point of clarification is that those are not specifically for West Hollywood. It was for the actual region. So the 250 was for whatever cases were brought to them, but it wasn't specific to West Hollywood.
But of the 12 injuries reported within in the span of 2021 and 2022, those being from the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department, we could infer that those are from West Hollywood, but specifically we cannot infer that those 12 accidents were not the result of a car hitting a scooter or some other thing happening, correct?
It was 13 incorrect.
Yes, and I'm only making the number down run because and I don't want to keep calling out the mayor's poor sister, and who I'm glad is recovered or hopefully recovering still. And if you're listening, I hope you are recovered. Additionally, of the 12% near accidents, do we have any more data about that? What does that mean? What is a near accident?
So that statistic was found through our community online survey, and it was self-reported. So it could mean a wide variety of things to the participants who filled out the survey.
Great. So it could be anywhere, riding, again, almost getting hit by a car. Maybe the street is a little bumpy and you could have fallen or something like that, but you righted yourself?
Correct.
Great. You say in regards to scooter usage from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. on specific streets like Fountain Avenue or Santa Monica Boulevard puts them in direct conflict with a lot of cars, especially in areas that don't have protected bike lanes, correct?
Yes, correct.
So the rantings of a madman or something talking about why we shouldn't have bike lanes on Fountain Avenue or Santa Monica Boulevard or these other places would seem inappropriate almost, because Fountain Avenue is a widely used street for scooters, which is something alarming to me living on Fountain, but I don't even like riding my e-bike on Fountain, but Fountain seems to be an ample place for bike lanes then based on this usage to protect these scooter riders, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And then my last question, regarding the number of complaints, were they still statistically coming from 50% or more from the same person, or has the number grown exponentially to 100, 200 people, or is it still a low number from a same couple of people?
It is still significant. The reports are still coming from a small number of people.
Great. And I'm sorry, I did say my last question, but my actual last question before we go to anywhere else is, do any other cities in the greater West Side region or Los Angeles offer almost on-demand scooter rebalancing the way that our city does? Within a 15-minute time frame, a scooter's pretty much rebalanced somewhere?
Not that I'm aware of. I may be wrong, but not that I'm aware of.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. That it was my last question.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I want to talk about the contracts that we have, and thank you for the presentation. The contracts that we have in place, can they be modified immediately to require sidewalk detection and slow down technology? Did you hear me?
Sorry, I was clicking the
Oh,
Windows
okay.
icon instead of the mute.
You all look like you weren't hearing me, so just wanted to make sure.
From my reading of it, and
Uh-huh.
Paige, please step in if I'm wrong or you think I'm wrong. Is that the current contracts or permits would probably need to be ended, and a new one would probably need to be entered into to make changes. At least that's my interpretation of it. But there is, we're able to cancel the permits at our convenience.
So we don't have the opportunity to amend the contracts?
I probably need to get advice from our general counsel.
Okay, so Lauren Langer would need to look into it? Okay. Lauren, can you let us know or look into that? I'm interested to know if, because what I'm hearing is that the recommendation is to require sidewalk technology on January 2023. Is that correct? From the staff report? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm interested to know if the council decides, can we do that immediately? And then the other question I have is, can you let me know of the scooter companies that we are in contract with, which of them have sidewalk technology today and using it?
So out of the three companies, currently Bird and Lime have the technology on their devices. It's not currently required under the permit, so it's not turned on. But if we were to make it required, I believe they would be able to implement it pretty much overnight.
Great.
And I think there's representatives here from all three companies that might be able to speak more specifically if that would be appropriate.
And do we have the, legally, can we expand? That's the other question for Lauren Langer. Can we expand at any time to add other providers if we make that decision, if we wanted to do that?
I mean, I believe so, yes. It's a pilot program, and you've, created it for a certain number of companies, and as you learn more and want to change it a little bit, I think there's some opportunities to expand it to what you think is appropriate for the city. But we'll look at the particular terms of the existing contracts, back to your first question about how we amend them and what we can change when.
Thank you so much. I want to kind of discuss the idea of June 2023 being a permanent program. Can you let me know exactly what the consultant would be doing, or reiterate that again? You may have covered a little bit of it in the staff report, but we're going to put $125,000. What would the consultant exactly be giving us for that?
Yeah, so the $125,000 would be for the, and I'll get into the details specifically about the consultant, but it would also include the build out of the parking network, as well as the software that we need to run the program. So there's other services built into that to keep it going, but specifically for the consultant, it would really help us make sure that we were building and designing a permanent program appropriately, using their expertise and best practices from across the country. They just have, the truth is they have the network and the contacts to make sure that whatever we would be implementing would be the best solution, versus not to discredit myself or Paige and what we've accomplished. Our snapshot and window into what's going on is pretty narrow, and there's a lot, and it's constantly evolving. And just like the sidewalk detection technology, things are always emerging. They would help us define policies and regulations and make sure that all of the feedback that we've collected over the past 18 months, and if we were to be directed the additional 6 months, could be incorporated into a feasible and viable program.
Thank you so much. And can you remind me when the last time you did a report back to council, what month that was?
It was in November of 2021. and that item was tabled to a date uncertain, and so this is the next time that we have presented to council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a couple of questions. You have in the report that one of the three main objectives was to reduce reliance on passenger car vehicles and regional vehicular traffic. Have we done any traffic counts to see if traffic has actually decreased?
No, we haven't, Mayor, but that is something that we would likely incorporate in our findings with the consultant.
Okay. On the fiscal impact, it says the program is going to cost $250,000 to $400,000 the initial year. Are we having the operators pay for that separate from revenues? Are they paying the cost, the operators paying the cost of the program?
No, they will not pay the cost of all of that.
Why not?
Well, that's something we can look into, and that's why staff is requesting a couple of months to scope out the permanent program. Currently, the permit fees that we request of the operators don't meet that funding, and quite honestly, it doesn't cover the contract that we have with ABM at this point. It is something we could look into.
Yeah, because I mean, when this was originally brought to us, I think, well, at least I was under the impression that it wasn't going to cost us anything, this program. So that's why I'm a little surprised. How are the riders supposed to know where to park with this new parking plan?
So we have the physical stations that are identified through like signage and paint. The virtual parking stations would be on the app, and they would be alerted. I don't want to misspeak, but I'm assuming that they would know a location when they plug in their destination, or there might be some kind of indicator. Perhaps one of the companies could elaborate on how the virtual stations are detected when someone is riding.
So what are the consequences to the rider if they don't park where they're supposed to? Are there consequences?
Currently, under the pilot, there are not consequences, but that's something that we want to build out into the pilot 2.0 in the permanent program, is making sure that riders and the companies are all held accountable in a fair way that meets the city and the community's needs.
I'm sorry?
It's something that we would want to build out into the future pilot if we were directed to extend it.
Okay, so you don't have any ideas about what the consequences would be for the rider if they don't park the scooter in the place that you want them to park?
Right now, they're private companies, so they would all, I guess, handle them differently. Right now, it's difficult, if possible, to kind of dictate how the companies would treat their own users under their own terms of service. It's certainly something that we can discuss with them and make sure that there are certain rules and we can hold the companies accountable, but I think it would be hard for the city to dictate how they hold their own customers accountable.
Okay, and you mentioned in the survey that there were people younger than 15, and they're supposed to be at least 15 with a learner's permit to be on the scooter. So how do you propose not keeping children under 15 off the scooters?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I honestly don't have a specific answer. It's something that we will need to work collaboratively with the companies. We had a pretty earnest conversation about that with one of the companies earlier today, and I guess it's not an answer, but the analogy would be to how do you prevent, I guess, somebody driving underage in a car. It comes down to catching them or enforcement. But perhaps there's more innovative and ways of doing it using technology that I'm not aware of at this moment in time.
Okay, and then I know with the bird user agreement, there's a weight limitation. It says, that someone who is over the weight limit is not allowed to be riding on the scooter. But I couldn't find in that agreement what the weight limitation was. Can you tell me what that weight limitation is?
I believe we have someone from Bird that was going to address that. Is that still the case, Paige?
Yes, he can address that in his comments.
Okay, and I would imagine that there must be technology that would be able to deal with weight limitations. We have scales even that are not that advanced that give weights. You have people riding two on a scooter. I'm sure they're over the weight limitation, unless it's two kids under 15. So I just want to know how we make riding these devices safer in following a user agreement that supposedly people are going by. If there are no other questions from council members, I can move on to public comment. Kevin Burton, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kevin Burton, resident of West Hollywood and member of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. We support staff's recommendation to extend the pilot in preparation for a more permanent program and to, in fact, expand to other vendors who can help improve connectivity with other communities, many of whom have similar programs in the county. I would like to emphasize that most of these scooter rides, which are monitored closely, they're starting, their ending points at distances, are over distances where people wouldn't be walking. And so they are indeed taking cars off the road. Trying to measure that by measuring total traffic would be very difficult because of all the factors that affect total traffic. Also, with regard to concerns about scooters whizzing by on sidewalks, I've had that happen several times, and I fully sympathize with that. The scooter companies now have reliable technology for detecting sidewalks. We have tested this ourselves. And you go at high speed, gets on the sidewalk, goes down 4 miles an hour within a couple of seconds, and that's about the speed of a brisk walk. So that problem should go away. I don't think there's any particular concern about that now. One point I want to make is that the reason scooterists ride on sidewalks mostly is out of concern for self-preservation. And the most important thing the cities should be doing is putting bicycle and scooter micromobility infrastructure on the streets. And its record of doing that with the bike ped plan so far is very poor. So please take another look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Annie Jump Vicente? I thought you disappeared.
No, just taking a nap. It's boring. So, all right. So, I didn't prepare anything anyway. So, I just wanted to say, as someone who went to school for city planning and public policy for architecture and engineering, community sustainability certified, I don't know, just a slew of crap. So, I very much love the ideas of these bikes and these scooters. The point is a mobility dockless program. We need to dock them. There's also an issue with, today when I was coming here, the scooter or the bike just would not unlock for me. So I couldn't unlock it, which means I had to cancel the ride, which it wouldn't let me because it said I wasn't in a parking spot, even though it was in a parking spot. So I would hope that would also alleviate, the extra $4 charge that I just got today, just trying to attend this meeting. To The price of them they're way too high. The companies do not need to make that much money off simple riding. It costs more than if I just go buy a car and spend gas money, which is polluting. The first time I ever rode it for, try not to curse, bed sheets and giggles, I got hit by a car because I was riding in a lane and the car clipped my elbow and it's still sprained. It's been like, I don't know, 3 months now. So it is pretty dangerous, but the proposed solution that I have is, especially on Santa Monica Boulevard, where it is essentially West Hollywood's main street, take away an entire lane, the entire right lane on each side, turn it into complete public transit, specifically for buses, and then bikes and scooters can also utilize it. So that way we can take all of them off the streets, get more cars off the streets entirely.
Thank you, Annie. Mark Cox, please.
If you walk around Los Angeles, you see those scooters thrown by people, not necessarily thrown, but knocked over, and then they're half in the street. And I see that all the time. I'm always pulling out of the street. Now, West Hollywood might have a better policing of somebody pulling off the street, so maybe I see less here than I do outside the region of the city limits. I don't know. I haven't really studied it that closely, but I just I'm always seeing that. And that's not the rider's fault. The rider might leave it on the sidewalk, but then somebody with a bad attitude throws it or knocks it over. So it's half in the street, which then means it's not safe for the motorist. And instead of looking at statistics, well, how many injuries have there been? You need to start looking at their photographs of the injuries. Police were there. I saw one person, okay, who fell on the street of Santa Monica Boulevard, and the sheriffs were already there, and the ambulance or whatever was already there, and half of his face was all blood, okay? And I think I heard them say he was out for a bit, right? Now, if you ride a skateboard, when you fall, reflexively, your wrist goes in front of you. Your palms hit the ground, and it hurts, right? But when you're on a scooter, you got grips. So the reflexive action of protecting your face or your chin from being broke on the sidewalk is not as much there as when you're on a skateboard, because you're not holding anything, a skateboard. If you start daydreaming when you ride a skateboard and you hit a crack, then you're going to go flat to the ground real fast. And every time I did that in the past, I don't ride it anymore, my wrist always broke that fall. I never broke my chin. But if I was on a scooter, I might have cracked my skull if I was in a situation where I had, damage. What you need is elevated roads in the center of the road. So you're like another lane. It's new. It's elevated just for bikes, just for something like a scooter. You can't take away a lane. You need to build something high in the center.
Thank you. Melissa, do we have any people on Zoom? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Our first speaker on Zoom is Karen O'Keefe, to be followed by Manny Rodriguez. Karen, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm Karen O'Keefe of West Hollywood. I'm a member of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition, and we support scooter and bike share. Shared scooters and bikes are key to addressing the climate crisis. Many people have their bikes stolen or have no places to store one. Shared bikes and scooters are essential to increasing car-free trips. They help with parking, traffic, and equity by providing an affordable, reliable, and COVID-safe mode of transportation. They're also far less dangerous than cars, which kill almost 40,000 Americans every year, which is more than homicide. I'm concerned by the idea I heard of having virtual parking areas. I want to ensure that people can park as many places or more as they can park an automobile. For this to truly be a successful first mile, last mile mode of transportation, we need to be able to park at our destination. Scooter riders should be able to park in the furniture zone anywhere at the sidewalk and in car park spots. I certainly agree they should be out of the way and support the city's efforts to keep the right-of-way clear, but we do need to have people be able to actually park where they're going. In my neighborhood, I see sidewalks blocked by parked cars far more often than I see them blocked by scooters, and I can and do pick up and move scooters, but of course have no hope of moving a 2-ton car. Part of why WeHo Pedals has failed was that it required riders to walk blocks to docking stations, and I really hope that you don't repeat that error and make this a way less attractive mode of transportation. I also urge the city to continue to make it as affordable as possible and continue to have the city cover some of the costs to make it an affordable alternative to cars, which we need to really reduce the use of. WeHo recognized this when it launched WeHo Pedals, but it was a failure and cost far more per user, so this approach is far cheaper than that option. Please stand up for equity and the planet we depend on, make shared micromobility permanent, add more vendors, and create safer spaces for bikes, scooters, pedestrians, and the disabled by creating protected bike lanes on Fountain and Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Manny Rodriguez, to be followed by Max Mixon. Manny, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Manny Rodriguez, West Hollywood. This pilot program has achieved its purpose. It has shown you that nothing has changed in the last 15 months. The behavior of riders is as reckless as ever, and scooters continue to be dumped in the middle of the sidewalk, creating obstacles and blight. No one is using the parking pad. The sidewalk technology does not exist and never will. The instruction tags were a failure. The required picture of a parked scooter is seen by no one. Companies continue to abandon their products for days at a time. Riders routinely disobey traffic laws, and the innocent pedestrian continues to lose confidence in their environment. In an area of only 5 blocks, I alone report an average of 60 dumped scooters every month, and that's because I know how to report. The City Council and staff has received numerous videos showing scooter riders illegally careening down the pedestrian path. The evidence is there. It cannot be disputed. The pilot program has proven this, and so has the documentation. On-demand scooters have been around for 5 years. They have contributed nothing to the betterment of the environment. There are more cars and Ubers on the street now than ever before. Every frivolous $3 scooter ride simply prevents that person from walking. Human-powered walking. By now, you should have zero confidence that these companies and its users will change for the better. The business model does not allow it. I encourage you to unanimously choose alternative 2, ban on-demand scooters in West Hollywood. If you do so, I guarantee the bars will be packed to overcapacity. They'll continue to be that way. People will still get to work and to Rocco's happy hour. It's really not a big deal. They will not be missed one iota.
Thank you, Manny.
And we'll have our sidewalks back. That's all we have left.
Thank you, Manny. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Mayor. Our next speaker is Jack Mishkin, to be followed by Paulina. Jack, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, West Hollywood City Council. My name is Jack Mishkin. I am a fleet manager in partnership with Bird. As a fleet manager, we are a small mom-and-pop business operating, maintaining, and managing Bird scooters in West Hollywood for the last 14 months. Our successful partnership with Bird has provided a green, sustainable alternative to transportation for the city. It has also provided us an opportunity as a small business to help support our family along with the families of our employees. We work hard around the clock trying to stay in compliance with the city in terms of deploying, rebalancing, and distributing the scooters in designated areas. We take pride in what we do, and we look forward to growing our operation, working together with Bird and the City of West Hollywood to grow our micromobility. And we hope to see that continue to benefit the community. Thank you, City and attendees, for your time and consideration. Also, on a side note, if you see us picking up scooters making our rounds, please stop us, approach us, provide us your input, give us feedback so that we can enhance or improve the experience for our neighborhood. Mr. Councilmember, Mr. John Erickson, in regards to compliance, we not only manage West Hollywood, we also manage Hollywood, the greater Hollywood area, all the way to Silver Lake and all the way down to Wilshire and Koreatown. In the last 2.5 months, we do get city complaints, 311 complaints directly, and we do have 2 hours to fulfill those complaints. And we have not missed a single complaint in the last 2.5 months within the greater Hollywood area. Also, another thing that was brought up, the Bird app in West Hollywood, as a first-time rider, asks you to scan your driver's license prior to starting the ride. Another point that I do want to make, and I'm sorry if I'm going over my time limit, Ms. Mayor, 2 people should not be riding a single scooter. It is dangerous, and it should be enforced and put a stop to that. As far as staying compliant, we are in
Jack,
this
I'm
for the
sorry,
long
your time is
haul.
up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paulina, to be followed by Kat Velasco. Paulina, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Good night, City Council. My name is Paulina, and I am a supporter of Wheels as a mobility device, and I believe it's safe for its riders. Wheels is the only scooter that has a seat that is low to the ground and has a safety helmet. And I trust that the Wheels product, and I trust in the Wheels product and believe that the council should support the staff report. Thank you very much and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Paulina. Our next speaker is Kat Velasco, to be followed by Morgan Roth. Kat, please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, cool. Hi, good, I guess it's nighttime actually, so good night. This is Kat Velasco. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm asking the council to support the staff report and recommendations. I think that scooters are affordable and a safe way to travel throughout WeHo. I appreciate that the wheel scooter has an easily accessible helmet that's lined with biodegradable liners that keep the helmet sanitized and my head safe while riding. So again, I just want to ask that the council please support the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Our next speaker, next speaker is Morgan Roth, to be followed by Jamie Francis. Morgan, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Go ahead, yes.
Awesome. I represent Bird, so I will also be on hand. I'm going to provide a public comment that will be available to the council and staff thereafter. Good evening, West Hollywood City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment this evening. My name is Morgan Roth, and I'm on Bird's government partnerships team, overseeing our program in the city of West Hollywood. Bird is proud to have served the city since the inception of the pilot program, where we've provided nearly 50% of total trips to date. We recently looked into our core ridership, and we see over 500 users utilize Bird at least 2 times a week. Regarding all-time local use, we pulled billing zip codes through our payment processor and identified over 12,000 users with billing addresses living within the 3 overlapping zip codes of WeHo. We're very proud of these numbers, which in addition to trips, showcase the local use of micromobility in the city. The success of this program is largely due to the attentive and professional staff overseeing our operations. We meet regularly with the team, and as a result, we've been able to work through challenges to ensure a successful program. Bird is also happy to have recently introduced our bike, for which we'll have more online in the coming days, and our industry-leading sidewalk technology as a pilot. We are in support of the continuation of the program, and we hope to see it become a permanent feature of mobility in West Hollywood. We've shared over 30 public comments with you tonight from community members, each one demonstrating the importance of having micromobility part of the transportation ecosystem in the city. While we wholeheartedly support the inclusion of new technology requirements into the program, our hope is that the inclusion of new infrastructure will occur before, in order to support the citywide adoption of parking and sidewalk tech. As we've seen done in Long Beach and San Diego, the citywide enforcement of these new technologies without the needed infrastructure to support has resulted in a 60% drop in our ridership. We believe that West Hollywood will move quicker than both of these cities due to the staff behind the wheel, no pun intended, and the size of the city, but our hope is that we can work together to ensure a smooth timeline that won't undermine other goals of the program. Thank you for your consideration this evening. I will land on the line as I mentioned, and be available.
Morgan, you're the representative for Bird? Where did Morgan go?
Yes, am I still unmuted? I believe I'm here.
Okay, so I had the question about the user agreement says there's weight limitation, that you can't be over a certain weight, but it doesn't say what that weight is. Where is that in the user agreement?
That is a good question, and I have a number of comments to respond to. I'm happy to do those now per the city clerk, or we can wait until deliberation after. I'm happy to address this one. Each one of our vehicles has a slightly different weight requirement. Unfortunately, obviously, as we all know, adding a scale to a scooter is a very hard technical feat. We are working on utilizing sensors that are existing in the scooter to determine weight differences based off of the user account over time to be able to determine double riding. But for instance, the difference between 230 pounds or 232 pounds is pretty insignificant when it comes to a scooter, and going to be very hard for us to disable a ride based off of that very minor fluctuation.
Morgan,
what it ultimately results in, go ahead.
Yeah, Morgan, so how does the user know what the weight limitation is if it's not in the user agreement?
We have the information on our website. I will look back to ensure that it's not. It sounds like you've done your homework on this, and it's been some time since I've been asked this question, so I'll double check as well. Again, though, it's obviously if it's something that we can determine based off of an enforcement that has occurred with double riding, and we can point to that, we can use that as an impetus to suspend the rider from BIRD altogether. We're also looking at our sensor technology to be able to, again, track weight fluctuation on the device from a single user's account over time to be able to make those determinations in advance and hopefully not have to rely on law enforcement on the ground as a resource to enact that enforcement.
So you don't have that now?
It's a work in progress.
Okay, thank you.
There's very specific technology, so, but we would like to have it online too.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamie Francis, to be followed by David Mraz. Jamie, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Council. I just have to say, as somebody who uses the sidewalk as a pedestrian, I see the innate abuses that these companies are attributing to to making the streets unsafe and the sidewalks unsafe. To concur with the mayor, or to elaborate, these people using these e-scooters are riding in rapid speeds in excess of 30 to 40 or 50 miles an hour, 2 or more. They're going in narrow walkways, Fountain and Sunset, right near the Den or Sweetser. I almost got collided with a car and a scooter that was trying to cut off the car, who both were trying to cut off the pedestrian. Who is looking out for our safety? At the very least, it's negligible for these companies to say, oh, we're not aware of this, let's get back to the bylaws, or sorry, I didn't look into it. I mean, how idiotic is that? They don't think of culpability, liability, people who get injured. We shouldn't have to wonder, using a sidewalk, look at the term. You walk on a sidewalk. You do not have e-scooters that are driving or riding rapid speeds on scooters, taking away from pedestrians who are forced to walk in the street, and then we're collateral damage because then drivers are impatient with us. They need to be on a road, wearing helmets so they're not injured, and they take into consideration collateral damage that's attributed to it, and us as pedestrians, we don't have a say. It is futile. There is no viability with this. And it's going to cause more corporal injury to people who are living in this neighborhood, just want to walk across this crosswalk, and we have to give them the right of way. Does that sound asinine? That I give right of way to someone who's on an e-scooter on a sidewalk because they're impatient and they'd rather mow me down? And it's interchangeable. You look at Sunset, Santa Monica, Fountain, you go within city limits of West Hollywood and LA. And yet you call police, by that time they're long gone.
Thank you, Jamie. Your time is up. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Mayor, our final speaker on Zoom is David Mraz. David, you'll have 2 minutes. Please
Thank
press
you.
*6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Mraz. I am a resident of West Hollywood, and I wanted to voice my support for Wheels as a Scooter and the scooter mobility pilot program that is occurring right now within the city. I just want to say thank you guys so much for being a pioneer and allowing this green technology to give us an alternative mode of transportation. I'm actually a great fan of Wheels, given that it is a seated scooter and also provides a helmet when necessary for safety purposes. I would like to ask that the council will approve the staff recommendation report and extend the pilot program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that sounds like it's our last speaker. Who would like to begin?
Sorry, I'm from Lyme, and I was told I would have the opportunity to speak today as well.
Oh, please do.
Perfect, thank you. Can I start now?
Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Charlie Mastelloni, and I'm the Senior Manager for Government Relations at Lyme. I'd like to thank the Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak today, and Planning and Development and Services Department and the Department of Public Works for their time. I'm here to express Lyme's support for staff's recommendation to extend their micromobility pilot program. Since July of 2021, Lyme has been proud to operate a dockless micromobility program, and as of July this year, a bike share program in the city. We've seen nearly 30,000 trips alone just this past summer. These 30,000 trips were all emissionless, helping the city to reach its climate goals. I also want to assure you that the safety of riders and non-riders is Lyme's top priority. Our fleet has traveled over 319 million miles around the world, and we're proud that 99.992% of our trips end globally without incident. And to expand our safety efforts, Lyme's introduced our Gen 4 scooters and e-bikes. We've introduced additional safety resources like our in-app late-night cognitive tests and first ride events to educate riders on safe behaviors. And we also want you to know how important to us it is for us to know and to keep the right-of-way clear for pedestrians, which is why we've now implemented a mandatory parking requirement to ensure riders end their trips at one of West Hollywood's designated parking spots. And we've launched our enhanced sidewalk riding technology within the city, which will produce a loud audible alert if the technology detects that a rider isn't properly riding on the sidewalk. And we look forward to working with the city to develop further solutions when available and possible. And finally, I want to close by emphasizing our continued commitment specifically to West Hollywood. Over the long term, we strive to provide a robust connection to public transit and bridge the gap between West Hollywood and Metro Bus, Metro Red Line, and Dash. And we want to continue to work with city staff to adjust and tailor the program as needed. Thank you.
Mayor, we have one additional operator who wishes to speak.
I was just going to ask, is Wheels here?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Patrick. I'm the Director of Operations for the West Coast in Hawaii. Really excited to talk with you all about this program. Something that's very near and dear to my heart was sustainability and accessibility to transportation barriers to really help people move freely across the city. And Wheels is definitely extremely proud to be part of that in West Hollywood. Wheels was founded here in West Hollywood over 4 years ago and has been helping residents move around safely since the program's inception. Wheels is the only operator that can operate in all three cities in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, and Santa Monica, which allows the users to move freely and have the opportunity to move without barriers or restrictions. Wheels' safety and priority is to make sure that the users are safe and able to have easy, accessible, reliable transportation. Our patented design offers residents 5 points of safety contact, 2 on the handlebars, 1 on the seat, and then 2 pedals on the feet that are foot pegs, and then a lower center of gravity that really maximizes the balance to make sure that you have that low center of gravity. This allows for us to create one of the safest and most accessible devices in the market to allow users to travel safely to where they're trying to go. Wheels is the first company to create a device with an integrated helmet, which we've heard users talk about earlier, with a biodegradable liner that inside the helmet helps users have a fresh helmet with every usage to keep them safe while riding on the roads. In addition, Wheels is able to provide virtual parking technology and is developing sidewalk technology so that way we can be able to understand when riders are either on the sidewalk or in the road, which allows us to control the user behavior based way you guys all decide is deemed necessary. And overall, we really do appreciate being part of this West Hollywood pilot, and we look forward to continue to improve the experience for everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That was I just forgot the gentleman's name. Janet, what was it?
Patrick Goldstein with Wheels.
Patrick, does your company have the technology to stay off the sidewalks? I was trying to go back to the PowerPoint, but it's not up.
Yeah, so we have, we are in development for that technology, and we should be able to be ready by January.
Can you commit to being ready by January?
I can double check with that, so I don't want to give a verbal confirmation right now, but we definitely know and are understanding of the timeline, and we're doing our very best to make sure that we're ready by January.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you. I'm just wondering if the city attorney has had a chance to look at the contract at all?
Yes, I have the template contract here, and it does say that the terms can be modified at the city's discretion.
Great. So here's where I am. Back in November 2021, which is what, 10 or 11 months ago, I was very adamant that we make sure that we have sidewalk technology. Most of a lot of residents have been concerned, rightly so, about scooters whipping past them really quickly, about scooters with respect to people with disabilities in our city, and their safety with respect to scooters, again, possibly harming them, going by really quickly on the sidewalk. I think that with block by block being ramped up and having an extra set of 30 plus then also 36 on our commercial districts, the issue with scooters being left on the sidewalk in the wrong place will be alleviated greatly. But I'm really, really concerned about the danger with respect to users speeding by too quickly, which is why I said back in November that we need to have in this pilot program those scooter companies that have the sidewalk detection and slow down technology. At this point, given all the feedback we've gotten from residents, and it is our job to do everything that we can to create safety and at the same time to be innovative. And when we have a pilot that is showing us that it actually is working really well, the number of injuries are not that high compared to the number of trips. I see a lot of folks that love to use the scooters, and they deserve to, but residents in this city deserve to be safe. And when we have technology in place, it makes no sense to me that we shouldn't be right now, tonight, amending the contract, well, whatever the process is with the city attorney, but really amending the contract as soon as possible to have those in the program that have the sidewalk technology turning it on, as Kobe said, as soon as tomorrow. As far as wheels, if they can't give us a commitment of being done, I think they need to be paused until they have the technology in place. I would also like to have staff look at adding link and spin into the program. I've personally demoed link and spin, and the good thing about spin is they've had the sidewalk technology and remote control moving their scooters into stations. They actually can work with the city potentially to create actual docking stations that have potential revenue opportunities. And what they had told me is that they can also have other scooter companies dock in their stations. So that's something I think it would be worth staff delving into for this program. And as far as Link is the sturdiest scooter I have ever ridden. They provided some kind, I think it was a discount program too, which was great. Their sidewalk technology was phenomenal and it was very sturdy. So I think it would be wise for us to add one or both of those scooter vendors into the program. So those are my thoughts this evening. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the members of the public that came out and spoke. I also want to just take a moment of personal privilege to thank people like Mikey Friedman, who remind us to put ourselves in people's shoes to ensure that we're doing all that we can. And I too, like my colleague Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine, really did stress and push the sidewalk technology, and I think whatever motion is made here tonight or whatever guidance we give, that technology needs to be turned on as soon as tomorrow. I think that is very critical. I myself think that the infrastructure improvements that were long needed here in the city of West Hollywood are forthcoming, but I don't think that should be at the fault of scooter riders. I think that this city could have and should have move forward with that. I'm happy to see this really positive momentum for what we are trying to do there. I too would like to see the program expanded with Spin and or Link, whichever ones the city has been working with. I too think they were great when I rode them, and they had that technology and almost slowed to a stop, not a quick stop, a gradual stop. And I told you, I do want to ensure that first mile, last mile parking issues could be addressed. So the ways that we look at where people can park the scooters or leave the scooters, obviously one of the benefits is riding to the location where you are. So I don't know if there's some type of benefit that we could work with the local Chamber of Commerce and our businesses to promote cross promotion, that if you park it appropriately at their businesses, they'll assist you, or if they're willing to put out spaces like that to have discounts at their businesses to promote rideshare, people like that. We saw with Ciclavia that I've never seen Astro Burger so busy in my entire life. I'm sure Astro Burger is very happy about that, but they had everywhere for parking, and so I think that's one great partnership that I would like to see Kobe or Paige look into later on with the consultants, what types of what we could do with our business community, because we've seen that more bike-friendly business and parking actually is good for business. I understand what they were saying, the Wheels representative was saying. However, unless a guarantee can be given, I don't know, city attorney, if we can place them on probation until January, once that technology is available. I'm not really in the mood tonight to kick out people or to remove people, but I do think that sidewalk technology is critical. So however that could be done, since the contract seems moldable in ways, or we could figure that out and leave that up to staff. And then additionally, I would like to see us look more at integration for parking options, again, in our neighborhoods, to help further prevent scooter dumping that we see going on. I believe when we discussed this long ago, Councilmember D'Amico brought up the idea of having it come right from the street versus from the sidewalk so people could get in. That has been successful. I want to thank Celia, who lives at Lexington and Gardner, and I know there's a scooter thing right outside her apartment, and thank Jackie and city staff for working with her to make sure that we can sweep in and out of there where the scooters are being parked. But we have to integrate that type of thinking into our scooter parking. So what those types of heat map plans could come about for further parking to help. And then, continued outreach for what we are doing. I'm supportive of staff's recommendation. I think extending the pilot program is the right way to do. I fully support making the program permanent. And I think staff will be coming back with not only a better rounded program that will be ready for that finalization later on, but one that I think we can say, now look at what we're doing, hopefully with Fountain, hopefully with Santa Monica, and then obviously all the great work being done on Melrose already will have a lot of integration that we're hoping. I want to... and then helmets are super important that we've been seeing. Two public commenters, I think, commented on falling today. I have fallen off a scooter. It's not fun. But luckily I was wearing a helmet. Not everyone has, but I do know that the groups have been pushing helmets out fast enough. But I am curious and want to make sure the mayor's concerns regarding someone that's 15 using it. I think that's something that is not right. And obviously weight limitations should be addressed. So if that question could be addressed either later on from staff to us, because I think that is an issue, just to ensure that everyone's within full compliance. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico?
I guess I have a question for Paige or Kobe. So scooters that are not returned to their corral, has there been any discussion with the vendors about having a fee charged for scooters that are not within, 50 feet, whatever the technology allows them to clock it at? Because my sense is, if someone knew they had to pay an extra $1 for not returning it to a corral, they might put it at a corral. And then, given that we had 290,000 rides, let's say half of them don't get returned, that's $145,000 of revenue. So I'm just sort of putting out there that perhaps that's something we could investigate once we get all these other technological ideas in place to help direct user behavior and offset our costs. We sort of in some way do the same thing with parking tickets, right? If you follow all the rules, you don't get a parking ticket. If you don't follow the rules, you get a parking ticket. The next time you probably follow the rules. So I think that's one way for us to really look at user behavior, and I don't know if that technology is available, but I would guess, given that they know when a scooter is on the sidewalk or in the street, they would know whether the ride finished at a corral or not. And I guess beyond that, I would simply say that I continue to support the use of these scooters in whatever fashion and set of ideas my colleagues come forward with. I plan to support the item. I would just say that I think having the ability to put technology in place in 7 or 14 days up to whatever the number of days is until January 1st might allow for maximum flexibility to the staff. But again, I think our interest in moving this to the next level of safety, the next level of consideration, the next level of cost adjustment, I think is worth whatever we craft as a motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that staff addressed some of the questions I had in advance of the meeting, indication around injuries and their relationship to lack of helmets. I think Wheels is the only device that has helmets, so are we able to integrate them into a device so that way people are encouraged to use them more? I'm glad to know that there doesn't seem to be a trend between these devices and crimes. I know that was sort of a conspiracy theory that was out there, but that is not what we have seen in our community. I'm glad that we're calculating the number of trips that have happened within the city, indicating, the times that people have chosen not to use cars to get around our city. So while we might not get an accurate count through traffic counts generally, we do know how many times people have gone around the city not in a car, and I think that's helpful. And a lot of times people won't walk because it will take them longer to
walk to run a quick errand, and that's why they use these devices. I'm curious to know whether we can tell through the operators the number of residents in West Hollywood who actually have accounts with the various operators, to know to get a sense of how many people in the city are actually using these devices on a somewhat regular basis. And so whether that's, I'm not sure if that's available tonight, but I do think having a sense of that going forward is important. It was my understanding that these devices were not supposed to work after a certain time at night. Is that still the case?
That's not a term that in the permit that I'm familiar with. There are times when ABM will be operating to collect them, but in terms of the devices turning off, I don't believe that is an actual condition of the permit.
I know at one point we said that they were not supposed to be operating after a certain hour at night, mostly for safety reasons. And I think that would reduce the issues that we've seen with people riding under the influence, or having other kinds of issues. I know that we've gotten these statistics from the sheriff's department, but in speaking with the paramedics and their concerns with regard to responses that they've seen, the issues that they've seen happen more frequently in the evening. So taking a look at maybe a ride cutoff time to address safety issues, I'm open to exploring that in the program as well to help with safety. I do think that continuing to operate them is the right way to go, making sure that we're using the technology that helps them operate most safely is of interest. It sounds like a couple folks have some very specific ideas, so I'm happy to hear my colleagues' comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not very supportive of extending this program. I do think that we need a micro-mobility lane, that we need to have the infrastructure for this, rather than assuming that pedestrians should just move over and let's hope for the best. Can we talk a little bit about insurance? Because I want to understand the liability when, for example, a scooter does go into a pedestrian. Can you tell me, they've signed a user agreement with the company. The company says they're not liable. Who's liable? If the person is liable and then the scooter person is liable and they hit somebody and they don't have medical insurance, and the scooter guy, whoever the user is, doesn't have insurance, who's liable? Why don't they require insurance? Why can't they add a certain amount into the user's agreement per month or per year for insurance, or per ride?
I can't speak for each of the companies, but that's something that Paige and I could take away and look at for the next iteration of the permit, should we be directed to extend it. I don't want to misspeak on the matter.
We do have representatives from all three operators, so if Patrick, Scott, or Morgan would like to speak on this item, please feel free.
This is Patrick. I can speak on behalf of Wheels. So in terms of, if I'm understanding correctly, the situation where a user hits a pedestrian with the device within our rental agreement, the user is liable for those damages. And I think as a follow-up to your, subset B question is, if the customer does not have insurance, then who is liable? And so the rental agreement doesn't quite, cover that unique situation, in the sense that it would be more left up to the individual and us as the company to figure out how that situation gets resolved. But those are kind of the two instances that we have right now.
Okay, so I guess what I would say is, I mean, again, I'm not supportive of this, of extending this, but if my colleagues do move forward with extending this program, I would suggest strongly that they direct staff to figure out a way to require insurance, either of the user or of the operator, to cover the user.
Well, the wheels man. I'm sorry. Whatever. What is the nice man's name? Patrick. I will stop calling you the wheels man. I'm not aware of any third-party scooter company offering or requiring insurance or insurance even existing for scooters. Am I wrong? Like, what type of policy would I get?
Just to understand your are you asking?
Dude, is there such a thing as scooter insurance? Like, if I'm gonna go take a bird home tonight, right? Do I have my AAA insurance scooter premium coverage? I don't think such a thing exists, right?
So what I'm referring to is if we're talking about a customer riding the device, I won't claim to be an insurance expert, but from what my understanding is, from what my legal team has told me, is that the person who is riding the device who is at fault of the injury and they have insurance, meaning like typical just accident insurance, kind of like what would be similar to kind of a vehicle, is there's some type of umbrella policy that sometimes insurances will have that will cover these individual accidents that are self-inflicted or caused by them, and then that's what they would then lean back on. But to your point, I don't think there's specific scooter insurance.
Someone can just sue someone in court, right? So you hit me, I have $500,000 in medical. Well, that's a lot of money. I have $5,000 in medical bills. You're taking me to civil court, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's how I would.
So then my question is to the city attorney, what is the risk? You know, we talk about risk management. What is the risk to the city?
Well, it sounds like in that situation, it is between the rider and the person that they have the accident with. Those are the two parties who are going to be disputing who's responsible for any injuries and any medical bills following that incident.
That's my read of the law, because, and I don't know why I went down this tangent when this came up, but unless the city knew of a street that was unless there's a street in the city of West Hollywood you probably shouldn't ride a scooter on, that's the liability aspect.
Okay, my question's of the city attorney, who is the attorney. I appreciate your opinion, but that should be the city attorney discussing it. I do think that there is a risk to the city and a liability, and as we have seen in things that have happened in the past, the city gets sued for something that they have nothing to do with, that was not their fault. So, Mayor Pro Tem, is that you, or you were just still up there?
No, I wanted to speak next if you're done, because I know you're
no,
still.
That's
okay. I would like to make a motion if I could. And the motion is for us to pause wheels from the program until they have the sidewalk technology. They've said they'll have it by January. And so we pause them until they have that in place. All the scooters in the city that we have in this program really should have the sidewalk technology in place as soon as possible. So I would like the city attorney to work with staff to amend the contract to get that in place. I don't know if it then needs to come back to us at the next council meeting for us to ratify it, but so that's part of my motion. I would like to direct staff to work with Link and Spin to get them onboarded to the pilot program, and specifically work with the whole suite of Spin's offering, which is the physical corrals that they potentially may be able to offer to the city. So get that information to come back to us as well. And with respect to the other software, if that can be moved forward as well, was it Proteus? Prometheus? Opulus, thank you. Is that able to be instituted quicker as well?
Yes, we can talk to Populous. We currently don't have the funds budgeted to expand their current contract.
Okay, so that can come back to us too for consideration. Okay. And then, yes, on hiring the consultant to bring them on to do the work that we need to. So in essence, I want things instead of January 1st to be fast-tracked to our next council meeting, the things that we can do. And Councilmember D'Amico, again, had requested months ago about putting the corrals in the street. I know that has not been done, so I would like that to be part of the motion as well, for staff to come back with corrals in the streets. Am I missing anything else?
Would you include just expanding more corrals in areas so people can have maybe more parking areas?
Absolutely. We should by now be able to tell after all these months where the scooters are being parked, where there's trouble spaces, sidewalks are being left, so perhaps adding more corrals would be helpful. Okay.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you. So, so at the risk of boring all of us with more talk of insurance, I do not think the city has any liability under any circumstance, but I do think it's worth asking the staff to look into a general liability policy that each rider would pay 25 cents towards, or whatever the amount would be, to protect people who are walking, the disabled, others who do get hit, that it would be a policy carried by the company on behalf of the rider, and the rider would agree to pay. You know, I can only imagine it would be less than a quarter to insure themselves for a ride of 1 mile or less. But I do think that it's worth directing staff to investigate what general liability insurance would mean if it were carried by the company on behalf of the rider, and the rider was covered by that insurance in the case of some kind of an incident. So if you're willing to have the direction to have them investigate that included in your motion.
I think that's a great idea, and absolutely willing to add that to my motion.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can you hear me? This is Morgan from Berkshire. I do want to add something real quick on this insurance note. I've been looking at the state website. So there's actually a bill under consideration on the governor's desk that will either be signed in the next few weeks or not, AB 371, which actually would require us as providers to ensure there's a rider liability insurance that covers pedestrians. I don't know what the implementation of the timeline of this bill is, and obviously, should it not be signed into law, it won't necessarily conflict with anything that the city moves forward with, but that is a bill to consider. I know there's some other micromobility policy within as well. So I'll circulate that with staff as well and over to the city attorney's office so that that can be considered in any regulations moving forward.
City Attorney Langer, did you want to speak?
Well, I just wanted to ask a question about timing of the motion. Obviously, all of these things will be looked at immediately to get implemented in accordance with council direction. If the contracts require council approval, I don't know if they can be brought back at the next meeting because the agenda is prepared next week, and it might take a little while to get the documents done. So I wanted to ask about timing, if there's flexibility there.
In terms of perhaps to meet the heart of the motion, David could work with you all to let us know what that time frame is, but I would say no later than the end of October or the second meet. I mean, we have one meet. It's September. What day is it? It's September, right?
So-
Okay, it's still September.
Yeah, so I'm fine. Here's what I would like. A good faith with Bird and Lime, since they're the vendors. They have the technology. I would like, if they're, I don't know if they're on here, I think Lime is, for them to turn it on tomorrow. Contract is one thing, but I would like to see, and this is still a pilot, by the way, and so I'd like to see them really work with us. At one point, this is going to become permanent, and the way they work with us will make a big difference. So get them to agree, and I think they're on here to just turn on their technology, and then as far as the contract goes, certainly bringing it back and giving you time is fine. I think it is what it is, but no more than the meeting right after our next one. I think should be plenty of time.
And then for I think we'll have to talk to Wheels, not in this forum, to find out what kind of commitment they can make. And then do you want us to bring that back to you? They're going to have to, pull back their day-to-day operations. And
I think they pull back their day-to-day operations, and when it comes back to us, they are on pause until they get their technology up and running. So they're out of the pilot. And we'll vote on that, obviously. We can't get them to pull back early. I'm talking about Spin and Lime. Bird and Lime should turn on their technology tomorrow. That's what Kobe said. They could just turn it on tomorrow. But certainly we do the contract and vote later on that. But the Wheels thing, obviously, they'll still be in place until we vote on it and amend the contract and get them on pause.
And I think what we're trying to say here is that the threshold is the sidewalk technology.
Yes, that is the
So I don't want to, we can say yes, technically you're not in the pilot at the moment, but yes, that is what we are saying. But that's why we use kind of like probationary language, saying, okay, look, you've been working in the city, your operators are in the city, we believe you have a good faith effort, we know, we've heard, we know you want to do it, so maybe it's not necessarily the correct words of you're out of the pilot program, but working with them and saying, look, you're still here, we can get you back in, but you have to do this to get back in, and once you cross over to have that technology, which is important to the council and our residents, then operations continue normally again for you all. But yes, until then, you have to turn them off.
We'll start conversations with them tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Charlie from Lime here. Just hopefully to clarify a couple of things about the sidewalk implementation technology. We were hoping to have the opportunity to work with staff to develop it to the point of being able to be rolled out at an effective scale, because simply put, industry-wide, all operators, so that includes Lime, Bird, Spin, Link, all currently use the same technology to operate and implement the sidewalk technology. And so for all intents and purposes, we're all pretty much at the same point, which is that the technology can get pretty far in the sense of what I mentioned earlier, where we've been able to fortunately turn on really loud audible alerts where if folks are riding on the sidewalk, it will emit a very loud and obnoxious sound to alert anyone around that that there is
Charlie,
in fact someone.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the council was ready to vote on this item, and the time for public comment and all of that has passed. They've concluded their discussion and are ready to make a motion. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
then. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Councilmember D'Amico, did you have anything else?
I spoke.
Okay. You spoke. All right. And the motion passes 4-1. Okay, now we're going to move on to, do you need a break? We're going to take a quick break, 5 minutes, before we move on to 4C, social services programming. Okay, everyone, we're back. We're up to item 4C, Social 2022-23 Social Services Programming and Supplemental Funding. Recommendations for vital services. And staff, are you here? Are you there? And if it's okay with council, it would be great if we could just discuss the differences in terms of the Human Services Commission recommendations and staff's recommendations, because I think we've all read the report, and unless someone has a problem with anything in the report, we can just move on to the item that we need to really focus on. Okay. Take it away, David.
So good evening, Mayor Meister and Council. I'm David Juney. I'm the manager of the City Social Services Division. I'm joined by Christoph Schroeder, the Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization, Leslie Eisenberg, Social Services Supervisor, and Derek Murray and Joan Mithers, Social Services Program Administrators. So just to set the stage for this evening, this item, the City Council will consider recommendations from the Human Services Commission and Social Services staff for social services programs for the October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023 contract year. In addition, the City Council will also consider approving supplemental funding for a medical crisis response team to respond urgently to the needs of unhoused community members, and in addition, additional funding to support the city's treatment pool of funds. So with that said, as you mentioned, we have what's in this report are 34 contract recommendations. The Human Services Commission and city staff have agreed upon 31 of the 34. So there's 3 contract recommendations where there are alternate recommendations. So the 3 contracts are, the first one being with the Hollywood Food Coalition, the second with JVS WehoWorks, and the third with the Trans-Latina Coalition. So what I thought we would do is just provide a brief overview or summary of the alternative recommendations for those 3 contracts.
Okay, great.
So the first one, I'm going to take the lead, which is the contract recommendation for the Hollywood Food Coalition. And so the Hollywood Food Coalition proposed that they would rescue high quality food from businesses in West Hollywood and the surrounding areas that would otherwise go to landfill and redistribute at no cost to social service nonprofits serving food insecure members of the West Hollywood community. So as you are aware, food rescue services began to be available in January of 2022 with the implementation of Senate Bill SB 1383. These services are available to interested nonprofit organizations for free. There are a number of different organizations, local organizations, who provide food rescue services, including Food Cycle LA, Food Forward, Food Finders, Replace, and of course, the Hollywood Food Coalition. The city's sanitation contractor, Athens, has a subcontract with Muni Environmental Services, whose scope of services includes assisting the city's nonprofit organizations in accessing food rescue services. Muni Environmental is a consultant that is helping the city comply with the various SB 1383 items. They're not a food recovery organization, but they are helping with the food recovery outreach and monitoring. So we have Muni Environmental available to connect our nonprofit organizations who would like to participate in receiving rescued food items with the various organizations that do the rescue. So at this time, city staff did not recommend getting into a contract with the Food Coalition. There are options available, and we can assist with linking folks to these services along with Muni Environmental. Now, the Human Services Commission came back and said that they would be interested in doing kind of a pilot program of this proposal. And their recommendation is for 50% of the funding level that the Food Coalition asked for, which they're recommending contract with the Food Coalition for $58,675. So it would be, half of the proposed amount. So we would work with if this is the wish of council, we would work with the Food Coalition to revise their proposed scope of services to provide 50% of that service. In the proposal, they said that they would link over a year, they would link 15 of the city's contracted nonprofit organizations with food rescue services and or provide food rescue services. So we would look at reducing that to say 7 or 8 a year. So
David?
That's the alternate recommendation for the Hollywood Food Coalition.
David, can I ask you a question? Yeah, I have a question. Can you tell us, while you're doing it one at a time, why staff is not recommending that? So why is staff not recommending the Hollywood? I mean, I think you sort of did, but I just want it to be clear.
Sure. So this, as I mentioned, there are a number of organizations that provide this service, and they provide the service locally. Those were the ones that I mentioned: Food Cycle LA, Food Forward, Food Finders, and Replate. I've been in contact with 2 of those organizations. So these services are available to our nonprofit organizations who are interested. It's a free service. So staff didn't feel that it would be prudent to allocate city funds to a service that's already available. And to get into the weeds just a little bit is that once we do, if council says, well, maybe we're interested in doing this, then you've got a contract where you're dedicating city funds. So then there's going to be a layer of reporting on the part of the agency that receives the services, because we need to ensure that these services that are being provided are going to West Hollywood community members. So they would have to report, what's being provided, that these food rescue items are just going to West Hollywood community members, not to their total project. So it adds a layer of reporting that at this time we don't feel is necessary, because these services are available through the Food Coalition and then other organizations.
David, does it matter that food is going elsewhere? Isn't food to make sure people are fed or reused in accordance with the law a good thing?
It definitely is a good thing.
And doesn't the city promote food sustainability?
Yes, it is.
And the city traditionally has served multiple people that aren't in the city of West Hollywood with their contracts that exist in ways that come in here and how they either define resident, live, work, play here. But there's been a lot of flexibility with our contracts in the past, hasn't there?
No.
I disagree with your assessment, because I have known people outside of the city of West Hollywood that have benefited from our social service contracts.
Well, we do provide services to community members. So it's folks who live, work, go to school, or are unhoused and spend a majority of their time in West Hollywood. So it does, you are correct, it does, expand who's eligible for services. But we monitor very closely that it goes to those community members.
And, okay, thank you.
So we're going to go, unless there's more questions.
Nope, doesn't look like it.
We're going to go from the alternate recommendation for the Food Coalition to JBS WeHo Works, and Leslie's going to take the lead with that.
Unmute, Leslie. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you this evening. I'm going to explain to you staff's recommendations for JBS SoCal's WeHo Works program. First, we greatly appreciate our partnership with this program, and as you know, the city's been in partnership with this program for a lot of years. The agency this year requested an additional $40,000 in their application, but they did not propose an increase in service. Service levels are being met with the current funding. And additionally, the agency has returned unspent grant funds in 5 of the past 6 contract years. For these reasons, staff recommends the current contract amount plus a 2% COLA, which would bring the contract total up to $158,692.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm happy to answer questions. If not, I can hand it over to Derek, who will present Translatina.
Okay. Go ahead, Derek.
Great. Good evening, council members. So for the Translatina Coalition's funding request, it is $250,000, and the staff recommendation is $198,565, which is a $147,178 increase to bring on additional staff and wraparound services to the community. Overall, the funding request totaled $8.5 million, so it was required of staff to make difficult decisions for each of the 37 proposals. Staff reviewed each line item to determine if the items are critical, and the critical services identified by staff were outreach, peer case management, linkage to shelter and housing services, urgent funds, and job readiness training and skills development. For this proposal, staff is not recommending a subcontract with the Hospitality and Training Academy because it's the city's practice to not duplicate other funding sources. The HTA is funded by the state of California, and a community member can access the HTA services today without the city's funding.
Any questions? John?
Sorry, Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you. I guess I want to sort of return to our conversation that you had when you gave us an update. I think without, well, maybe doing exactly what I'm about to do. I mean, I think capacity building for our contract and the Translatina Coalition is different than the state's sort of efforts to do that, and so I'm of the mind that I think that we should extend this contract to the amount that was requested, and I also wonder how we might look closer at how building that capacity this one time can help to deepen the services that they provide. I guess first of all, it's late, so thank you for your patience as I'm trying to put my thoughts together, which seemed a lot more together at 5:30 when I came over here. But when an organization like AIDS Project Los Angeles applies for a grant, they have 35 years of experience, and they everything from where the paper clips are in their office to how many people will be served, how difficult or easy it will be to do that. My sense is that an organization that is continuing to build not just its client base, but its capacity, has a different set of more immediate, less obvious questions to ask and answer. And so from just observing and trying to sort of make sure the playing field is level, I'm of the mind that I want to extend the contract to what they asked for, with the belief that they asked for it because they needed it, not because what they really needed was the amount we're giving them, but they asked for more, hoping they would get what we're giving them. Hopefully, maybe that's enough. Maybe we'll hear from the public. Maybe somebody brighter than me who's sitting in one of those chairs can try and explain what I'm trying to explain. But thank you very much, Derek and David and Leslie, for your explanations.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment. Mark Edwards, followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
I'm going a little slow because I've been sitting for... Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, council members, I am Mark Edwards. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I'm also representing JVES SoCal WeHo Works. I want to begin by thanking Human Services staff and the Human Services Commission. You all reflect our highest values as a city. I'm here to ask your support for the Human Services Commission recommendation to fund us at $195,996. To Councilmember Amico's point, we asked it for a very specific reason. Our proposal is aligned with creating awareness among the various BIPOC communities of our service to engage them in our service with the goal of a career pathway to better paying jobs. To reach our targeted demographic requires an investment of time. Therefore, no increase in numbers. It is a matter of quality, not quantity. What JVS SoCal does is really well, and what we excel at is using our social capital that we create. And then we invest it in our clients. For example, what color is your parachute? It says that the best way to find a job is through social relationships. We provide those social relationships. But in order for us to be effective, is that our program manager, Andy Socker, needs to be out there in the field having conversations with businesses and building relationships with the community in order to connect it to our services. That's what makes us effective. And simultaneously, you have this wonderful space you provide at the library. It'd be so wonderful to keep it open all the time so that when people walk through the door, they can also get the services that they need. So that's why we're asking for the full amount, and we ask that you recommend, that you support the Human Services Commission recommendation. And once again, I really want to thank the Human Services staff. It's a hard job, and they do a wonderful job. And I want to commend the City of West Hollywood for what we do on a daily basis to help people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Annie Vicente, followed by Jimmy Palmieri.
I would rather Bambi take my spot. Thank you.
Jimmy Palmieri.
I'm really tired also. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. You were given information from city staff on the contracts. Please let me just get my head together because everything that David said I was going to say. And I must tell you that although you did get an agreement on certain things from Human Services, you didn't get a unanimous agreement. So I think it also calls to mind to see who might have voted differently and agree with staff. It could be people here that have been here with a lot more information and a lot more experience and have been through this process 5, 6, 10 times. It's really nice to give everybody everything they want. We want to do it every time. You want to do it every time. But when there's one provider that is, the services are free, why are we going to pay? Why are we going to pay? And they were offered also the 3 years to work closely with staff to develop the relationship with City of West Hollywood. Didn't happen that way. But that was not unanimous. Remember that. That was not unanimous. Also, JVS, I mean, asking for more money for the same amount of service, is it prudent? Is it fiscally responsible? I don't know. That was not a unanimous vote. I think staff, and I don't always agree with staff, and most of you already know that, but in this instance, I agree with staff on those two, and that's coming from me as a constituent. It is not coming from me as a commissioner. I'm simply bringing this to you as a commissioner to tell you that you have two levels to look at. As a constituent, I really would like you to explore them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Michael McFadden, followed by Maria Roman.
Good evening. My name is Michael McFadden. I'm the Associate Director of Programs at the LA LGBT Center in the Senior Services Department. I just want to say thank you for both reviewing our application and putting forth the recommendations for funding our program. I also, while I have the opportunity, want to advocate for the full funding for the Trans-Latino Coalition's recommendations and requests. The work that they do is invaluable. The gaps in services that they provide to a community that's incredibly needed is invaluable, and the proposed amount could go to benefit of really much needed services. So I want to thank you again for supporting our program, and I want to advocate for the Trans-Latino Coalition as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Maria Roman, to be followed by Liza Ceballos.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long night, so I'll try to get to the point. So I am the Vice President and Chief Operations Officer for the Trans Latino Coalition. We're here to ask for the full recommendation of the Human Services Commission. The HCA piece of the proposed program is critical to the services that we're planning to offer to the trans community. If you look at the full funding for trans-specific programming within this circle of funding, there's been some programs that have been cut, which continue to leave a gap on the services provided for trans people. I think it is critical that we continue to serve as a liaison. During the last 3 years, we've attempted to work closely with some of the services that are currently funded through the City of West Hollywood. And we've had challenges in being able to ensure that trans people have the right and access to those services. And we work closely with this organization. So although there's services that HTA provides, the component of us collaborating and having a case manager that's working closely with HTA will serve as that gap to ensure that trans people have access to their services. So I hope that you will completely fund us at the full amount. We've had 3 amazing years of a beautiful new relationship. We've met our goals and exceeded our goals every year. So I think, I hope that you will invest in trans-led work. And we are that. We are the change that we need for our people. And I hope that you will all say yes and give us all the money. And I have to say, your meeting today was just a hoot. It was the most interesting meeting I've been to in a long time. And thank you. I hope that you will fully fund us.
Thank you, Maria. Lisa, followed by Chuchi James.
Hello, dear council members. I would like to start by thanking you for the opportunity that you have allowed me these last 3 years to serve the TGI, my community in the city of West Hollywood. And I would like to ask if you can please fund the recommendation by the Human Relationships Commission. The recommendation funding will support the Trans Latina work that we've been doing and that we can hopefully continue to do in the city of West Hollywood. I know that it will not be the same if we refer somebody to the HTA as if we were to guide them and represent them and for them to feel secure and confident about getting job opportunities. So I'm asking you to please reconsider it. It will really make a difference. I worked with these people for these 3 years, and honestly, the words are unexplainable to see the difference that has impacted their lives to get a housing, and now with this new wraparound service with work opportunities will be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuchi, followed by Elisa Johnson. Oh, sorry, Elsa Johnson.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chuchi James. I am trans, and I have been a resident of the city of West Hollywood for about 7 years now. I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for allowing me to represent the trans community in the city of West Hollywood. Now, I would like to tell you a little bit about myself and how the TRUE program has helped me. The TRUE program has allowed me to feel visible in multiple ways. One of them being through the legal referral program. With their help, I was able to submit a name and gender change so that I can legally present myself as I feel on the inside. Recently, I was laid off from my seasonal job with the expansion of the TRUE program that will allow me to search for a job in a trans-affirming space. The TRUE program is actively helping me update my resume, giving me a reference letter, and offering me training that will allow me to land the job that I want. Thanks to the TRUE program, in partnership with Trans Latino Coalition, they have helped me improve my quality of life. I was able to get a COVID-19 vaccine, a COVID-19 booster, and the monkeypox vaccine without a hassle. Now, because of those vaccines, I feel safe walking around knowing that I'm not in danger and I'm not putting nobody else's life in danger. Lastly, can we all agree that mental health is part of self-care? I've spent numerous years trying to be pretty on the outside, but I neglected what really matters, which is the inside. Thanks to the True program, I was able to find a therapist, and now I feel beautiful on the outside and the inside. Please continue to fund the True program so that we can have the workforce necessary to help the trans community continue to thrive in the city of West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuchi. Elsa Johnson, followed by Odalis Rodriguez. They left, okay. Is Odalis here? Odalis? No, okay. Alexandra?
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra Magallon, Coordinator of Policy and Community Engagement at the Transatlantic Coalition. I want to first start by saying thank you to the City of West Hollywood for your continued support for the transgender, gender nonconforming, and intersex community, and for the social services programming which has opened doors for equitable access to social services, but for also using its platform to bring awareness to monkeypox, which helped bring more than 100 TGI people accessing monkeypox vaccines, many of whom were experiencing and are experiencing homelessness, disability, and language access. And that was all made possible by you hosting the monkeypox vaccine town hall here, which brought equity to the Latino population and the population that lives in West Hollywood that has language in access. I ask that you consider the full amount for the Human Services Commission recommendation for the Trans-Latino Coalition for item 4C. And again, thank you for championing and for being champions of the TGI community. You're all very much appreciated.
Thank you. Bambi Salcedo? Bambi?
Greetings, beautiful people. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Bambi Salcedo, and I do have the privilege to be the president and the CEO of the Trans-Latino Coalition. I am here simply to ask for your vote to fully fund the proposed program. It is critical that we have this workforce development component into the program that we propose. We have partnered with the Hospitality and Training Academy here in Los Angeles in a previous grant funded by the state of California, and we were very successful. We were able to place trans people in their training program, but also we were able to place people into employment. And the idea is that we increase the employment availability for trans people here in the city of West Hollywood. This is a very critical component that we are confident that we are going to meet, and we ask for you to please support this effort. The recommendation by the Human Relations Commission to fully fund our program. As you know, we as an organization are the largest translator organization here in Los Angeles. We have a multitude of services that are specifically dedicated and designed to support members of the transgender, nonconforming, and intersex community. And we are confident that with your support, we're going to continue to do this work specifically for people who are transgender, nonconforming individuals and intersex individuals in the city of West Hollywood. I appreciate so much the opportunity to address you tonight, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bambi. Melissa, do we have any Zoom comments?
We had one, I believe.
We still have one speaker in Zoom.
Okay.
Andy Sacker, you're our speaker tonight on Zoom. You'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Andy, if you're still with us, you'll have 2 minutes. Press *6 to go ahead.
They're not unmuting, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson?
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to move the alternative recommendations presented by the Human Services Commission. I did the math here, and it looks like we're adding an additional $147,414. I don't think that in a time that we are at right now where we've been focusing on social services, it's a time to cut back. I understand it would be a pilot program of the Food Coalition. I do hear JVS's arguments, and I do believe we should be fully funding the Trans-Latina Coalition at the full amount. And so that would be my motion. I think it's the City of West Hollywood prides itself on our social services, and I think that this is a time when we should continue that but also expand it. So that would be my motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine? Is there a second?
Thank you. I will actually second that motion, and I absolutely am very excited to support fully funding the Trans-Latina Coalition request for funding of $250,000. It is essential that members of the TGI community get not just a referral, but specific guidance from Trans-Latina Coalition, because that is where home is. And the TGI community does have different barriers that the rest of our community does not have, and the barriers to having work in the city of West Hollywood is something that I know that the Trans-Latina Coalition will break, and it needs to be broken, and it needs to be broken by this council moving forward. So I'm happy to support the full funding of the Trans-Latina Coalition. As far as JVS, I understand the service levels issue. However, again, with respect to the BIPOC community and barriers and systemic issues, I fully expect that what they've asked for, which is reasonable, maybe a different way of doing things, which will actually result in BIPOC folks and the outreach to businesses that is essential, because our businesses do need a connection to BIPOC individuals to also help place them into employment in our city. As far as the Hollywood Food Coalition, I think a pilot at half that level is not unreasonable, but really a pilot to see how it would work. One of the concerns that was raised by staff, and it wasn't raised tonight, but in my discussions, was how do they track who from West Hollywood, and I think that's a discussion that can be had with staff and the vendors to ask them to come up with some kind of tracking system of some kind, and to get specific attention in the city of West Hollywood would be really great, and doing it as a compromise as a half pilot is something I think is important. We've all talked about really bolstering funding for social services, and at $147,000 more than what staff recommended, I think is not too much to ask for. And if it doesn't work, it's a pilot, and we don't need to continue it. So that's my reasoning, and that's my second to the motion.
Okay. Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you. I very much agree with, as I mentioned earlier, funding the Trans-Latina Coalition. I'm ambivalent about the work effort, the JFS work program. I'm happy to support that. I have to say, with respect to the Hollywood Food Coalition, here's my concern. We're asking them to have our social service agencies take up the concern, having a series of social service agencies take up the concern of one social service agency that has decided that those other social service agencies should participate in a program that they're designing. And I guess what I talked about with our social service staff and our city manager was that it seems like this is a better program for us to ask Athens to take up in their contract in October. That way, the Hollywood Food Coalition can distribute food anywhere. And certainly, anyone who's eating anywhere food that's not going to our waste stream, to me, is a lower threshold for success of moving our food from waste to nourishment, and not taxing our, and I don't mean that in a necessarily negative way, but not taxing our social service agencies with figuring out how to accept food that they otherwise wouldn't necessarily have had in their mission or had in their plan. I think we have volunteers here at Project Angel Food. Do they want to accept food from a source that they can't necessarily know? We don't have yet shelters in our city, but I understand, soon we will have a long-term care. I forget what we're calling it, and I'm going to call it the wrong thing, and then we're going to have a shelter, and there's going to be outrage. But the hotel that we're making transitional housing. So my point is that I think it's good for the Hollywood Food Coalition to work with Athens and to try to get our nonprofits to take their food. But I also think that moving that food into all of Los Angeles County and turning it into a program of diverting waste to nourishment has 100% possibility of success, and could be actually even kept at the level at which they suggested, and would not be part of our social services program. It would be part of our trash diversion program. So I'm just putting that out there. I don't know how my colleagues feel about it. It's a perfectly good motion. I'll support it, but I think in terms of our goals overall to divert trash and turn it into nourishment, we'll have much better success if we move food out of West Hollywood and move it to West Hollywood or move it to other places, but diversion would be 100%. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you. Yes, I'm very much supportive of the additional funding for the Trans-Latina Coalition for all the reasons that have been stated, as well as the JVS WehoWorks program. I think these two, while it is extraordinary that the Commission is recommending something beyond staff's suggestions. I know that the work that's being done is extraordinary, and it's a unique time. I don't know that this will be a recurring theme, but I do think that in these two instances, I can understand why we would want to expand funding at this time. With regard to Hollywood Food Coalition, I'm not convinced, and I think it's also sort of a process question for me. The fact that staff is not recommending this means a great deal. I think the idea that this service can be provided in a different way, whether as Councilmember D'Amico just described, as staff described earlier, or in some other fashion, I think I want to make sure that we are honoring the process that helps to inform how the Human Services Commission makes their decisions, and the idea that we would be going completely against what staff's recommendation is for this kind of service. I would be concerned that reducing the funding wouldn't actually deliver the result that we're looking for. I'm just not. I don't think I'm prepared to support the funding for Hollywood Food Coalition, but the other two for sure. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with Councilmember D'Amico and Horvath that I'm on board with Trans-Latina Coalition and JVS, but I'm not on Hollywood Food Coalition. I do think that staff has made a recommendation that makes sense. There's uncertainty with Hollywood Food Coalition, and it just would be easier for our providers for that to be handled a different way. So if the maker of the motion would be willing to amend
Actually,
it.
I'm going to defend the motion a little bit, we'll push back.
Okay.
So I actually started volunteering with the Hollywood Food Coalition over a year and a half ago. And then I introduced them to the social services team, and they had quite a few conversations. I'm actually extremely disappointed that those conversations seem to have gone in a positive direction, but then kind of took a turn at the last moment. The Hollywood Food Coalition actually developed an entire program and pamphlet and outreach program for our businesses for the implementation of the SB, whatever the law number is, and they were ready and prepared to come into this, but then to see the social services team, I think kind of go back on a year and a half of negotiations when they did have that preparation work was something of great disappointment to me personally. Additionally, I do think that when we look at Athens, we're having problems with them doing bulky item pickup, other items that they're not actually doing that are in their contract that we know that they have to do, where we're actually still waiting on conversations to come back on us for that doesn't occur. And that if they're not picking up bulky items that are left on the side of the road, we're going to ask them now to pick up food from all of our businesses and the ways in which they're trying to do it and the service providing. I just don't think they're going to be able to do it. The Hollywood Food Coalition is prepared to do that, and they've actually been working for a year and a half to try to do that with staff, and that's why this recommendation was quite shocking to me when it came back this way. And I think that this is the way in which our city can move forward with a pilot program, but obviously if it's the will of the council not to help support food distribution in this way, that's the will, and we can take the vote however you want, but I am deeply disappointed in the social services team at this moment, and I never thought I'd say that.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. If the makers of the motion would be willing to sever it so we can take votes on each of those items. I also just wanted to add that obviously the other recommendations I'm extremely supportive of, grateful to the LGBT Center for being present tonight. I know we're not specifically talking about your contract, but we're grateful for your service as well. And I also wanted to throw out, I know my colleagues, this council has approved a recommendation to explore setting aside space in a future city building to be dedicated for social services, to have space in the city. Another idea for staff to consider, if the council is interested, is maybe to have a dedicated space that allows for representatives from each of our contracted services to have like a desk or some sort of space where they can be in the cities a couple days a week or, for periods of time, so they aren't required to fully uproot and move to a new location, but perhaps having some sort of representative with office hours in the city might be helpful in terms of service delivery and connecting folks to service. So I also, rather than doing a new item, as I know we're trying to limit that, just giving this direction for staff to consider if the council is interested. It just might be another way for us to help coordinate service.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So I wanted to say, Councilmember Erickson, John, that in fact, I was not in any way suggesting Athens would do that work. I was clearly not clear. What I was suggesting was that the Hollywood Food Coalition would do that work as part of our contract with Athens, but it wouldn't be run out of our social services department, because if one of the tenets of our social services providing, that's not a sentence, but go with me, is that services go to residents, workers or people who are in our city. And it's a lot of food. It's a lot of food to force our service providers to accept, or more importantly, to force the Hollywood Food Coalition to find service providers within our city to find mouths to feed. My point was that the Hollywood Food Coalition can provide it to service providers within our city to go to our residents, as much as I would guess they would want. But by not making it a social service program and making it a program of our public facilities, then they can take that food and make sure that it gets to mouths all over Los Angeles County. And it can go to, you know, the children's hospital, shelter. It can go to any services that are provided anywhere in the county, not just to one of 27 social service providing agencies in the city. So my point was, and I'm trying to be super clear, I think the Hollywood Food Coalition desire to do that is fantastic. I think it's a smart thing to do, and I think that we should have Athens have a contract with them to do that, and that one of the tenets of their contract would be focus on West Hollywood agencies, but if you can't get that food into mouths in West Hollywood, you can make sure that that food doesn't get wasted and it doesn't go to the waste stream, it goes to the nutrition stream. So that was my point. I never, ever imagined that Athens would be picking up food and delivering it. It was always that this contract, and even if the money gets shifted out of the social services, you know, pot of money over to that in order to pay for it, I don't have a problem with that. I just think that we have to be as wise as possible about how much food it is and how many mouths there are everywhere. And as long as it's not waste, it doesn't matter to me.
I think that's an eloquent fix. So would it be possible, City Attorney, to give direction then for the item that comes back in October for staff to work with the Athens team and contract to work with the Hollywood Food Coalition to do that aspect and then come back to us with that as part of it?
I'm going to be honest, that contract has taken many months to negotiate, and it's about 99% done. So I don't know if tying it to that is I don't know that it could come back at the next I think it's on the next meeting agenda if it were to include more services or working with one of the local services providers. So I think we should talk about that offline and come up with a plan for how you could implement that separately with Athens. I don't know if Jackie or someone else who's been working really closely on the Athens contract has more to add, but that's my take on it, that I think that contract is about 99% ready to come back.
Well, I guess the reason for the adding of the contract is that it's like a 30-year contract. It's like 20 years, right?
What is proposed is a long-term contract with a rolling.
So we are in a long-term relationship with Athens Services. And
that is what's proposed.
I understand that. It is proposed that we are going to be in a very long-term dance with Athens. We are asking them to take on a large item, not only for this, but the reason for this change is a result of the state law. And so I don't think it's unreasonable for staff to go to them, especially when they've had, and this was my point before, a year and a half to do this, when I've introduced everyone. Jackie did a great job actually working with the Hollywood Food Coalition on this item with the social services team. So this isn't the first time they're actually picking up this ball and learning how to dribble. This is actually down the road. So I don't think it's unreasonable for us to say Athens, who we work with quite aggressively and for a long time, should the contract be approved, for them to take on this additional aspect to do what we, I think, do here in the city of West Hollywood, not only provide services to our residents, but also help with the rest of the county. So we could give that general direction if it can't happen in October, and I would like it to come back at a date certain for when that actually can happen. And I'm happy to amend my motion to make it that way.
Jackie, would you like to weigh in? Jackie Rocco, you look frozen. Everybody looks frozen.
I think Council.
If I can just chime in. I understand the city attorney's concern legally, but I assume that we could potentially amend that contract with further negotiations, because that's an essential contract that needs to happen. But I assume with all contracts, we have the opportunity to amend it. We're not locked into it for 20 years. And maybe giving, John, a set 90 days or so, if that's reasonable, for the city attorney to
Recording in progress.
to work with Athens to, they have to foster a relationship with them.
So is that okay, city attorney?
Yeah, I think there's two ways it could go. One is we delay bringing the other contract back, but that has implications for when 1383 collection, so it all ripples down into further delays. So I think.
And as Councilmember D'Amico just said, if it doesn't work out, it comes back it can come back as a social services contract after that to do it in that
Correct,
way.
if the discussions with Athens, if it's not possible to implement it in this way.
I'm happy to give that. I'm happy to amend the motion to include funding for JVS, full funding for Trans Latina Coalition, and then give direction for staff to work with Athens on potentially working on establishing the pilot program, and if not, coming back with recommendations for a pilot program on what that would look like. Does that capture everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to second that motion?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, you can go to sleep now. We can't. All right, we are now at item 6A. Because 4D is on consent, 4E was tabled, and there is no new business. So 6A is the urgency ordinance adopting a time limit extension for approved discretionary planning entitlements, plan check, and building permits for housing projects due to impacts from COVID-19. And I assume staff is going to be coming on board. I don't think we need a full report, do we? John D'Amico? No, okay. Right, I think we can express our concerns.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there's. All righty. There's John Kehoe. Ben, are you there?
Hold on 1 second.
Sure. There's Ben. I feel like we're playing a musical video.
There we go. I was having technical difficulties there for a little bit.
Okay.
So thank you, Mayor and council members. So this item is an urgency ordinance to add additional time to the life of planning entitlements and building permits and building plan check items. Over the last few months, we've been working with primarily one developer of numerous properties on the east side of town, and they were having difficulties related to moving their projects. And so in discussion with the city attorney's office, we determined the best way to address these issues would be through an urgency ordinance to add life to the entitlements. And so that was the proposal that was submitted to you in the packet last week. And then earlier today, we had conversations with individuals who wanted the item extended a little bit. And so we presented a follow-up item to you today. So that would expand the extension into 2023. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are you? No. Okay. Councilmember D'Amico.
I think we have a member of the public who wants to speak.
Okay. We'll start
Maybe
with
we'll hear
public
from-
comment then. I didn't know if you wanted to ask any questions. DJ Moore?
Good evening, Mayor Meister, council members. DJ Moore of Latham and Watkins, resident of Los Angeles. Councilmember D'Amico, I know you had raised some questions about the effects of this urgency ordinance on the Melrose Triangle project. The intent of the city's COVID relief ordinance that was originally adopted back in December of 2020 was to give all projects that were in the pipeline an extension due to COVID, regardless of whether they had ever received any project-specific entitlement extensions. Unfortunately, there's some ambiguity about the applicability of that ordinance to the Melrose Triangle project. And the changes that were proposed to 6A would simply give Melrose Triangle the same extension that the city gave to every other project that was in the pipeline at the time that the original COVID extension ordinance was adopted. I think ultimately the public policy that's at issue here is making sure that the city is building the housing it needs to meet its RENA requirements, and Melrose is going to be one of the largest housing projects in the city. We're in the plan check process. We are doing a second submittal. We are moving forward expeditiously, but getting through that process and pouring the foundation by March of next year is going to be a challenge. Melrose Triangle is a project that had popular public support at Planning Commission. It was unanimously approved and had no appeals. Following the Planning Commission's decision, we also committed to adding a gallery space to accommodate Council Member D'Amico's thoughts that a gallery space was important in the project. This is a well-supported community, this is what happens when it's late at night, a project that is well supported by the community with 80 housing units that should be given every chance to succeed. The project is consistent with the underlying policy objectives that the city is trying to achieve in item 6A, and we respectfully request that the item be approved with staff's changes. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
So, DJ, didn't the project receive the same benefit in 2020 that the rest of projects across the city did?
No, so the project, all projects can seek project-specific entitlement extensions. And there's a question that because the Melrose Triangle project received a normal project-specific entitlement extension about a month before the COVID ordinance was adopted, as to whether the COVID ordinance actually applied to it because the extension happened. It's almost like if that extension hadn't happened, if we hadn't proactively asked for it, the COVID extension would have applied, and then we would have no issue here at all. So we're just sort of correcting or proposing to correct an ambiguity to ensure that we get the same extension for this project that other projects received.
And John Kehoe, I can't find it now, but I thought you said that they had to start the work on their permit by May 2023. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I can't find that that's written down.
I believe they have to be under construction by May of 23.
So what is the March date?
Diligently under construction.
What is the March date?
I believe it is a March date. We may, at least that's what I have.
So that's still 6 or 8 months away.
It's about six. It's about 6 months.
Plans and plan check.
We do, and trust me. I mean, the project would be pouring concrete.
DJ, I'm sorry. I don't trust anything about this Melrose Triangle project. That's why I think we had an entire meeting, a public meeting about our dissatisfaction with the project. You made changes, you committed to starting it, nothing has happened, you've submitted the drawings, and now you're asking for 18 more months. I know you to be a reputable and together individual that presents the needs of your clients, but I just don't believe that you're ever going to start this project. And anything you say now will not convince me otherwise, other than to accept that by May, you will start the construction or lose your permits. And there may not be the votes to do that, but I think we have watched for 10 years that be nothing after getting an entitlement. And I think there will be some other reason to not build it, some other set of things that will fall out of favor, some other ways in which it won't happen. But I think if you are confronted with an actual deadline to start construction by May of 2023, you will make that happen, and your client will make that happen, and the city will have a building there. So I'm going to make the motion to exclude the Melrose Triangle from this urgency ordinance. And I don't know if there will be a second, but that's the motion I'm going to make.
Second. Any comments? Councilmember Erickson?
Because it is late, I was wondering, so the extension item that you were talking about, Councilmember D'Amico, when was that? Do we know? Because I can't remember like you, and it's probably because it's late.
The extension that we gave to the city, to all?
No, because my understanding right now is that I was not on this council, to my knowledge, when those entitlement extensions were given. This item went through the process and it went through planning. It was not appealed, so we never saw it, right? So that's just where my head is at the moment. I just wanted to clarify that for the record, because I had to realize where we were in 2020 before all of this was happening when the discussion started.
When was it at Planning Commission last?
So, Mayor, it was at Planning Commission in April of this past year. The history on the extension, and I think a timeline is helpful for all of us, right? After the project was originally approved, it went through 4 years of litigation. So the entitlement clock didn't start running on the project until after the litigation had concluded, and the city was successful in that litigation. And then there's a normal 3 years that are attached to, an entitlement to start building. COVID hit, and so during COVID, before the city had proposed the COVID extension ordinance, the Melrose Triangle project proactively sought a project-specific extension, and it was in an old version of the code, but essentially obtained 2 years of an extension under the old version of the code. Today, projects are entitled to up to 3 years of extensions under the code. So that is just a slight distinction. So the 2 years gets us into March. My understanding is March, not May, but March of next year. And that was approved by staff. Had that not been approved, the project would have clearly fallen under the COVID 2020 ordinance, which would have taken us with the ability to extend with staff through September of 2024. So that's really where the issue lies, right? If the city had proposed the COVID ordinance a little bit earlier and we hadn't been so on the ball about getting the request in, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
But was the issue ever raised at the April 2022
No, it
Commission
wasn't,
meeting?
because the extension had already been granted at or in November of 2020 during COVID, or first part of COVID, I guess. Still going.
So I guess that's the point. It was in November of 2020 for 18 months, which takes you to May of 2023. Is that not right?
You're going to have to forgive me for not doing the math on the months in my head, but anyway, I have March 19th written on my phone.
Lauren?
I think the planning department might have a little bit more to add. I don't think anyone was prepared on doing a whole project history on just Melrose Triangle tonight, because the item was really for an extension for all residential projects in the city. But I believe the project also went back to the Planning Commission for amendments in 2022. Is that
That's
right?
correct. It was Planning Commission in April of 2022.
2022.
But this issue was not discussed. It didn't come up because there wasn't an extension with it. Yeah.
I think the planning department might want to weigh in on that, or we might have to come back with a more accurate understanding of the project entitlements and when they expire, because I'm not sure anyone's in a position to give an accurate
I think you're probably 100% correct. And I also know that when we had our special meeting and discussed this project, that we had very specific ideas about our interest in it moving forward, both in terms of community design and usefulness and the work itself.
Was that the 2020 hearing or the 2022?
I want to say it was
2020.
in 2020.
I think so
yes.
too. Okay.
So we could certainly continue the item and we can look at all the permits for the Melrose Triangle and make sure we have all that squared away and return at the next meeting.
John, can we go back, the original item that you had before you made these revisions? Do we want to think about going ahead with that and then having the Melrose
I'm
Triangle a
happy-
separate conversation? I'm just asking.
And we have other colleagues, but I'm happy to table this to a date certain, just as it's written, and go with the hear the planning staff's history of this project and then have us decide. I think there are probably just as many reasons about why it should be extended, but I think I want and will, as long as I'm sitting here, continue to make the point that we need to incentivize them to build this, and extending it is not an incentive, certainly not 18 months. So, John, if you, or Jennifer, Ben, if you think we can do this at the next meeting or 2 meetings away, I'm happy to change my motion to move it to a date certain.
I think we can bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay, I can second that.
I know this is an item that was proposed as an urgency item, and there are definitely other properties who will be impacted if this doesn't move forward tonight. So will they not be able to be included if we wait until the next meeting? Do we have to act? Are there properties for which we have to act tonight, or are all of the properties that would be impacted by our decision tonight, can they wait?
So the way the urgency ordinance is written is it goes back to January 1 of this year. So any project that had problems January of 22 will receive this benefit. So if we wait 2 weeks, those property owners will still have the same benefit.
So nobody will fall through the cracks?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second?
We'll bring it back next time.
Thank you.
You all
TJ.
here.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. 6B was tabled, 6C was on consent, and do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 individuals in council chambers who had signed up to speak during the first public comment portion earlier this evening.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it is still the same evening. So our first speaker would be Annie Jump Vicente.
I wanted to speak about quite a bit of the agenda items, 2 point everything, but I have a limited amount of time. So number 2, you are all obviously against Palestine since you acknowledge that these occupied lands and don't give them back to indigenous Tongva folks. Number 3, I'm a pansexual witch trans woman, and I cannot take off any signs to hide who I am out in public. I may be a white Latina, but I cannot hide being transgender. I am not safe here in this city. Number 4, Adam Smith from the book The Wealth of Nations says, quote, "The very meanest person in a civilized country could not be provided, even according to what we very falsely imagine the case and simple manner in which he is commonly accommodated. Compared indeed with the more extravagant luxury of the great, his accommodation must no doubt appear extremely simple, and yet the accommodation of any European prince does not always so much exceed that of an industrious and frugal peasant, as the accommodation of the latter exceeds that far greater of any African king, the absolute leader of thousands of naked savages." Number 5, Chris Hedges, Salon.com. Christian fascism is right here, right now. Fascism, fascists achieve power by creating parallel institutions, schools, universities, media platforms, and paramilitary forces, and seizing the organs of internal security and the judiciary. They deform the law, including the electoral law, to serve their ends. They are rarely the majority. The Nazis never polled above 30%. 37% in free elections in Germany. Christian fascists constitute less than a third of U.S. electorate, about the same percentage of those who consider abortion to be murder. What the ideology demands is law. What the ideology opposes is crime. Once the legal system is subservient to dogma and open society is impossible.
Thank you.
Most of those tasked with reporting
please.
on and interpreting history, social movements, and religious beliefs have failed us.
Annie, your time is...
They spoke out against the past, never again, but refused to use the lessons of the past to explain the present.
Annie,
it was not ignorance, it was
Annie,
cowardice. To
you please
confront
shut
the
off the mic?
Christians, the Christian fascists, even in...
Turn off your sound.
O'Leary Cox. My name in America, though, is Mark Darrell Cox. My name by my father and my mother would be John Mark O'Leary Cox. My father is John Winston Lennon. He is a Leary by his heritage. My mother is Maureen Cox. She did not marry him. I was stolen from my mother in Hull's maternity ward on the day of my birth, August 9th, 1961, in Dublin. My nose was busted in elementary school, so I don't have his nose because it was broken. I had surgery later to make it look not broken. So forehead hit my nose on the playground. So since I was a child, I was talking about the future, and it happened. Okay, my neighbor was Jeff Laird. His older brother was Mike Laird. I walked to the hallway and I told them, or I would say, how odd it is to be Stern. Mike Laird changed his name to Howard Stern. He is the true Howard Stern. But the true Howard Stern was replaced by a doppelganger who's a gang swap. He is not the true Howard Stern. There's a lot of doppelganger gang swaps because organized crime does a lot of doppelganger gang swaps. And if you don't have eyes to see and ears to hear and a mind to understand, you will not see that. Selena Gomez swapped out. Avril Lavigne swapped out. Jeff Laird heard me talk about an Apple computer company, and he changed his name to Steve Jobs. Okay? He is not dead. He is not dead. He is not dead. I'm going to tell you right now, 2 geysers come October 15th on a Saturday. One on Santa Monica Boulevard in Beverly Hills, Rexford Drive, at sunrise, 6:59 a.m., October 15th, Saturday, this year. The second one at sunset time on Santa Monica Boulevard and Crescent Heights Boulevard at 6:19 p.m., Saturday, October 15th. Thereafter, flooding. This is St. Peter's Basilica's water returning. Unlike Los Angeles, little church inside St. Peter's Basilica's Lady of the Angels. That's the little river. You're going to see the big river return.
Thank you, Mark. Any council member comments?
To the ocean.
Mayor,
Yes?
I apologize. We have one speaker in Zoom.
Okay.
Andy Sacker, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members and staff. Boy, things get exciting at this hour. I'm Andy Sacker, Program Manager for WehoWorks, the West Hollywood Career Center. We are extremely grateful that you voted to fund our full financial request tonight as recommended by the Human Services Commission. JVS SoCal and I also appreciate staff's recommendation to contract with us for another funding cycle. This vital funding will increase our career coaching capacity from 4 to 8 hours per day. Please know that 50% of our clients are over 50 and often need extra support due to widespread ageism in the current job market. 20% of our clients are unhoused or on the verge of losing their housing, including 2 job seekers over 90 years old. Increasing the number of BIPOC clients we serve is also included in our proposal. All these vital efforts take extra time and effort, which is not currently measured by staff. On behalf of WeHo community members needing vocational services, thank you for making this choice, and I invite everyone to visit us in the library.
Thank you, Andy. If there are no council member comments?
I just wanted to congratulate Todd Williamson, who will be serving as the U.S. State Department's Arts Envoy to Germany, working with the embassies and consulate in Frankfurt and Stuttgart over the next 6 months. There will be a series of exhibitions there. It's pretty impressive to see him rise to this appointment. I forgot to mention it earlier tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, we are adjourned to our next meeting, which is sometime in October. October 3rd, 6 p.m., regular meeting, West Hollywood Park Council Chambers. Bring your own bed.